So you think you're good at MLB The Show 24. Can you handle playing for $25,000 first place prize money? We're going to find out because we've got 8 players, the best in the world. They're going to try to answer those 2 questions over the course of the next 2 weekends. Thanks for joining us from wherever you're joining us from. It's the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series Grand Finals. Alongside MLB The Show player and great friend of the community, Scan, I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. We're glad you're joining us from wherever you're joining us from, either on Twitch or on YouTube. Scan, over the next 2 weekends, we should see a lot of great MLB The Show action, and there is a lot of money on the line.
Absolutely. All these players have been playing this game all year in the circuits to get to this grand finals point. We're down to our best 8 at this point. And we have a lot of unreal players who've had success even in the past few years. All here watching 4 of those players today.
That's right.
And we're going to have some great games to see.
Yeah, as he mentioned, we've got 2 quarterfinal series today, 2 more tomorrow. The winners from this weekend will advance to the semifinals, and then we will crown a champion on Sunday. This is the way the format laid out. We had the wild card round last weekend. That qualified our last 2 players, and that means we have 8 competitors, Scan, going for $51,000 in cash prizes. 9-inning games, legend difficulty. Here's how the bracket shakes out. And Scan, as you take a look, we got Wilsey and Weens. That's going to be our first quarterfinal matchup. Best of 3, legend difficulty. Our second quarterfinal will be Frosty and Kreiner. These 4 players playing today, Scan, all of them can make a deep run and ultimately win this whole thing.
Absolutely. I mean, Frosty has made a good year for himself, finishing very well in the Rays tournament that went down earlier in the year. Kreiner's been winning esports for years now. He won in MLB 21, 22, and 23. Weens has been competing for a long time, and then none other than Wilsey, who has won both circuits so far this year. So, I mean, not that there are any favorites in this, but Wilsey has won both circuits this year. So It'd be crazy to see if he can make another good run.
All right, let's talk more about the format. As I mentioned, 9 innings, legend difficulty. You've seen enough of these events. People in the chat, I'm sure you know that. No created stadiums. Season 3, core cards, but also wild card spots are available. And I can tell you, one of these 8 players already has the 50-50 Shohei Ohtani card. I'm not going to spoil it, but one of our competitors of these 8-man field already has that card. Let's talk more about our competitors today. As I mentioned, our first quarterfinal, best of 3, legend difficulty. It will be Wilsey against Weens. And Weens, Scan, is a player that is very well known in the community. He's one of the more talented players in the world, and he has a chance to make a deep run in this event.
Absolutely. He won the Dynasty Invitational all the way back in MLB 21, which is a smaller end of the year tournament. It got all the best players through that year. I somehow made that tournament, but he won the whole thing, and he's been competing for a long time. He's still only 18. Keep an eye on that Hall of Fame series Babe Ruth as well, which is his favorite card. And if you do not know Weens' social medias, you can check him out on X or Twitch over there, as you see on the right side of your screen. But that Babe Ruth is going to be a big part of that lineup. He's been in his lineup definitely all year as a core card, and definitely gets some play here still, even with some other 9-9 overalls.
All right, so Weens is going to be the visiting team. This is how his lineup looks defensively. In the outfield, Jackie Robinson, secondary position, playing left field. He's got season 1 Willie Mays playing center field. That's one of his wild card spots. And then he has Hank Aaron playing right field. He does have the Silver Slugger Corey Seager as his DH. This is how the lineup lays out. Chipper Jones is one switch hitter, and he's got Jorge Posada, a card I love, Scan, behind the plate, batting 6th.
Absolutely. Posada and Chip are 2 of the most favorite switch hitters in the game. You see a lot of guys wild carding that catcher as well, since it's a typically weak spot, but the key cards I would say, besides the wild cards, are the 9-9 overalls from season 3 here. Guys like Hank Aaron, Ernie Banks, Jackie Robinson, and that Craig Biggio are going to be some big role players for these guys today.
And real quick, before we move on, take a look at his bench. He's got 3 out-of-position player cards on his bench. Harper behind the plate, DeGrom at short, Jake Arrieta is the DH, and how about Ketel Marte? The live series cards, the switch-hitting second baseman, offers some positional flexibility. He's also on his bench. All right,
Very interesting. He has Bryce Harper as a backup catcher, but seemingly no great option that's a pinch runner on this bench. So I'm going to be interested to see how he manages late game if any close situations happen. Because if you look at that bench, you definitely keep an eye on that in those close game situations. But here's Wilsey, who we talked about before, has won both circuits so far this year. 19 years old. Favorite card is Trey Turner, who I don't think we'll be seeing today. But if you don't know Wilsey, you can check him out over on X and Twitch over there on the right side.
All right, let's take a look at his lineup. This is the way it shakes out defensively. He's got that Fernando Tatis All-Star card in center field. Great card, great positional flexibility. That's a card that's occupying one of his wild card spots. He's got the Season 3 Awards Kyle Schwarber card as the DH. In the corners, the core Babe Ruth card, and then the switch-hitting Chipper Jones with also Silver Slugger Corey Seager manning the shortstop position. Wilsey is the home team. This is the way his lineup looks. Jackie Robinson is leading off. Babe Ruth, Chipper Jones, Hank Aaron is the cleanup hitter. And how about Roberto Clemente playing left field, batting right-handed in the 9 spot. His bench players scan David Justice, 96 card. Craig Biggio, the Lightning Corbin Carroll card is also a bench player. He's got some good speed options here if he decides to wants to go that route.
Yeah, he's got the versatility on the bench, also only going for 4 righties in comparison to the 5 that Weens went with. And some interesting choices that you don't always see in the lineups, like Roberto Clemente might not be used the most today, even though he's a 99 overall. Also, Kyle Schwarber getting the start in the DH. And then if you were here for our summer circuit, you know that Fernando Tatis Jr. was an MVP for Wilsey. He was hitting home runs with them in virtually every at-bat. It was honestly insane. So not shocked to see him back here in his wild card spot.
All right, before we dive into the action scan, there is an element of strategy here. Our players had to submit their starting rotation. They can't use the same starting pitcher back-to-back games in this best of 3.
Yep, since it's a 3-game series, they have 3 starting pitchers who are their actual starting pitchers. Then you'll probably be seeing the last 2 pitchers be starters out of the bullpen in later points of the game. And since we don't have the most options in the bullpen, definitely won't be shocked to see some higher overall pitchers come in out of the bullpen. Maybe some of those out-of-position guys, maybe someone as a wild card dedicated to a 99 overall. Whatever it ends up being, definitely keep an eye on those starting pitchers out of the bullpen.
All right, these quarterfinal series, they're not going to happen simultaneously, so you're not going to miss anything today. We're going to give you this first best of 3 quarterfinal. Get active in the chat. As always, we cannot wait to read your insight and your comments in the chat. So keep it lively and be on your best behavior. I'm talking to you.
Absolutely.
You know who I'm talking to. You right there. Yes, you. All right, so let's dive into the action. We're just moments away from game 1 of this quarterfinals. Best of 3 series. It's going to be Wilsey against Weens. That is our first quarterfinal, best of 3. And then a little bit later, it will be Frosty and Kreiner. 2 more players that have a chance to run the table and then ultimately walk away with the $25,000 first place prize. 51 grand in prize pool money is up for grab over the course of these next 2 weekends. All right, so we're just moments away from getting this thing started. A reminder that Wilsey is going to be the home team. Weens is batting first, going to be leading off with Willie Mays. And of course, we're playing at Laughing Mountain. No surprise here, Scan.
Absolutely. Always the hitter-friendly park that these players like to go to. Not shocked to see whatsoever. And of course, not shocked to see a 500 batting average of Willie Mays here in the leadoff spot.
Roy Halladay is going to get the start for Wilsey, and we are underway as he starts Willie Mays with a strike at the knees. It's 0-1.
Yeah, Roy Halladay making an appearance here, as that's going to be hit right to the shortstop. Quick first out here.
And there's one away. Here's Babe Ruth. As you can see, 139 home runs.
And funny enough, that number actually resets throughout the year too. Once you get to a certain amount of homers, it resets that number. I forgot what the number is. I don't know if it's like 240 something. It's something in that ballpark. So I bet he has way more than that 100 something homers too.
Count even at 1-1. Weens during the course of the MLB The Show 24 game, as that ball is roped but foul. His record is 357-53. Unbelievable mark. Here's another chance for the shortstop. That is going to get past the shortstop. And we have a base runner here, a one-out base hit for Babe Ruth.
Yeah, it's just stupid how good records these guys have from playing ranked. Like, going hundreds of games with only 50 losses is crazy. But this is what all these players do. This is why they're the best of the best and why they're our top 8 here today.
All right, game 1 of a best of 3 as Hank Aaron steps to the plate with one down. Fly ball, right center field, going back near the track, but Tatis will make the catch and Babe Ruth will have to scurry back. If you ever have to step away from the stream and come back in, remember, upper left-hand corner shows you what game this is of the best of 3 series. Lower right-hand corner gives you the name of the players that are playing. It'll also, after a game is completed, a little check box will be lit up to show you who's winning or who won game 1 of a particular series. As there, Chipper Jones is down in the count now 1-2 here in this top of the first.
So this is an interesting development.
Ooh, dirty pitch. Dottie Pippin from Roy Halladay, and that retires the side as we go to the bottom of the first. And leading off for Wilsey will be Jackie Robinson.
For anyone who's watched Wilsey play in these last 2 circuits, the big thing he's done well is like ambush his opponent to put a big inning starting in the first, and that's driven to deep left field by Jackie Robinson. And then this is what he does. He'll just get the offense going right away, and very quickly he can set a big lead early in the first inning.
So it's 1-0 just like that for Wilsey after the solo home run from Jackie Robinson, and that'll bring up Babe Ruth. Hitting .548 as he looks at a strike at the corner. It's 0-1. And he's late on that sinker.
No balls, 2 strikes.
And Babe Ruth is down in the count 0-2. Roy Halladay getting the start here for Weens as well. So it's Halladay versus Halladay here in game 1 of this quarterfinal series.
Yeah, Halladay's got that nice splitter. You mix in that sinker and cutter on the inside part of the plate to lefties, but also that splitter. You can get some early rollover swings. That one's going to sneak right by the second baseman. You'll take that if you're Wilsey, getting another runner on here and a chance to put up a crooked number here in the first.
It'll bring up the switch hitting third baseman Chipper Jones. Back-to-back hits. That ball sent deep to left field. And there's one away. As Jackie
and
Robinson
one thing that's really interesting about Wilsey here, we talked about it a bit before, Roflo, is how Wilsey's got the highest batting average numbers out of all of these players in ranked. And even though that might not mean the most, I mean, a lot of people call him the best hitter in the game. And when he's at his best, he is so tough to keep up with.
Yeah, Wilsey over the course of the game is batting .474 this year. As that one is outside and Halladay falls behind 3-1. And he walked him. So Hank Aaron draws a 1-out walk here. So that'll put runners at first and second for the 97 Silver Slugger, Corey Seager. Any Corey Seager card has a smooth, buttery swing.
Yup, absolutely. And this card is no slouch. Even though he's got 90 power versus raise, which is low for a Seager.
And you called it. That is perfect destruction. Corey Seager 3-run homer. 4-0 here in the first. Wilsey out in front.
This is a good job by Wilsey. He noticed that Weens was throwing that down and sinker to those left-handed hitters, and that time with Seager, he was sitting dead red on it, and that was demolished. And very quickly, a 4-0 game here in the first.
Grounded to short. Oh, they got to hurry. Didn't get him in time. Got a rough animation there. And Tatis, who runs well, obviously, is aboard with an infield single.
You know, when it rains, it pours. And Willsie's had a couple of those hits where, you know, you get that grounder to the right side. That was a single for Babe Ruth earlier. That just gets hit to the shortstop that Tatis beats out. And those hits keep you alive in these innings, and you got to find a way to still throw the right pitch, maybe induce a ground ball here with Posada, who's a little bit slow here, but he's behind 3-1.
Yeah, hitters count. And Jorge Posada leans into one, going back, but it is caught by Willie Mays, and there's 2 down. All right, so that'll bring up Kyle Schwarber, season 3 award card. Already 24 pitches coming up here for Roy Halladay in the first, as Kyle Schwarber sends that one foul. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and even though Schwarber's not a 99 overall, he's got the contact and power like he is.
Ball gets away. Oh, and they got Tatis hung up. He tried to dive back to first, but he's not in time, and he's tagged out, and that ends the inning, but not before Wilsey hangs 4 in the first inning.
Absolutely. Big 4 spot to get. Wilsey and Weens, I believe, also have played in the previous circuit, and they've had some crazy back and forth games, so definitely can expect to see a Weens response here, because this is what he does when he's at his best. He also puts up runs to keep up with Wilsey, but being down 4-0 right away after a scoreless first is not the most promising start.
So Roy Halladay dealing with 5, 6, and 7 as Ernie Banks is early on that one and is down in the count 1-2. Banks, Posada, Robinson due up for Weens here in the top of the second. Little dribbler to second base. Robinson is there, and there's 1 away.
Good away cutter just outside of the strike zone. Gets him to bite. I'm interested to see if Weens makes any sort of adjustment on that, because if he keeps biting at that all game, he's going to have a tough time putting up some runs.
I got my good buddy, your boy CLE is in the chat. Good to see him. Brenton is here. Zazzy is here as well. Thanks for joining us on twitch.tv. Jorge Posada lifts one to center field. Deep, but caught as Fernando Tatis had to go a long way. It's allowed out number 2, and that'll bring up Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, some solid swings from Weens here in these first couple innings, but he's just missed a couple swings that he probably hits. So I'm assuming he's just warming up the bats, finding it, but you can't really give yourself too long to warm up with how Wilsey plays in this game. Already down 4-0. That's another early rolled over ball, as that's going to end our inning, and he's down 4-0 still after an inning and a half.
All right, so we go to the bottom of the second. 8, 9, and 1 due up here for Wilsey. Schwarber, Clemente, and Jackie Robinson here to start the bottom of the second. Rough first inning for Roy Halladay and Weens, as he had to throw 25 pitches. He gave up 4 hits on 4 runs. My man JH in the chat. He mods my stream. Good to see you, JH.
JH.
Army Matt, Zach Gloss, thank you guys for being here. Although I do see some rage quitters and some bunt dancers in the chat. I'm not going to name names, but they know who they are. Shout out to all you rage quitters out there. Hey, at least let the ball land.
Yes.
After I've hit a homer before you rage quit. Come on.
Hey, especially with that Ohtani card, I need my 50 homers, man.
There you go.
Kyle
Schwarber past the diving center fielder. Schwarber can't run well, but he's thinking 3 here. And it's going to be a leadoff double for Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, that deep gap in right field here at Laughing Mountain, trying to make the diving play to stop that. But Schwarber's going to get on for 3, and Wilsey looking good here to start off the second inning, looking to tack on, and that's driven to deep right field by Roberto Clemente. Make that a 6-0 lead for Wilsey now.
It's a laugher at Laughing Mountain to start game 1. 6-0, bottom second, still nobody out, and we're back to the top of the order, Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, and a key difference between these two, Wilsey's done a good job of sitting back in those away cutters, hitting them to the opposite field, hitting it where it's thrown. Weens has kind of been adjusting in these first couple innings, has been a little earlier on those away cutters, and they've resulted in outs for him, as that's going to be a deep fly out for Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, I feel like, Scan, right now at this point, even the outs for Wilsey are loud. as Babe Ruth steps to the plate. He's 1 for 1.
Yeah, and he's lucky that was Jackie Robinson to hit that. That's a hitter with a little bit more pop like Babe Ruth here, then. That ball probably has the legs to carry, but Jackie, you kind of got to really piece it up to hit it out. As Babe Ruth slaps it over the first baseman, and wow, it's in on the plate. He finds a way to just...
Yeah, he is, Roy Halladay and Weens trying to dominate that inner third against the lefties, and so far, Scan, Wilsey has been doing some big-time damage.
Yeah, and the key thing is that he gets early enough timing on those inside swings where even if he chases outside the zone, if you're early enough, you can get the bat on it to at least foul those off. The thing that'll kill you with this Halladay is that cutter will catch up on you, and you start being late in those inside cutters, then you start breaking bats. All
right, well, we are going to have a lefty out of the pen for Weens as out of position card Riley Green comes on here in the second inning. So it's an inning and a third for Roy Halladay and 6 runs. He is responsible for the runner at first. Now that runner is at first is heading to second after the base hit from Chipper Jones. So Riley Green greeted with a base knock to his first batter, and now he has to deal with Hank Aaron.
Yeah, you'll be seeing all the bullpen today, and we'll see a lot of these out of position guys. Riley Green here actually has the Aroldis Chapman pitching motion, if that seems very familiar to anyone watching. So this is essentially like an Aroldis Chapman type card, just with a sinker and cutter mixed in.
Well, Green has fallen behind Hank Aaron 3-1. And Hank Aaron drives one deep to right, and it's gone. A 3-run homer for Hank Aaron. Second of the game that Wilsey has hit a 3-run homer. Second consecutive inning, he's dialed it up from deep for 3. And now, Scan, there's a real chance that the mercy rule is in play here.
Yeah, up 9-0 already in 2 is very difficult to come back from, let alone stay alive for the mercy rule. And I mean, that's a home run that you get here at Laughing Mountain. You get the high elevation. Sometimes you see the poke a fly ball to right field, and I mean, Hank Aaron is going to be as good as ever for that. And Wilsey's doing a great job of still keeping the foot on the gas, working a 3-1 count. That's going to be a fly out, but another long at bat for him at the plate.
Yeah, he really worked the pitch count up for Roy Halladay before he left after an inning a third. As Fernando Tatis Jr. steps in, as Weens is in the pause menu, might be looking at his bullpen as Green has already thrown 14 pitches, and pitch 14, he's not getting back. Another home run in the inning. It's now 10-0. Wilsey in game 1.
This is what Wilsey does. He ambushes you offensively and is so big that he got those scoreless innings to start because he's able to build up a 10-0 lead. And it's only in the second inning. For that mercy rule to be into play, we got to get all the way over to the 4th. But with how Wilsey's hitting, he does not seem to be stopping anytime soon offensively.
Well, let me ask you this, Scan, as Alex Kakil is in the chat, and he's one of our competitors, and he's an extremely talented player. He put in the chat, this game's over, regroup for game 2. What do you think?
It's not the worst mentality. I understand it. You have a 3-game series to work with here. I think if you're Weens here, maybe don't worry about that 10-run deficit and trying to do too much. Just try to see some pitches, try to put up some good swings. If you can get some offensive momentum carrying into the next game, then you actually have a chance still in this series. So anything can happen in those last 2 games. As long as you just start to warm up and find those swings in these next couple innings while you at least have them, that's really all you can really ask for here in game 1.
All right, well, that retires a side, but not before 6 runs come across. It's now 10-0 Wilsey as Weens bats here in the top of the 3rd against Roy Halladay. Corey Seager leading off. Craig Biggio is on deck. And then we go to the top of the order in Willie Mays.
Yeah, I just want to see if Weens just sits back on the slower stuff. Can he sit back in the away cutters and hit him the opposite field? Can he sit back on those low and in splitters? You don't like being behind very quickly. 1-2 count here to Roy Halladay, who's pitched pretty efficiently. And he's just not been reading those inside cutters on the hands too well.
Yeah, meantime, we saw Wilsey do big time damage in the inner 3rd when he's had the opportunity. 2-2 count from Halladay. And we'll do it again.
Yeah, very early on that down and away sinker. It just seems like he hasn't found that timing yet. Sometimes it takes a bit to find that feel. Almost gets frozen on an up and in sinker that just misses. But a 3-2 count here to pitch from Halladay. And there's that cutter inside. He's all over it, but just a little too early on him.
Here's another payoff pitch from Halladay. And we'll do it again. Still to come, another quarterfinal series, which will begin after the completion of this series. Frosty and Kreiner. Right back up the box. Halladay has to duck for cover, and it's a leadoff base hit from Corey Seager. Good AB there.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of pitches. Even though it's not the best hit ever, sometimes you just need a hit like that to get you going. Sometimes you just need that dinky little single to get that pitcher's confidence a little bit lower to go your way. And a leadoff runner, you love to see that. And Craig Biggio has an opportunity to kind of set things up for the top of the order. But that's going to be grounded to short. It's only get the out at one,
yeah,
so no double play.
I thought he was trying to steal my gimmick and hit into a double play, but they only get one. And that'll bring up Willie Mays as a runner in scoring position. And look, I'm stating the obvious, but clearly Weens needs base runners.
Absolutely. He needs base runners, and he needs solid contact. He hasn't had much of that yet. Sometimes you just load into a game and you just don't have it for a bit. And I just want to see if he makes the adjustments at the plate, starts squaring up those sinkers and cutters like we all know Weens can.
Well,
there he
maybe
goes.
he did, just right there. Willie Mays, Oppo Thunder. And Weens is on the board. 2-run homer from Willie Mays, and it cuts the lead to 10-2 here in the third.
Yep, and that's what you want to see. You want to start making some good contact. You might not be able to come back all the way down 10-0 to start
pitch.
here. Yeah, that's a dot of a sinker right on the black.
Wow. And Babe Ruth steps on one. Weens showing life here in the top of the third. Back-to-back homers. It's now a 10-3 game.
Yep, and like I mentioned, he might not come back down 10-0, but I'll tell you what, with how good of a hitter Weens is, he absolutely can. I think we've already seen in both circuits so far some crazy comebacks. I believe there's at least been one 9-0 comeback, so Weens absolutely can come back here. He just needs to keep hitting like this here in the third. Oh,
and Hank Aaron,
swing.
Are we going to have, nope, that's going to stay in the ballpark, but it is going to be the third consecutive extra base hit for Weens, as this is his best inning so far here in game one.
Yeah, he's looking to find the swings, and the perfect there. He's been all over the ball after that that Craig Biggio ground out. Actually, he's been all over everything.
So that'll bring in Chipper Jones. He serves that one to left field, rounding third, headed for home. The throw is cut off, and the throw home is not in time. It's now 10-4. 4 consecutive hits here in this inning for Weems as he has cut into the lead. It's now a 6-run deficit. How much longer will Wilsey stick with Halladay, you think, Scan?
As long as he's getting swings like
Diving
that.
stop.
Those are
throw to second is in time, but the throw to first is not in time, so they get 1.
Yeah, you kind of ride Halladay as long as you can with swings like that. Even though Weens has put up a lot of great swings this inning,
like that one right
driven
there,
to right field. That's a great swing. Actually dialed up for that down and in sinker. 10-6 ball game now.
106 miles per hour off the bat, and all of a sudden, it's just a 4-run game, as 6 runs have come across here in the third inning for Weens. Down 10-0 at one point. He has made it a game as Jackie Robinson steps to the plate with 2 down.
Yeah, I think this at bat is going to be real telling on how long Halladay stays in. He's throwing all the away stuff to these righties, and if he could just keep him off that timing for one more at bat, then you'll take these 3 innings out of Halladay. But if he puts up one more good swing, I think you got to pull him.
Jackie Robinson, lazy fly ball to left field. And that's out number 2 as Roberto Clemente. Actually, excuse me, that is out number 3, and that retires the side. But what an inning it was for Weens. 6 runs come across. It's now a 10-6 game. as Wilsey will send Schwarber, Clemente, and Robinson. That's who's due up here in the bottom of the third.
And you just love a 0 if you're Weens on the mound. You just fought right back into this game. You'd love to keep it at a 10-6 deficit. That's driven to right field, but that'll be caught for a first out.
It's always good to get that first hitter. Especially, as you said, Weens is looking for a shutdown inning after plating 6 in the top half of the frame. Here's Roberto Clemente. He's 1 for 1.
That's inside.
Looks at a ball inside. He's still down in the count 1-2. By the way, a reminder that drops are on, chat, so make sure your account is connected. Drops are on as you're watching our quarterfinal action here on Saturday and Sunday. Make sure your account is connected. The drops, because remember, those bronze cards aren't going to open themselves.
Absolutely.
I'm just kidding. I got a diamond last week. It was a Felix Bautista. Put him on the market.
Yeah, you never know where you pull. I've seen the infrequent Trout Ohtani pulls out of drops because
that's
you
when you're
always
living
take those
right.
whenever they happen. Yep.
That's when you're living right. As Roberto Clemente sends one the other way, and he's aboard with a 1-out base hit as we go to the top of the order. And Jackie Robinson. I should mention that Raisel Iglesias is our new pitcher, already the 3rd pitcher used here for Weens here in game 1.
Absolutely. So big thing to keep an eye out on here is even though Weens has fought himself back into this game, he is flying through his bullpen in comparison to Wilsey, who has still been using Halladay. He'll at least have all of those options as we get to those later part of the game here.
Tyke MLB in the chat. Appreciate you joining us. As Babe Ruth is on deck, Jackie Robinson. This is going to be medium depth out there in right field, and that's out number 2. Here's Babe Ruth.
Potentially 1 out away.
Yeah, he's an out away from that shutdown inning. And now the 4th pitcher comes out of the bullpen. A lefty, Paul O'Neill, to face Babe Ruth. What do you make of the move?
I mean, I like it. An opportunity to get a 0. You fought right back into this game in the top of the 3rd. So if you can find a way to just keep this at 10-6, you can tie this game with 1 good inning here. So I like the move, aggressive managing. However, Babe Ruth still does a fantastic job, lefty-lefty.
Here's the 2-2. Got in his kitchen, lazy fly ball. Drifting out is the shortstop. And Ernie Banks will make the catch in shallow center field, and we are through 3. Wilsey leading 10-6, but Weens has some momentum now as he bats in the top of the 4th. 8-9-1 due up. The DH is Corey Seager, and then Craig Biggio, and then we go to the top of the order in Willie Mays.
Yeah, and if you remember, Corey Seager here started off that rally last inning with a single right up the middle. So if you get an opportunity to get a runner or 2 on the turnover for that top of the order leading off with Willie Mays, I mean, we could have a tie game here very shortly. Is that driven to right
Yeah, that
field?
ball is roped. It's going to roll up against the wall. It's going to be a leadoff double for Corey Seager. So Weens, the momentum carrying over a bit from the 3rd to the 4th inning as he's got a runner in scoring position, nobody out, and Craig Biggio at the plate.
Yeah, I want to see him if he gets in the way pitch with Biggio. That's a dot of a sinker.
My goodness.
I want to see if he hits this ball to right field. He's had a tough time keeping it to the right side of the field. That's going to be grounded to short, though. So yet again, Craig Biggio is going to be the first out of the inning.
Back to the top of the order we go. Willie Mays digs in against Halladay with 1 down here in the top of the 4th. 9-inning game, legend difficulty. Game number 1 of a best of 3.
Yeah, last at bat, he had an opposite field homer on an away cutter. I'm interested to see if Wilsey goes to that again. Maybe tries to throw him a bit more inside this at bat, or maybe hit him with that splitter away. There's the splitter away. Lo and behold.
Yeah, good
makes
call by you.
Makes it a 2-1 count.
Yeah, he fouls it off. It's 2-1. And that one is also sent the other way and also foul. 6 runs for Weens in inning number 3. Looking to draw even closer. Sends that one to second base. Jackie Robinson fields and fires. The runner will advance to 3rd, but there's 2 away.
I like that sequence a lot from Wilsey there. He was getting his eyes outside. A lot of time these players take a guess on that next pitch. I was honestly guessing he'd go like inside sinker on the hands after an away cutter. Instead, he doubles down, goes away cutter just outside the zone.
Oh, perfect, perfect. It's now a 2-run game. Babe Ruth, 107 off the bat. And it's now a 10-8 game.
Yeah, couldn't even let me finish my sentence there. Great swing on an away four-seam there. And yeah, Weens is just crawling back. He's putting up some great swings. And another one.
Back-to-back jacks. It's 10-9. Weens has nearly come all the way back. He has scored 9 unanswered runs. It's a 1-run game here in game number 1.
Yeah, you got to take Halladay out at this point. 64 pitches. He's reading him well at this point. You got to at least give him a different look out of the bullpen here.
So it looks like that's going to be all for Roy Halladay, and we will see Raisel Iglesias come out of the bullpen. I like this card a lot. What do you make of the move?
I like it. I mean, he seems to be the first reliever these guys, or one of the first couple relievers these guys are going to. I'm expecting to see some big 99 overalls later on. And Iglesias is pretty nice. He's got a pretty fast changeup, which catches some players off guard. Kind of sits at around 90 miles an hour. But yeah, he's definitely someone that you definitely like to see first because he only has 4 pitches. And you probably won't see him too long for both these guys this game.
Well, it wasn't too long ago that there was talk in the chat of maybe Weens should just kind of wave the white flag here in game 1 after falling behind 10-0. Instead, all he has done has scored 10 unanswered runs. And is this a 10th? It is. This game is tied. Brand new game 1.
Unreal.
Wow.
It's crazy how the second that Wilsey had a scoreless inning, he got himself right back into this game. So even though it was huge that Weens has fought himself back in this game, you still got to keep that foot on the gas and try to find a way to take a lead here.
I can tell you that coming into this event, coming into today, Wilsey had over, I'm looking at the numbers here, Wilsey had 2,920 home runs. Weens, he had over 2,500 home runs. But that's going to retire the side, and we go through the bottom of the 4th, and we've got a brand new game knotted up at 10 as Chipper Jones will face Paul O'Neill.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up an interesting point because a lot of these players are playing a lot of games, but someone like Weens has just been, at this point, a veteran, funny enough to say, in this game. And at this point, in these high-level tournaments, sometimes just that previous experience is all you need.
Yeah.
And you don't need to play as much as the next guy to get into the final 8 and the final 4. And Weens has been doing it for a long time.
Well, Wilsey led by 10. It's now tied. In the business, we call that a Seattle Mariners. As Chipper Jones grounds out for out number 1. Shout out to all you Mariner fans out there. Hashtag see us rise. Oh, and that's rising and going and gone. Hank Aaron, a 2-run homer. And just like that, Wilsey back on top.
I am loving seeing Hank Aaron do that. I have been a big fan of his cards over the last couple years, and he has an opportunity to shine here in season 3, and he's been doing damage for both sides here today.
So it's 11-10. Oh, and now Corey Seager gets plunked. That'll put a runner at first for Fernando Tatis Jr., who's 2 for 2. He has singled and he has homered, and it looks like Weens is going to make, well, at least consider. I'm sure he was in the pause menu looking at what his bullpen options were. This is already the 4th pitcher he has used as Paul O'Neill drives a strike in there. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tough that you burn that bullpen so soon.
But the runner at first will remain there, and it's 2-1.
You kind of got to extend Paul O'Neill here against one of Wilsey's best hitters, Fernando Tatis Jr. But he works the 3-2 count here.
Payoff pitch from O'Neill. There goes the runner, and we'll do it again. Another payoff pitch. Fly ball. Right field. Hank Aaron is there, and there's 2 away.
Big out to get there. Tatis has been someone I've talked about a bit. He's been like an MVP for Wilsey in this circuit season this year. But a big out to get. Now you have 2 outs and potentially another low-scoring inning for Wilsey.
Yeah, 1 run already in. And I don't think any more are coming in because that's going to retire the side. 1 run does come across in the form of a Hank Aaron home run as Wilsey back on top 11-10. Second inning of work for Raisel Iglesias. 6, 7, and 8 due up here for Weens in the top of the 5th. Posada, Robinson, and Seager due up here in the 5th. Oh, man, the quickness, the power, all on display. Weens has found the power stroke. We're tied again.
He's done a great job of adjusting this game. He has crushed those 4-seam fastballs right on the black of the plate. And it's a tie game, and we talk about momentum a lot in these esports tournaments. All of it is on Weens' side here.
Well, that's a big out, number 1. Here's Corey Seager. He steps in. He's 2 for 2. He is singled and doubled. I mentioned that one of our 8 competitors that are still competing in this quarterfinals, one of our players has acquired the 50-50 Shohei Ohtani card. Not going to spoil it.
Yeah. I'd love to talk to these guys about it when we interview our winners, because I would love to see if they did sit down and grind it, or did they just want to take a break yesterday because they knew they had to play a lot today. Great sinker.
Yeah, good
Gets
pitch.
a strikeout to make it 2 outs.
Yeah, as Riley Green, third pitcher of the day for Wilsey in this game 1. He comes on in relief of Raisel Iglesias, and there's 2 down. Craig Biggio 0 for 2. Spits on that. It's 2-1. Craig Biggio in particular and Hank Aaron, those 2 cards, very dangerous going the other way.
There it is.
And there we go. I think it's almost I think with those 2 cards, if you can, got to try to bust them inside, because they are excellent at going the other way. There's a 2-out knock for Biggio, his first of the day. And then we go back to the top of the order in Willie Mays. Wow, what a pitch.
Yeah, those 2 are tough to pitch to. Willie Mays, almost in a similar light, takes the ball the other way well. They're tough to pitch inside, because if players know you're going to pitch inside to them, then you dial up for the velocity and you can square it up. However, you know, Biggio is one of those guys that if you throw any mistake over the outer third, he takes it to right field very well. That's going to be a chopper, though, and that's going to end our inning, and we still have an 11-11 ball game here through 4.5.
Yeah, 1 run come across on the Posada home run, and once again we're tied, and that'll bring up Kyle Schwarber as Wilsey bats here in the bottom of the 5th. Schwarber, Clemente, Jackie Robinson due up here in this 5th inning. Paul O'Neill on for his 2nd inning of work.
Yeah,
no, I believe this is his 3rd inning of work.
Yeah, he's done a good job of keeping Weens in this game here.
But
even
the energy status bar is in the yellow as Kyle Schwarber lines out to center field, and quickly there's 1 down.
Yeah, that's probably the big out he wanted to get. Probably go to a reliever now. Wanted to get that lefty out.
So
yep,
a
and
really good
comes
job
Wade
by
Boggs.
Paul O'Neill as he held the deficit and really kept this game from staying within striking range here for Weens. So Wade Boggs, another out of position card on the mound, facing Roberto Clemente, who's 2 for 2.
Ball, that's in.
Yeah, that sinker circle change mix probably being the big 2 pitches that he has. He has a cutter as well, but that's driven to right field by Roberto Clemente. And Wilsey's going to take a lead yet again here in the bottom of the 5th.
Clemente 3 for 3. Wilsey back on top. It's 12-11. That'll bring up Jackie Robinson. 1 for 3.
Yeah, and Clemente, another one of those guys. He hits that ball to right field pretty well. I'm pretty sure he also gets the push hitter tendency on his card as well. So one of those guys that will always hit the ball very well to right field. And I feel we've seen a lot of those opposite field homers here in this game so far.
This is game 1 of our first quarterfinal series of the day. 2 more tomorrow. Semifinals will be on Saturday, and then we crown a champion on Sunday, a week from Sunday. So we're going to crown a champion over the course of the next 2 weekends. That championship series, that will be a best of 5. This quarterfinal series, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner, is a best of 3. Here's Babe Ruth. Early on that season.
Yeah, there's that $51,000 prize pool as well. I saw that prize pool. I was so shocked to see it earlier in the year. Crazy money.
This one's going to be shallow right field. Caught by the right fielder, Hank Aaron, and that retires the side. But not before Wilsey strikes again. He has the lead again. It's 12-11. We go to the top of the 6th. Heart of the order due up here for Weens. Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and Chipper Jones.
This is a big at bat here, too. Babe Ruth is 3 for 3 this game. If you can get him out, you might be able to keep Weens to a low-scoring inning, but thing with Babe Ruth, like we've talked about a bit, he does damage lefty-lefty. Good take on an up-and-away cutter just outside of the zone. Keeps it a 2-2 count.
Well, Weens has said that the Hall of Fame Babe Ruth is his favorite card to use, and that's one of the reasons why. Into the corner, and it's a leadoff double here for Weens to start the 6th inning.
And a great job of sitting back a little bit more after being really early on an up and away cutter there. So a great swing from Babe Ruth to give him a leadoff runner. And then here comes Hank Aaron, who already is a double and a homer here today.
Yeah, Hank Aaron is 2 for 3. He will face a new pitcher, Jose Trevino. The out of position right-hander card.
Yep, Jose Trevino. Got that, I'm trying to remember who he pitches like. Oh, Justin Topa, a favorite BR card over the last couple of years. So if you like that motion, you may want to keep in mind that Justin Topa might be a pitcher that you want to draft in Battle Royale drafts.
Well, he's ahead on Hank Aaron, 1 and 2, who's 2 for 3, including a homer, and looks like another home run. For the first time in game 1, Weens has a lead. It's 13-12. He has outscored Wilsey 13-2. Wilsey at one time led 10-0. He's now down 13-12.
What a turn of events here in this first game. And I think the key as we're getting to these later part of the later innings of this game is to see who can put up that big inning. Both these guys have put up 1, 2, maybe 3 runs in an inning over these last few. Who's going to be the one to finally break through again offensively?
Ernie Banks looking to break through. He's 0 for 3. Looks at a strike. It's 1-1. Sends that one foul, and he's down in the count 1-2.
Yeah, sticking away in those last 2 pitches, going away again, but that's slapped to right field. No play at first, and that's going to be a single for Ernie.
So Weens, a 2021 MLB The Show Dynasty Invitational champion, looking for another title here. Got a lot of work to do. This is just game 1 of a quarterfinal series. And that ball is roped, but foul.
Ooh.
That could have been trouble, but Posada got a little out in front.
I thought he golfed that out of here.
Here's the 2-1. That misses, and it's a hitter's count for Posada. As Wilsey's got to be very careful here. Good timing, but the PCI a little bit low, and that's going to be caught by the center fielder, Fernando Tatis, and there's 2 down.
And I think what Weens has done very well this game, in the beginning part of the game, he was really struggling with those away fastballs and cutters and those righty-righty at-bats. But he has done a lot of his damage over the last 4 innings on those pitches. I'm interested to see if Wilsey makes any sort of adjustments and starts going to other pitches. That's going to be down the line by Jackie.
A 2-out single for Jackie Robinson as Chipper Jones went diving after it but couldn't make the play. Now Wilsey enters the quick menu, might be checking out his bullpen as Jose Trevino in some trouble here with 2 down and dealing with the left-hander Corey Seager. But Trevino is out and Charlie Blackmon is in. This is a very good out-of-position player card.
Yup. He's got that Josh Hader pitching motion, funky pitching motion.
Yeah.
He's got that sinker cutter mix. And a big at bat here because one swing could actually give Weens a big lead. That's driven to deep left field. Doesn't have the legs.
It's going to be over the head of the left fielder, Roberto Clemente. A run comes across. In fact, 2 runs come across. It's now 15-12.
Beautiful swing. Seager, another one of those guys like Babe Ruth where you feel really confident in lefty at bats, and yet again Weens hits the ball the other way, does some big damage, and now he has a 3-run lead.
Here's Craig Biggio. He's 1 for 3. Head in the count, 2-1. That one is sent foul. Wilsey a strike away from getting out of this inning.
There it is. I was going to say, you got to throw something inside here. He's been doing damage to those away pitches. And he makes the realization, maybe a little too late, is now he's down 3 heading into the bottom of the 6th.
All right, so in the home half of the 6th, it'll be Chipper Jones leading things off for Wilsey, 3, 4, and 5. Jones, Hank Aaron, and Corey Seager facing Wade Boggs.
Nope.
Jones.
Yeah, we just had a lot
low.
of momentum. He's had a lot of momentum on the mound, pitching very well with his bullpen over these last few innings, only keeping Wilsey to 2 runs ever since those first couple innings. So I'm interested to see if Wilsey makes any adjustments. That's driven to deep right field.
Wilsey. Chipper Jones. Solo homer to start the 6th. Cuts the lead to 2.
And there you go. 15-13 game. Like to see that out of your leadoff guy in the inning. You'd love to see Hank Aaron do something here too. Already 2 for 2 this game.
That ball is sent the other way. That's going to split the defense. Hank Aaron looking at a double. Is he going to go 3? No. All right, I saw that there was looked like the center fielder.
Yep. He just froze out there.
Yeah, the center fielder,
up.
Willie Mays. I didn't know if Weens may have been baiting Wilsey or maybe trolling him a little
I'll
bit.
tell you what, if I were running and this was a ranked game, I'm probably going to 3rd when I see him standing still.
Yeah.
Is it smart? Probably not, but I am definitely doing it.
That's a ball.
All right, so Weens, will bring in another reliever, Jose Trevino, to face Corey Seager. That's a strike at the knees. It's 1-1. Seager 1 for 2.
Another big at bat for Corey Seager, this time for Wilsey. One swing could tie his game right back up, and you need to keep up with Weens with how he's hitting. We kind of talked about it earlier, how Weens needs to keep up with Wilsey offensively. Now, Wilsey definitely needs to do so with Weens because he's had all that momentum, and that's crushed.
Oh, that's in the nitro zone. Jose Trevino tried to go down and in, and Corey Seager made him pay. And we're tied. What's up, Coach?
518-foot tank.
On Legend. Oh, misplayed by the shortstop, Ernie Banks. Bobble there cost him. That's an E6. And Tatis is aboard at first base. Here's Jorge Posada. He's 0 for 3, but not anymore. Past the diving Ernie Banks. Willie Mays can't cut it off. Tatis will score. It's an RBI double, and it's now a 16-15 game.
And it's so huge that Wilsey's the home team here as it gets to these later parts of the game. When you have these crazy back and forth scenarios, that home team really gets that big advantage. So a big inning here to not only tie it back up, but take a lead here. And he's still got nobody out. And he can swing that offensive momentum all the way back his way with a good inning here.
And remember, this is game one. This looks like this has game 3 written all over it.
It does. Both these players are amongst the best hitters of all of these players in the game. And I mean, the offense is like, after his first couple innings, it's been fireworks for the rest of this game. And I'm expecting that to kind of keep going forward.
Yeah, Wilsey over the course of the year slugging over 1,300. He's got he's got an average of 512. Weens, his slug is over 1,200 as well. He's batting .483 over the course of the game and here in 2024. Just remarkable stuff.
And you got to remember, a large majority of their games are on legend against other very good players too, which it's just unreal how they can hit like that.
Well, Kyle Schwarber has jumped ahead in the count 3-0 against Manny Machado. Another pitching change here for Weens.
Nope, that's inside. Ball 4.
And he has walked Kyle Schwarber. First and second, still nobody out. And Roberto Clemente steps in, who's 3 for 3, including a home run. Ooh, he was all over that very early. Exit velo of 109. Ooh, cutter in for a strike.
2 strikes.
It's 1-2.
Ball 2.
Tried to get him a chase, but it evens the count at 2-2.
Yeah, that's going to be the key pitch, those away cutters.
Instead, that cutter is going away. A long way. Clemente, 4 for 4. This one is a 3-run homer. It's 19-15. Here in the bottom of the 6th.
Big swing out of Roberto Clemente there. And I think the key was that up and away cutter that he took. That's been a pitch that both guys have kind of bit at a bit this game. He takes that up and away cutter, gets a good pitch down and in and crushes it. Now at 19-15 game, there's still nobody out here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Still nobody out as Babe Ruth is looming on deck. And that ball is driven to left field. Forget about it. Jackie Robinson. Wilsey is at 20. It's a 6th inning explosion here at Laughing Mountain.
And this is where the bullpen really hurts if you're Weens. You fall back into this game, you burn some relievers just to stay in it, and you kind of got to go to Machado and maybe try to extend him a bit just so you only have so many options left. And Machado doesn't even get an out here in the 6th.
So a left on left here. Charlie Blackmon comes out of the pen to face Babe Ruth, who's 2 for 4. Front door cutter in for a strike. It evens the count at 2-2. Remember, guys, drops are on as there's a strikeout there for out number 1. Drops are on. Make sure your accounts are connected. I'm at 51%. I don't know about you.
I actually don't know if I have any progress right now. I'm going to double check that.
Come on, Scan.
Make sure that I'm good to go.
Come on, Scan. Look alive here. Ooh, cutter at the knees. Pours in, and it's 2-1. Chipper Jones 2 for 4.
Yeah, that Charlie Blackmon changeup is tough. It is just a very slow and floaty pitch. And for these players who are really dialed up for the velo, it is so tough to sit back on that.
Fly ball. Center field. Willie Mays makes the catch, and there's 2 down. That'll bring up Hank Aaron. He's already 3 for 3 with a couple of homers. Game 1 of a best of 3. We are in the quarterfinals today and tomorrow. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. Man. Another opposite field bomb. Hank Aaron. It's the Hank Aaron mixtape. And it's 21-15.
He's 4 for 4 in this game, too. What a showing from Hammer and Hank.
And Corey Seager leans into one. Wilsey putting on a clinic. Back-to-back home runs. It's 22-6. Hey, now there is 2 down here, Scan. But if he scores 3 more times, I think this one might be over.
Yeah, you definitely need to get this out now and very soon if you're Weens. He already made one crazy comeback. It's tough to make 2, and especially with the mercy of play here, I mean, you literally have to get out of this inning here.
Eric Menz in the chat took the words right out of my mouth when he says, "This is outrageous." I totally agree with you. It is absolutely outrageous what these 2 guys are putting on.
It is. It is unreal to hit this well so consistently. As that's driven to left field by Tatis and make that 23-15.
So now this game is 2 runs away from being called. And another reliever comes out. It's the 99 Mariano Rivera. I'm sure, Scan, that Weens didn't want to use this card, but instead Posada greets his former battery mate with another home run. It's 24-15, 1 away from the mercy rule.
Yeah, this is definitely not a situation you expected Mo to be coming in. You expect him to be your late inning, save the game type guy. And instead, he's a late inning, save the game guy by saving him from a mercy rule.
As Kyle Schwarber tried to check his swing, he's down in the count 1-2. That one, ooh, he's all over it. 109 off the bat, but well foul. Another 1-2 from Rivera. Tried to go back in there, this time with a slider. Count even at 2-2. Schwarber is the winning run here in this game 1. Roberto Clemente on deck, full count, and good eye by Schwarber. So now the winning run is at first base. And that'll bring up the red-hot Roberto Clemente, who's 4 for 4.
Some of those takes are just not human. Great pitches right near the zone that he just spits on. And that's what Wilsey does when he's in his bag. When he's going, he is so difficult to pitch to.
Here's the 2-1. And again, Rivera falls behind. Hitters count for Clemente. The 3-1. Grounded to short. This is going to get him out of the inning. So Weens staves off game 1 elimination, but he could not contain Wilsey in the 6th inning. New score through 6, 24-15.
And I believe he was down a couple heading into this inning, if I remember correctly. So that was over a 10-run inning from him at the plate there.
Now, Frosty is saying that in the chat that Frosty is one of our other competitors, is part of our field of 8 this weekend. He said Wilsey hasn't played in a month. Is that true? I mean, that can't be true, Frosty. That can't be true, is it?
I mean,
if that's true, if that's true, I'm unplugging my PlayStation and just never playing the game again, because that is ridiculous. As Willie Mays lifts one to right center field, drifting over is the center fielder Tatis, and he will make the catch, and there's one away.
Yeah, I personally don't know what he's been up to the last month, but he did have a pretty low batting average, that Corey Seager card, which typically tells me that they just added them to his team and just started using them. So no idea.
Yeah, what
that actually means is that's going to be
a 2
down.
down. Brenton, how are you? Cafe Loves BR, how are you? Popular JoJo, who was a part of this event, how are you? Good to see you. Glad to see you guys in the chat. So Mariano Rivera comes on, new pitcher, facing the dangerous Hank Aaron. And again, that's the nitro zone for me, for Hank Aaron.
Yeah.
Down and away, I think you do him a favor.
Yeah, and he goes to Mo just to try to keep this here. He smells the mercy opportunity. He smells the blood in the water. So he's trying to keep this at a 24-15 game. So all he needs to do is score 1 and get that mercy rule game 1 win.
Here's the 1-2. Climbs the ladder, but Aaron spits on it, and the count even at 2-2. Fly ball, center field. Tatis is there, and we go to the bottom of the 7th. 7th inning stretch time. Wilsey, a run away from closing out game 1. So Mariano Rivera is on for Weems as he tries to stave off elimination in the mercy roll here in game one. Top of the order,
1-1.
Robinson, Ruth, and Chipper Jones due up here in the home half of the seventh.
Outside, that's a ball.
Yeah, talk about a tough position to be in. You know, Wilsey just put up a big inning against you. You only can give up, you can't even give up any runs to stay alive in his game.
3 balls.
So you got to tread very carefully here, especially with the top of the order leading off here.
Payoff pitch. And we'll do it again. The 3-2 from Mo. Perfect down the line. Past the diving Chipper Jones. Jackie Robinson will dig it out of the corner, but not before his counterpart has a leadoff double here in the home half of the seventh. Winning run at second with good speed, and here's Babe Ruth.
Babe's done it all for both sides. Even though he hasn't hit home runs every at bat, he has just gotten on base, gotten some singles over the infield. So exactly the guy you want up here with a runner on second with nobody out.
Ball, that's in.
And that misses inside to even up the count at 2-2. What if Wilsey just trolled us and laid down a bunt? No worries about that. That's a 2-run homer for Babe Ruth, and this game is over. Wilsey takes game one by the final of 26-15. So he now puts himself one win away from next weekend's semifinals. Scan, that was an impressive performance by both. I give Weems credit for falling behind 10-0, but only to take the lead. But it was just too much Wilsey there ultimately. Both of these guys offensively just put on a clinic.
Absolutely. Both these guys showed how good of hitters they are and how they got to this point. Wilsey took a 10-0 lead in just the first 2 innings, and then Weems responded to tie it right back up after 2 innings of his own. But yet again, Wilsey was just one step ahead, comes back down a couple and puts up another basically 10 runs, makes it into mercy territory just as we get to the 7th inning, and ran away with the game when he needed to.
Now in game number 2, Scan, Weems will be the home team. What adjustments do you think he's going to make or might consider going into game 2? It's a must-win game or otherwise this series is over.
I think the key for Weems is just getting going offensively right away. Took a couple innings to get warmed up there. Eventually made the adjustments that he needed to Wilsey, and then he got himself right back into the game. But yet again, right as he got himself back into it, Wilsey adjusted and got his own big inning. So for me, I want to see if Weems can get going offensively in that first and second inning, because one thing that Wilsey does when he's on his game and he ambushes you, and since he's the away team, it's sometimes almost an advantage to get up first and then score a lot of runs in that top of the first when you get the chance. So he's going to need to keep up with him potentially if Wilsey has this momentum still. Well,
remember, Weems, as you mentioned, fell behind early, big, ultimately came back, ultimately took the lead. But yeah, you don't want to put yourself in that position, especially in a game, in a must-win game too. So the players are getting their lineup set. We are going to take a quick timeout. Stick around because game 2 of this quarterfinal series, best of 3, is coming up next. Stay with us.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go!
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo taking down a trio.
Let's create moments from the games you love.
He'll take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation.
PlayStation tournaments are on PS5. Featuring MLB The Show 24. Challenge more players. and find more ways to win. Get ready to compete on a global stage with new and exciting daily tournaments, all at the press of a button. So whether you're a seasoned competitor or just starting, come for the challenge and leave with glory and incredible prizes. It's time to join the competition. Sign up now on PS5.
プレイステーション
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your intergalactic party bus to Team Affinity Season 3. Imagine a world where position players are pitchers, pitchers are hitting bombs, and legends are rewriting baseball history. It's because we're heading out of this world with the Out of Position series. But don't worry, we're bringing the bus back to reality for Roberto Clemente Day. Clemente all day, baby. And buckle up, Buttercups, we have a couple more stops to make. I left my hat in the other dimension.
Rated E for everyone.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Finds the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
Gaming is defined by...
Welcome back alongside Scan. I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. We're awaiting game 2 of the quarterfinal series between Wilsey and Weens. Wilsey leading this best of 3. 1-0 after he run-ruled Weens. So game 2 just right around the corner. We're going to talk about the two players and what we're looking for in game 2. But a reminder, Scan, as you know, season 3 of MLB The Show is up and running. A lot of good cards out there, including the 99 Corbin Carroll. But Scan, I just grinded for the Corbin Carroll, got it done earlier this week. And then they dropped the 50-50 Shohei Ohtani card on me?
Yup.
I got a job, man.
I'm with you. I just got Corbin Carroll, too. I also just got that Hank Aaron, so I'm excited to use those. But I also got to get that new Ohtani because that card is one of the best-looking cards I've ever seen in MLB The Show. So I need to get my butt on the game here this weekend and make sure I get that, too.
Yeah. 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. So grind for the game, grind for those cards. Or you can use what I think is the best card in every game. That's the credit card, Scan. Don't ever forget. All right, here to come. Shout out to those of you with the credit cards. Here we go. Game 2 of our semifinal series between Wilsey and Weens. We're about to get underway. Weens in a game he has to have. What are you looking for here in game 2?
I'm interested to see if he gets going offensively right away. He did have some good innings on the mound, Weens did, to kind of stave off Wilsey for a few innings, but I don't know. Yeah. Wilsey's had everything going offensively. He's going to jump on him offensively if he is still hitting as well as he did. So I'm interested to see if Weens just keeps the bats going and at least keep up with Wilsey in the early part of this game here.
Well, Weens is going to be the home team. He started Roy Halladay. In fact, both players started Roy Halladay in game 1, but because per the rules, you can't use the same starting pitcher in back-to-back games. So we have a different starting pitcher for Weens, and it's the out-of-position card, Todd Helton. It's got that Andy Pettitte windup, facing off against Wilsey, top of the order, and Jackie Robinson. And just like that, Wilsey is picking up right where he left off. Leadoff homer to start game 2 from Jackie Robinson.
Yep, that is this is what he does. You got to try to find a way to minimize that, though. If you can just keep Wilsey to a couple runs and then get a couple of your own in the bottom of the first if you're Weens, you can stay in this game. But Wilsey is so tough in these scenarios when he hops into a game as the road team. It's sometimes almost an advantage to jump off offensively.
Ruth, the 2-hole hitter, lazy fly ball left field, and that's a big out number 1. Jimbo Jr. in the chat. Not Nico. Bray 286038. Okay. Are you sure that's not a bot? Kidding, Bray. Kidding. I'm kidding, Bray.
He's just joking.
Come on. Relax. Okay, that'll bring up Chipper Jones. 1 away here. 1 run already in the top of the first in game 2.
Yeah, and when you know Wilsey's clicking offensively, he's so difficult to pitch to. You try to nibble around the zone, maybe see if you can get him to bite, but he's just spitting on all of these pitches. Now it's a 3-1 count, and that's crushed by Chipper Jones. The deep right center field. 2-0.
Wilsey off to a big start in game 2. 2 solo homers here off Todd Helton. Now, clearly, Scan, I'm stating the obvious. In a game that Weens has to have, this Todd Helton card cannot have a long leash.
Yeah, it's tough because you had to burn through your bullpen a lot last game just to stay in it. And now, do you really want to go right back to those guys again? I'm not really sure. I mean, if you could just get even 3 innings out of Helton here, you would take that if you're Weens. But looking pretty difficult here in just the first.
Yeah, that one's sent foul. By the way, in game 1, which Wilsey won in a mercy rule, he scored 12 runs in the 6th inning alone, Scan, on Legend.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. He was just firing on all cylinders there. There was like a point in that middle part of the game. He had a couple scoreless innings, and then it just all clicked in the same
diving stop
inning.
by Chipper Jones. Gets up, throws, got him in time.
Hey, you'll take that. You get that ground ball. You'd love for that to be an out, and Chipper Jones helps you out a bit. And now you have a lefty at bat here to potentially end this top of the first. But we talked about it with Babe Ruth and Seager before. Seager does damage versus lefty, so you got to be careful what you throw here.
Yeah, this is the Corey Seager Silver Slugger card. As he looks at a strike at the knees, it's 1-2.
I wonder what pitch he goes to.
You know what, Scan? This is a big inning for Weens here.
Yes.
You give up two bombs, but they're solo homers. You're down 2-0, but I feel like that's a win. He's got to feel like that's a win, as he's going to start off with Willie Mays here to lead off here in the home half of the first.
Yeah, for us regular MLB The Show players who aren't these guys, a 2-run first inning would be pretty demoralizing. But in the speak of these competitive players, and especially playing Wilsey, a 2-run first inning isn't bad. You could easily score 2 of your own. All you need is 2 homers, and you tie us right back up. So if you're Weens, you'd love to do more. You'd love to give yourself that lead and kind of do what Wilsey did to you in game 1 and try to take that big early lead.
Mays, Ruth, and Hank Aaron due up here in the bottom of the first for Weens. As you notice in the lower right-hand corner, as he got inside the kitchen of Willie Mays, and that's going to stay in the infield, and that's out number 1. As you can see in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, you see that Wilsey, there's a white box next to his name. That indicates that he's won game 1 of this series. So if you're ever have to jump into the middle of a series, or you have to step away, you can always look at the right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, to tell you the players and the status of the series. Also, upper left-hand corner indicates what game you're watching. So Babe Ruth ahead in the count, 2-1.
In that last game we saw with Weens, it took him a couple innings to warm up the bats. He was kind of biting outside of the zone at those sinkers and cutters, but doing a good job of being patient in this at bat, making it a 3-1 count. And there's that away cutter that he was a little off on to start off game 1, and that at bat, or that swing, a little off from that away cutter, so a 3-2 count. Who now really early on that up and away cutter. Lucky to be a foul ball there, so another 3-2 pitch. And he's just staying alive here. Hasn't found the timing here, but still staying alive in this at bat versus Helen. So another 3-2 pitch.
And he got him. Out number 2 goes down via the strikeout, and that'll bring up Hank Aaron. Second consecutive game that both players have opted with the same starter. Helton versus Helton here, and Wilsey's Helton is going to get out of the first inning unscathed, 2-0 after 1, as we go to Fernando Tatis Jr.
Yeah, those scoreless innings are massive, so big for Wilsey there, as that's going to be swinging. A quick out here in the top of the second.
Here's Jorge Posada. Another first pitch swing. And another ground out. So quickly there are 2 down here as Kyle Schwarber will face Todd Helton.
And one thing these players are doing.
A pitch here, huh? No, wow.
No, he was swinging and had a down and away slider too. Very aggressive.
Line drive, right center field. Willie Mays is going to track it down, and a very quick and efficient inning for Weens. As we go to the bottom of the second, same score, 2-0. Wilsey on top in game 2.
And there's that 0 again. You'd love to get some if you're Weens here as a home team. At least tie his game back up here in a second. We talked about how Wilsey, when he's at his best, kind of can jump on you offensively, take some early leads.
Oh, Todd Helton. Look what I found.
Todd Helton showing that he's a fielder as well on his out of position card to be the first out of the inning.
That'll bring up Ernie Banks here as Weens tries to get something going here in the bottom of the second. Instead, that's going to be out number 2.
Yeah, just some aggressive swinging from both sides. Only 17 pitches from Helton here on the mound for Wilsey.
As Posada looks at a strike, it's 0-1.
And one thing these guys are doing well with Helton is, even though he's got that sinker and cutter, and you could throw basically those 2 pitches, they're mixing in that 4-seam a lot too. That touches up to 98 miles an hour. So you're getting some late swings and the higher velocity.
That's not a late swing. That's a perfect swing.
Oh, almost a play at first, but uninch the trailer, Posada.
Wow. That was way too close. That is that animation is nasty work there. That can
Yeah.
no. I'm
Especially
sorry.
the first baseman actually staying the cover is
no.
diabolical.
That can't happen. So Jackie Robinson digs in against Todd Helton with 2 down. Robinson representing the tying run very early here in game 2. And that is a foul ball.
Just misses that changeup. Great take
right
on
back
that
it,
sinker,
low and in.
though. Runner should be running here. 3-2, 2 outs.
Payoff pitch. Runner is off. Line drive. Center field. And going back is Tatis, and that retires the side. So we're through 2, and Wilsey leading in the game and in the series. Top of the 3rd. It's Roberto Clemente. He was huge, providing big-time production out of the bottom of the order in game 1. And he leans into that one. Fly ball, going back. Mays, track, wall, and he makes the catch. Wow.
What a play. What a swing, honestly. Didn't translate to the outcome that he probably wanted. And it just one of those games. We're off to a slow offensive start. It's games like this are always interesting because we both saw how good of hitters these guys are and how much they could score. It's almost like a ticking time bomb, and you're waiting for that one person to just have a couple hits that click their way.
Oh, that's out.
And we're only 2 runs here in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah, Helton is pitch count very low. And that is a bit of a surprise considering how this game started. 2 solo home runs for Wilsey in the top of the 1st, but so far, that's the only scoring. Here's the 2-2 to Robinson.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Just inside. Just misses. That'll run the count full. Payoff pitch from Helton. We'll do it again. Very early on the swing timing.
Oh,
And
what a
that
swing.
is out of here. Wilsey again. Wilsey, let me give you my login information. Wow. That is a bomb to make it 3-0.
Yeah,
Just kidding, folks. You never want to do that. You never,
that's
ever want to do
definitely not
that.
allowed.
That is not allowed.
But a beautiful adjustment very early on that inside sinker, like you said, but sat back perfectly in the wave 4 seam.
So it's 3-0. As Babe Ruth down on the count 1-2. 3 solo home runs. That's provided all the scoring for Wilsey here in this game 2. Remember, he's leading in the series as Babe Ruth can't check his swing, and that's out number 2.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of been keeping both these guys in the game. The check swings or the swings just outside of the zone, they haven't found that balance of aggression and being patient at the plate. But at least what Wilsey's done is he's capitalized on a couple mistakes and at least has this 3-0 lead here. But I don't expect that to remain that way the rest of this game.
Oh, what a jump throw from Ernie Banks. And that retires the side, but not before another home run. New score. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's 3-0 Wilsey as Weens will send up 8, 9, and 1. The Silver Slugger Corey Seager card, Craig Biggio, and then back to the top of the order, Willie Mays.
And we talked about it with Weens before, and we could talk about it here again. Corey Seager has, for a couple innings now, been kind of the fire starter to lead off an inning, and he's leading off another inning here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Yeah, Frosty, you guys are going to be so surprised when all of a sudden I'm a top 50 player in the world as Corey Seager gets Weens on the board.
There he
Solo
goes again.
home run cuts it to 3-1.
That's what you want to see if you're Weens. Just put up a couple good swings to stay in this game. And there's going to be a ground out by Craig Biggio, who has not really gotten it going too much for Weens here.
Yeah, he was relatively quiet in game 1, and we go back to the top of the order in Willie Mays. And that is base hit up the box. So a 1-out single for Willie Mays. That'll bring up Babe Ruth.
Big at bat here. Lefty at bat. totally expecting some down and away cutters, change-ups, anything to try to get that rollover ground ball. So can Weens sit back and hit it to left field?
Starts him with a slider that misses. It's 2-0. Tries to go outside again, and now it's a 3-0 count. You giving the green light here?
If he throws the right pitch, I would have swung at it, but absolutely understand not swinging, trying to be patient, try to get more of a pitch you're looking for. Ooh, up and away, cutter.
Yeah, he just missed that. Just late on the timing and a bit below on the PCI, so that's a big out number 2. And that'll bring up Hank Aaron.
Yeah, it's another one of those games, it feels like, where Weens is kind of warming up the swings in these first couple innings, just off on that up and away cutter. It seems like those higher pitches with this motion from Helton are kind of tougher to read. And it's worked for both sides so far here in the third.
Here's the 1-1. That's at the knees, and it's 1-2. Good to see you, Magic Mark 11. Thanks for being here. Grounded to short. This should end the inning. And it does. Weens gets on the board. Solo home run for Corey Seager. We've got a new score. We're through 3 innings here in game number 2. Wilsey batting and leading 3-1.
Yeah, we have a more normal looking baseball game going on here through 4. Not seeing football scores and touchdowns so far, but
well, Wilsey is going to have something to say about that, because he just went deep again. And it's Hank Aaron again. It's an opposite field home run again.
Yep, and that might just be the greatest commentator jinx of all time, because that could change really quickly. And both these players, like we saw, are capable of putting up 5-10 runs in innings. So I'm interested to see what Wilsey's got. That's a great first swing, and that's a great second swing by Corey Seager.
So the hits continue to pile up for Wilsey as Corey Seager's base hit brings up Fernando Tatis Jr., who's 0 for 1. Once again, Wilsey is at the plate. Weens out on the field. If Wilsey wins, this series is over. Fernando Tatis, deep fly ball, but it's caught by the left fielder Jackie Robinson, and Seager will have to scurry back.
Yeah, and Tatis hasn't really gotten it going for him. He does have a homer in that first game, but he's been a little bit cooler to start off today. If you were here for our summer circuit, Tatis was getting hits in every at bat. It was kind of insane, but he seems a bit human here today. But 2-1 count here for Jorge Posada, and that pitch count is starting to go up for Todd Helton here for Weens, up to 57 pitches here in the 4th.
And he's fallen behind here, 3-1, and he walks Posada, and that will bring up the dangerous Kyle Schwarber, who's 0 for 1. And as you said, Scan, the Todd Helton card, the pitch count nearing 60 here in the 4th.
Some great patience from Wilsey here.
Blue, where was that one?
Are we sure
misses.
Wilsey didn't slip a 20 in his pocket before this game? What a call.
That is a hard hit ball, but caught by Hank Aaron. That's a big out number 2. Good contact, 106 off the bat, but Hank Aaron was there to make the catch.
Yeah, it's a good cut, and now you're going to see Todd Helton get pulled, and in comes Raisel Iglesias again.
K. Sims in the chat. 2 Smooths 11 also is here. Thanks, guys, for checking us out on Twitch, and thanks to those of you watching on YouTube. You're watching Wilsey put on another hitting clinic. It's a 7-1 advantage here in game 2 as Roberto Clemente goes deep.
Roberto Clemente's just been doing damage for him. I'm really interested in what his numbers would look like between these first 2 games. He is putting up, honestly, like an Ohtani type performance so far today. He's had a lot of homers. He hasn't even gotten out at all, basically. One. That's another one for Jackie Robinson this time.
It's now 8-1. Now 2 down, 4th inning. Just like in game 1, Scan, we're flirting with mercy rule territory here early.
Absolutely, is that's also hit up the middle. And whenever you get close to those mercy rule territories, I talk about it every single time in these big tournaments. It's always so big to try to capitalize on those opportunities because any player is good enough to come back even down nearly 10, like we saw with Weens earlier. So
New
you're
pitcher,
getting close
Paul
to it.
O'Neill facing Chipper Jones. So basically, now there are 2 down. But if Wilsey can find a way to put 3 more runs on the board, I don't think this one's going to do it. This one doesn't quite have the distance. Chipper Jones flies out to end it, but not before Wilsey pads his lead. 8-1, home half of the 4th.
And now that kind of pressure ups a bit here in the 4th. If you're Weens, you kind of got to find at least a few more better swings this inning to stay in this ball game. That mercy rule kind of looming as Wilsey is crawling closer to it. So you got to stay alive and keep up with him like we saw earlier. So this is around the time where he found it in game 1. I'm interested to see if he can start to take the ball the other way, maybe square up some of the swings that he's just missed. That's driven down the line, just foul.
Well, he needs to find it in a hurry.
Yes.
I mean, quickly, because if he doesn't mount something of significance here in the home half, as Wilsey has shown, he's very difficult to pin down. So there is a real chance that if Weens doesn't add or doesn't put something of significance on the board here, Wilsey has a real chance to kind of put this game out of reach in the next half inning.
Yeah, and I think the key difference between these two is that Weens has kind of expanded that zone, chasing some low sinkers, just trying to fight them off, but they were never really in the zone. Key difference between these two, Wilsey just been a bit more patient, taking some tough pitches. Weens hasn't really felt that same level of comfort. That's a fastball up and in, and he's got an out.
Yeah, that fastball came in at 99. Kind of jammed him a little bit, and that's a big out, number 1. That'll bring up Ernie Banks.
Yeah, Weens just
Bottom
hasn't
4.
looked the most comfortable here. I just want to see if he can get that mistake in the zone, if he actually jumps on it.
That ball is in for a strike. It's 1-1. Went right back there. Nice double up of the fastball there, and it's 1-2.
Just missed that 4-seam, and that I think has been a difference for Weens here this game. Just some swings he's just missed that he was a little bit more on last game. Another one he just misses, hits it foul. So a 2-2 count here still.
He's been focusing on that same quadrant of the strike zone. This time he goes low and away, deep, and it is gone. Didn't quite know if it had the distance, but it did. And that's a solo home run for Ernie Banks, and it cuts the lead to 8-2.
Yeah, a little bit of a Laughing Mountain special there, but that just might be what Weens needs to get this offense going. Sometimes when a pitcher gets all that momentum, that confidence bar gets really big. If he can just tick that down a little bit, he might be able to fight himself right back into this game.
Here's Jorge Posada, the switch hitter, 1 for 1. That pours in for a strike, and the count is 2-1.
Good patience there. 3-1 count. I'm trying to get a read of what his approach is to play. He's likely to be a bit patient here. After hitting a home run, just misses an away sinker there. Makes it a full count here.
Payoff pitch. Posada drives one. Left field. This one stays in the yard. As Clemente is there, and there's 2 down.
Another
one
swing,
run
he had the time.
already in.
Just missed the PCI though, and he's got to find it here. 2 outs. He's put up 1. Worked the pitches a bit this inning, but Jackie Robinson's going to find that
another
one.
one because Jackie Robinson just smoked that one to right center field. It's an 8-3 game.
So he's gotten the solo homers every so often here. I want to see if he can get some runners on base, try to really chip away at that lead. This is an interesting call here. Is Wilsey going to keep in Helton? Seems like he's going to at least ponder it. If I'm him, I'm totally keeping in Todd Helton here. Try to ride him as long as you can into this game, so you have all the bullpen options in the world. And honestly, he hasn't been on him too much here through these first 4.
Nike boys, it is 8-3 Wilsey here. Wilsey is the visiting team. Pitching to Weens. And Corey Seager. Todd Helton about to throw his 64th pitch. As Seager lifts that one foul. And it's 1-2.
Seager yet again has been that guy who kind of got the offense going for Weens. He already has a homer that's driven to right field, and that's going to be fair. That should be it's going to be only a single.
Yeah, it's going to be a long single. That ball was hit just a bit too hard, which sounds counterintuitive, but it was one of the factors that kept Seager at first base, and now it'll bring up Craig Biggio. And as you mentioned it, Scan, Weens has not really had much production from Craig Biggio so far through the first game and a half.
Absolutely. I think he needs to get it going here, especially right now. 2 outs, down 5, opportunity to chip away at this lead, and now you got a new pitcher in, so really an opportunity to try to get some early runs. But now he's down 1-2.
Yeah, Mark McGwire is the new card. What pitching motion does this out of position card have?
He's actually an interesting one. If I remember correctly.
Is this a Trevor Hoffman pitching motion?
I don't think so. I think it's Rob Nen.
Rob Nen.
Oh,
yep, good call. And that is a dirty, dirty pitch to end the inning. 2 runs come across, but now Wilsey has a chance to add to his lead and put real pressure on Weens.
Yeah, I like the move actually too. Go to the Mark McGwire. He is a lot like Rob Nen, that he's got a fast slider, and that's his best pitch for sure. And that's a pitch that gets him out of that inning. Paul O'Neill has done a good job for Weens and keeping him in these games. So definitely hoping for that again here in the second game in a row.
Here's the 2-2. Golfs that one to left field. Going back is the left fielder, Jackie Robinson. And that's out number 1. Here's Corey Seager. Dealing with the left-handed reliever, Paul O'Neill. Seager is 1 for 2. That pours in for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, there's that front door cutter. I think I want to see Weens go to that a little bit more here this game. Hasn't really gone to it much. You could get someone every so often with that great down-away slurve. You see that PCI shrinks really small, and that's going to be a fly out here. Make it 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
So a potential shutdown inning here for Weens is 2 down. Here in the top of the 5th, here's Fernando Tatis Jr. He's early on that one, and he's down in the count 0-2. Big moment here. Misses inside. It's 1-2. You get a shutdown inning, maybe you tack on, and then suddenly we've got a new game.
Yeah,
more importantly, you stay away from mercy rule.
Yeah, like we saw in game 1, Paul O'Neill kind of enters his game. If you can kind of find a way to stall Wilsey's offense, then you're giving yourself a chance to fight back into it. And he's 1 pitch away potentially from having that happen here in the top of the 5th.
Wilsey has clawed back to make it a full count, and that is a perfect line out. That makes you want to throw your controller right there, but Wilsey does still have an 8-3 lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Top of the order for Weens, Mays, Ruth, and Aaron. Due up here in the home half of the 5th. As Mark McGwire works his 2nd inning of work.
Yeah, we haven't really seen him at all. That's a beautiful 4-seam right on the corner.
That is nice.
Wilsey has just done a heck of a job painting the corners with his pitching here. But still behind 3-1 in this at bat. You got to be careful to Willie Mays. So he's going to walk him. And here we go. Babe Ruth. Weens his guy up with a chance to chip away.
Coming into this series, Wilsey, through the life of the MLB The Show 2024 game, had an ERA of over almost 10.5. Now, clearly, there's some context that needs to be applied there.
Yes.
These games tend to be high scoring. He does play against elite competition, so those numbers are somewhat inflated.
Yeah, when you're playing top players all the time who are playing at hitter-friendly parks like Laughing Mountain, Shield Woods, and so on, you're going to give up a lot of runs no matter what. Is that's a walk? So 2 walks here for Weens at the plate, and Cameron Hank up with a chance to really make this a ball game. 10 balls thrown from Mark McGwire.
All right, so a chance for Weens to get really back into this game, similar to what he did in game 1. Remember, he was down 10-0. Eventually came back to tie and take the lead before Wilsey ended up really putting the offense into overdrive and securing a mercy rule win in game 1.
And I want to make a call back to what Frosty said earlier, how Wilsey hasn't played the most over the last month. It seems like this is one of his first times using this Mark McGwire, looking at the stats. So he's going to quickly pull him after not finding the zone, and in comes Manny Machado. Try to hopefully stall this rally from Weens.
What do you think of this Machado card?
He's interesting. I found out he pitches like Amir Garrett, apparently, which is an interesting choice of motion. I haven't used him the most, but I think the key in this situation is that away cutter. Can he throw that just outside his zone, get that rollover grounder, or is Weens going to sit back like that and try to hit it out of here to right field with Hammer and Hank?
Tread lightly, pitching in that area against this card.
Great take on a down and away cutter there, makes it a full count. He's going to take his pause, as the comp players would like to call this a Kreiner pause, because it's something he notably does. Just pause, almost your equivalent of stepping out of the box, calling time at the plate here in the 3-2 count.
Payoff pitch, Hank Aaron drives one, right center field, going back, and at the wall, it is out of here. 3-run homer. Despite the valiant effort from Fernando Tatis, I had to pause a minute. I thought he had made the catch, Scan, but he did not. 3-run homer. We've got a tight ball game here.
And this is exactly what you want to do to get yourself into the game. Is that driven to right field by Chipper Jones? And that should be a double here with nobody out. And you work 2 walks, you work some good at bats, you give yourself an opportunity to do some damage, and he capitalizes with a big 3-run homer. And now Weens is 1 swing away from tying this game right back up.
Yeah, the tying run is at the plate in the form of Ernie Banks. Charlie Blackmon has the Josh Hader motion, as Banks sends that one foul, and he's down to the count 0-2. Still nobody out here.
Yeah, and funny enough,
not offer at the slurve.
I believe Machado was also one of the pitchers on the mound early game for Wilsey in that last game that helped Weens kind of come back, if I remember correctly. So kind of big that he comes in here, gives up a few, and that's another hard hit swing from Weens, but it gets a runner over to third
off the bat.
So another pitcher might be coming in here for Wilsey as we're getting to Posada, Jackie, and Corey Seager in the order. And in comes Paul O'Neill.
4th pitcher being used by Wilsey here in game number 2, and we're just in the bottom of the 5th.
Key thing I think for Weens here is if he can capitalize on those 4-seam fastballs when Wilsey throws it in the zone. He's going to throw a lot of those sinkers and cutters just off the zone. When he sprinkles the 4-seam in, can he do damage on it? Just takes the sinker down and away.
Posada down count 1-2, and he's early on that one. We'll do it again.
He's trying to get him on that cutter, but Weens is ready for it. He's dialed up for the velo. There's an away sinker.
Fielded by Seager. Throw across in time. A run does score as Weens is now down 1. It's an 8-7 game here in the 5th as Jackie Robinson steps in against Paul O'Neill.
Yeah, he's fought himself right back into this game this inning. Had a couple good innings on the mound. Now it actually gets him right back into this game, but still down 1 as we're through 5.
So a good inning for Weens. Brings him within 1. As we go to the 6th. And 7, 8, 9 due up here. Bottom of the order for Wilsey. Posada, Schwarber, and Clemente. Dealing with Paul O'Neill. On for his 2nd inning of work.
Yeah, he's been that middle of the game guy.
Oh, boy. Oh, fly ball. Right field. Clemente running out of room. Excuse me, Aaron running out of room. And it is gone. And just like that, Wilsey gets 1 run back on the solo home run from Jorge Posada.
Yeah, and Paul O'Neill has actually been great for both sides in these first couple games, but Posada just gets underneath one, hits it to right field, and sometimes that's all you need to do here, Laughing Mountain. Just hit it hard enough to right field and just hope it carries out. And now O'Neill's behind 3-1 here to Schwarber.
Big cut there, runs the count full as he was late on the fastball. And he is comes up empty on the cutter. Good sequencing there, and that's a big out, number 1.
Absolutely going to the high 90s four seam and then the low 90s cutter away. That's what you want to do to swing, get swings and misses against these good players. Try to change up the speed in those sinkers and cutters and fastballs, and he's going to get the out there.
New pitcher is Wade Boggs. Comes out of the pen for Weens, dealing with Roberto Clemente, who has been fantastic in the 9 spot. Craig Biggio has problems coming up with it, and it's going to be a base runner. Let's see how they score it. An error. It's kind of a tough error there. Wasn't an easy play. Did get a glove on it instead. So we go to Jackie Robinson. He's 3 for 3.
Yeah. Talk about being the perfect leadoff hitter for Wilsey here. He's been getting everything going for him. And that's driven down the line, just foul. Make it a 1-2 count.
Oh, boy. Make it 4 for 4 for Jackie Robinson. 2-run homer. 11-7 here in game 2 in the top of the 6th.
And Wilsey doing exactly what he needed to do, responding after Weens gets right back into this game, and this is what he does. Gets that early lead, and it makes it so tough to come back against him because you could fight right back into a game like we just saw. But he always responds. He always finds a way to do that. So now it's a 4-run game again.
And Babe Ruth, dribbler up the middle. Diving stop by Biggio. Throw is in time. Got him. Nice play by Craig Biggio, and that's out number 2.
He makes up for that little error just a couple plays ago.
That ball sent deep to right center field. Chipper Jones makes it 12-7. Tell you what, I feel like Wilsey has done a lot of damage with 2 outs here so far in game 2.
Yeah, it's like a switch gets hit where he just starts swinging hyper aggressively and punishes everything in the zone. And Wade Boggs here has just not gotten the job done on the mound for Weens, unfortunately. And it's a 5-run game yet again, and this is where it gets tough against Wilsey. It's just like, what do you pitch this man?
That'll bring up Hank Aaron, the cleanup hitters, 1 for 2. No, not anymore. Shocker. Hank Aaron sends one 900 feet the other way. 457 feet worth of thunder. And Wilsey is starting to open up the margin even more. It's 13-7 now as a new pitcher is on in the form of Riley Green, dealing with the left-handed hitting Corey Seager.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, today has been the greatest Hank Aaron sales pitch I've seen. If you have not grinded the XP reward path and gotten that 350,000 XP to get that Hank Aaron, I mean, today he's done so much damage for both sides.
It's a double XP weekend, and there's a grounder to short.
I believe so, if I remember correctly. So, good time to get that XP to get that Hank Aaron, because he's been hitting tanks for both sides.
I was trying to do some offline grinding earlier, playing the CPU on rookie, playing the White Sox. Shout out to the White Sox. But inevitably, whenever you play the CPU, every fielder defensively is a platinum gold glover. I mean, it's unbelievable. Whether it's rookie or legend, every fielder for the CPU makes unbelievable plays.
Yeah, I actually saw a clip the other day where friend of the community, Ochev, had Brent Rooker make the greatest diving play ever in right field over his head.
It's remarkable. Just nonstop game is cheating me moments.
Yep, I was grinding those extreme showdowns, and we all know the story with Showdown ever since like MLB 20. Showdown defense is unmatched.
All right, so here's Craig Biggio as we go to the bottom of the 6th, and Craig Biggio leans into one. His first big hit of this quarterfinal series. 2 solo home run, and it's now 13-8.
Needed that swing. Gets him to at least contemplate taking out Paul O'Neill, who has kind of done well against him on the mound. And in comes Jose Trevino. And you go through another pitcher, which is kind of what you need when you get these new relievers into the game. It's another opportunity to kind of jump on them and get some early runs. And you'd love to do that against Trevino here at the top of the order.
Second consecutive game that we have seen Trevino come out of the bullpen. Facing Willie Mays, top of the order. He's ahead in the count 1-2. Count even. Here's the 2-2. Hard hit ball up the middle, past the diving shortstop Seager. It's a 1-out base hit for Willie Mays.
Yup, that's what Willie Mays does.
Starting to pass the baton here.
And
that is out of here. 107 off the bat, and then when it lands, it'll be a 13-10 game. Weens mounting another comeback here in game 2.
As I said, this is what you want to do when a new reliever comes into the game. Try to get some early runs, try to get that confidence bar down as soon as possible. And especially with these later innings coming by, it puts that pressure on Wilsey on how long you keep him in. If you're burning through that pitching staff, and still got to face Hank Aaron here.
Oh, and Hank Aaron again. I look, far be it from me, but I just think you do that card a favor when you pitch out, you know, in the outer third.
It's so difficult that with these players and how good of hitters they are, they almost can expect players to pitch inside to hitters like Hank Aaron, Roberto Clemente, Willie Mays, because what a lot of people end up doing. So they're so good, they can sit back enough on those away pitches and hit them the opposite way still, while expecting the inside velocity. I mean, you saw Willie Mays single up the middle earlier in the inning. Hank Aaron, he sits back, hits it the opposite way. Honestly, I agree with you. With most players, I'm totally throwing sinkers inside that man all day. But these players are so good, they could really do damage to all fields with them.
And just like that, the tying run is at the plate here in the form of Ernie Banks, who's 1 for 3. 1 down, 6th inning. Raisel Iglesias is the pitcher. 2nd of the inning.
Yeah, I want to see Wilsey challenge him inside here. He's done a great job of kind of throwing the ball to both sides of the plate. But he throws a changeup down and in,
he challenged him, and Weens was up to the challenge. That changeup is demolished. 464 feet, and this game is tied.
What a job from Weens to fight back into this game. He's putting up some great swings here in the 6th, and he's still going with Iglesias on the mound. Really impressive
stuff. The go-ahead run is aboard after the Jorge Posada single. As Jockey Robinson looks at a changeup at the knees, it's 0-1.
Yeah, I really was hoping he'd throw him inside sinker in on the hands, because he didn't really throw much velocity inside in these righty-righty at-bats, at least on that inner part of the plate in the zone. And I was expecting that, but he went changeup, and that was right in his zone there as Ernie Banks crushed that to center field. And Jackie Robinson works a great at bat. 2 runners on
Corey
yet again.
Seager.
In comes Chuck Nasty on the mound. If I am Weens here, I am looking down and away. Whether it's a down and away cutter, changeup, or slider, you're expecting one of those pitches down and away here. He's looking for that early rollover ground ball swing here with Chuck Nasty on the mound. And you see he's gone down and away again. Makes it a 2-2 count.
Here's the 2-2. Oh, went back out there, this time with a slider, but missed. That'll run the count full. Payoff pitch from Blackman. Grounded to third. This could be 2. Over to second for 1. Back to first for 2. And that retires a side. Weens ties the game, but Wilsey has to feel good inducing that inning-ending double play. So we're tied going to the top of the 7th.
And that's exactly why I went to Charlie Blackman there. Said, I'm just going to challenge you down and away, and worked a good at-bat, but just hard-hit ground ball that you really can't do much with on those down-and-away sinkers, lefty-lefty. So good pitching from Wilsey to limit the damage there and keep this game tied. And very quickly here at the top of the 7th, he's up 3-1 in the count versus Riley Green.
Yeah, Tatis draws a walk to start the inning. But don't worry, leadoff walks never come back to haunt you.
Never have I ever seen a leadoff walk haunt anyone.
Hitman on deck, JB Griffin, 80 Gaming TV. Thanks for joining us. Danny Hammer is here. Good to see you.
0-2 is the count.
Thank you all for hanging out with us today on this Saturday. Hopefully your drops treat you well.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Jorge Posada drives one deep to left. Just like that, Wilsey's back on top.
What a homer. 512 feet off the bat of Jorge Posada. That went a long way. And Wilsey responds right away with 2 runs of his own in the top of the 7th here.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball, that's inside.
Here's Kyle Schwarber 0 for 3. So after Weens tied the game in the home half of the 6th, Wilsey has scored 2 to reclaim 15-13. Have we seen a full scoreless inning? Asked Zazzy.
I think we might have in the early innings of this game, because you gotta remember, this is a slow offensive start.
Yeah, I think Wilsey had a 2-0 lead and then held that for like through the 2nd and 3rd. But
they only got going in the 4th or 5th inning here, and it's funny how this goes. We talked about how it felt like a normal game in the first couple innings score-wise, and very quickly we're up to those football scores, 15-13. We had a couple touchdowns scored on both sides.
Here's Roberto Clemente. Lazy fly ball. On the run is Mays, and he will make the catch. Shoestring catch by the great Willie Mays. I thought when that one had a chance to fall in. Here's Jackie Robinson, who is 4 for 4, looking for his 4th hit.
Nope, that's a ball.
Yeah, going to Mariano a little earlier in this game, top of the 7th, trying to keep the score where it's at. If you can pitch well with Mo, you can keep him in for a couple innings. He's got to be really efficient with him on the mound, but that is crushed by Jackie.
5 is Jackie Robinson. This one a home run. And it is 16-13. That one went over 500 feet.
42 on 42 crime right there. That's a huge home run. So 16-13. Wilsey responds with 3 runs of his own here in the 7th. Now Weens looking to do the same here.
Wow, what a performance by Jackie Robinson. Speaking
Absolutely.
of 42 on 42, I believe Mariano Rivera was the last active player to wear 42.
Yes, he was. I think this is a big at-bat here in the bottom of the 7th. You got a lefty-righty at-bat versus Charlie Blackman. This is an opportunity to maybe jump on a sinker or cutter that catches in the zone. If you could pull it with Craig Biggio like we saw earlier, he can hit it out of here. That's going to be a ground ball to the right side, though. He chases just below the zone. That's going to be a first out.
To your point, if Wilsey can get through this 7th inning with Charlie Blackmon, I don't think he wants Charlie Blackmon to face the right-handed hitting Hank Aaron. Could be wrong. Chopper, third. That's a fair ball. Wow.
I think that hit off the base.
Wow.
And then went over Chipper's head, if I saw that correctly.
Oh, my goodness. I've got to see that again.
Yeah, the MLB The Show gods are on Weens' side from the looks of it with that. That's going to be a one-out single.
That is a brutal animation. I got to take a look at it again, though. To your point, did it hit the base?
Yeah, I believe it hit the base, and Chipper just didn't read it right.
Yeah, I think
it hit the base.
Yeah, it hit the base. Wow. All right.
Oh, and that was driven to right by Babe Ruth. Makes it a 16-14
well, Weens
game.
Takes advantage of that fluky animation and turns it into a run. RBI double for Babe Ruth.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm giving Hank Aaron here the good old intentional walk here.
Yeah.
I'm not giving him anything to hit in this match with all the damage he's done. And just seeing if he can get Weens a little too aggressive here.
Yeah, Dr. Neo, I mean, players can use live series, but this is all about 99s and thunder. And Hank Aaron goes deep. Tie ball game again.
Yeah, we talked about how we probably wouldn't have wanted Charlie Blackmon in for that matchup. He's kept him in there, pitched aggressively by throwing a four-seam just near the zone, but Weens is all over it. So now it's 16-16 ball game. And this is where that home field advantage really comes into play. You kind of get to set the precedent offensively for these last couple innings as the home team here.
All right, so a new pitcher is Mariano Rivera. Think about that moment earlier in this inning. The ball bounces off a third. It could have been a double play ball. Instead, the ball ricochets off the base, rolls into shallow left field, extends the inning, and then Babe Ruth follows with a RBI double. Wow.
Crazy. Baseball is a crazy sport.
Yeah, here's Ernie Banks. He homered earlier.
Good cutter
Couldn't check
away.
his swing. That retires the side, but not before Wilsey ties the game. We're through 7, tied at 16. 3, 4, and 5 due up here for Wilsey. Chipper, Hammer and Hank, and Corey Seager due up here to start the 8th. And Chipper Jones sends one deep to left field. Over the head of the left fielder, Jackie Robinson, leadoff double for Chipper Jones.
Very interesting. I was about to say, I wonder who is going to capitalize off of Mariano Rivera first. That's a great swing from Chipper to make this a leadoff double. And big at bat here for Hank Aaron.
1-1. That's ball 2.
And that misses low. It's 2-1.
That's a
Thanks for
tough
checking in, Holy
slider to
Patriots. Good to see you.
3-1
Infinite
count.
CJ also is here. Oh, that ball's not here any longer. Hank Aaron Jr. Wait, who's Hank Aaron Jr.?
Hank Aaron Jr.
This isn't a junior. This is a senior. This is the man. This is Hank Aaron. Jeez.
And only 2 relievers left in the pen for Weens that we just saw on the mound.
18-16. That's perfect. That's going to stay in the yard, but it's an extra base hit. 104 off the bat. Corey Seager, stand-up double. Still nobody out here in the 8th.
And a very aggressive pull on Mariano Rivera to get him out right away. And he laces up a double for Corey Seager with Charlie Blackmon in his first at-bat in the game. So that would be very uncomfortable seeing that as his first swing versus Blackmon, just as you take out Mariano Rivera.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Here's the 1-2. Got inside with the cutter. And that's a big out number 1.
Absolutely. Just got to find some way to slow down Wilsey here. If you can keep this a 2-run game, you're still in it.
Oh, no doubt. Especially considering that Weens is the home team. So he's going to have last licks here in this game, too.
Yeah, and a big point that chat brought up,
Great take.
Great take. But yeah, a good point brought up by Infinite CJ in the chat that Weens just only tied this game over and over again. He's just been fighting to tie his game back up over and over again. Hasn't had an opportunity to take a lead.
Driven left field. Oh, nice catch there by Jackie Robinson.
He sent the runner.
They're going to double up the runner at second. Wow. You know what? I think we've all been fooled like that before on the base paths. I thought that ball was headed into the gap. Instead, run down by Jackie Robinson and a big double play to end the inning. But not before Wilsey reclaims the lead. But will that base running gaffe ultimately cost him?
Yeah, and we talk about the minor decision that players make with their lineups. You see that Weens elected to go to Jackie Robinson in the outfield, and that is with good reason. You get 99 speed out there in left field. He can make plays like that in the gap and gives him an out and gives him a chance to stay in this game. Still only down 2 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Here's Mariano Rivera facing his former battery mate, Jorge Posada. Starts him off with a strike. It's 0-1. Now he jumps ahead 0-2. Back to the cutter. Waste one. It's 1-2.
Ooh, up and in sinker. Freezes him, electing to try to be patient to start off the inning, but he goes down staring, window shopping to start off this inning in the bottom of the 8th.
So Jackie Robinson steps in, 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. He's 1 for 3. And that is down the line, past the diving Chipper Jones. And they're going to hold Robinson to a single. Look, you know, I know this is the 99 Chipper Jones, but I feel like Chipper Jones has been diving at balls and coming up empty every time. Corey Seager jam shot.
Yeah, he's had a busy day at third base. That is for sure. Absolutely busy day for both sides. But that's a big out to get on Corey Seager.
That is big.
And now Craig Biggio needs to come up. He's been a little slow for Weens. An opportunity here to keep this inning alive, even with one swing, tie this up.
He's able to check his swing there. It's 1-1. Biggio homered his last at bat. Oof, cutter at the knees. It's 1-2.
Great
This
take.
is outside. Here's the 2-2 from Rivera.
Ooh, great
That'll run
take.
it full.
Runner should be running too.
Great speed. There he goes. Well, fly ball, right field, drifting back, track, wall, tie ball game. Second home run of the game for Craig Biggio. This game is tied.
There's Craig Biggio. Those are the bats he needs.
And this is Willie Mays towards the gap, but it is caught by Hank Aaron, but not before Craig Biggio ties this game. So we go to the 9th in game 2, tied at 18. 36 combined runs, 38 combined hits between our two players. As we go to the 9th, Schwarber, Clemente, and Jackie Robinson due up here in the 9th for Wilsey.
Yeah, and one thing to really keep an eye out on, Jackie Robinson for Wilsey is 5 for 5 this game. So you need to really get these first 2 outs, because last thing you want to do is get Jackie up with a couple runners on and a chance for Wilsey to really put a deficit in here. He's considering pinch hitting for Schwarber here for the matchup. He's going to bring in Craig Biggio.
All right, so a mid-AB pinch hitter, and now Weens might be countering with a different pitcher.
Yeah, he might make this decision easy for him. Go to a righty with 3 righties coming up in the inning. However, might not make the biggest difference since he's done a lot of damage versus righties this game. And I also don't know how many relievers Weens has. I think one of his relievers left might be Manny Machado, who we saw earlier kind of got teed off on, if I remember correctly.
2. 0-2 is the count.
But he's going to stick to Charlie Blackmon. So a 1-2 count here, and he's going to keep him in. And he gets a strikeout.
Got him. Big out number 1 to start the 9th.
This is just sticking with your guy. Blackmon's gotten some outs. Even though you don't have the matchups this inning, he seems to at least be pulling them.
Oh. Clemente's 2 for 4. Grounded to short. Banks is there. 2 down.
And this is a very big at bat. Jackie Robinson 5 for 5 has done damage all game. But it's a tie game in the top of the 9th with 2 outs. Weens your home team with an opportunity to walk off this game next inning.
Looks at a strike. He's down in the count 1-2. The 1-2 from Blackmon. Goes up in the zone. Robinson lifts one. Lazy fly ball. And that retires the side. So Weens has a chance to send this series to a deciding game 3.
This is the inning for him. He has to do it here. You go to extras, you never know what happens. You kept this game tied heading into the bottom of the 9th, and you got 2, 3, 4 coming up. All you need is one good swing from 3 of your best hitters in your lineup.
And is that it? Fly ball. Left field. Near the foul pole, but it curves foul just at the last moment. 6 feet outside the pole. And it's now 1-2. Wow. That close to ending this and sending it to a game 3. Sharply hit, but right at the center fielder Tatis, and that's a big out number 1.
I think this is the at bat here. Riley Green versus Hank Aaron. Max contact and power versus the lefty. You got to be careful if you're Wilsey. You throw that 4-seam or sinker in on the hands, but in the zone, we might have ourselves a ball game here.
And if he tries to throw a backdoor slider or sinker outside,
yeah, I don't know what you throw the Hank here.
Just like that. Meantime, Aaron is ahead in the count 3-0. That's a strike at the knees. It's 3-1.
He likes that spot down and in specifically, not in the corner, but just a little bit off towards the zone, and that's grounded to second base.
That's a heck of a pitch. That is a great pitch to induce the grounder. And there's 2 down. Chipper Jones facing Riley Green.
Yeah, that's a tough one too. If you're Weens, you're looking to take that ball the other way. You read it well. It just lands just outside of zone where all you can do is jam into the ground.
Oh, fly ball. Right field. This game is over. Weens 19-18 as he takes game 2 to extend the series, and we will be headed to a decided game 3 in this first quarterfinal matchup here between Weens and Wilsey. Yet again, Weens had to come from behind. This time, he was more than able to tie and ultimately get the lead towards the end.
Absolutely. I'm going to look back at that Chipper Jones at bat as well, because he grounded out previously to the right side on a down and away sinker by Hank Aaron. He gets another one to Chipper Jones. This one, though, ends up too high in the zone where he can elevate it, and that's all he needed to do to hit one out. And honestly, Weens had some clutch pitching in those last couple innings to keep Wilsey at 18, and he got a chance to walk it off, and he took advantage, and we have a game number 3.
Yeah, the fact that he kept Wilsey off the board, I believe in the top of the 9th, and maybe again in the 7th, huge. He fell behind early. This time he was able to come from behind and get the win, and Craig Biggio proved to be a difference maker for him at the bottom of the order.
Absolutely, and Chipper Jones was a big factor in this game. We saw the ball hit off the base earlier in the game. We saw the walk-off homer. We saw some balls down the line, some that he made a diving play on, some that he didn't, and Chipper Jones ended up being the difference there, walking it off for Weens.
Yeah, you took a look at the 2 scoreless innings for Wilsey, particularly in the 9th And then in the fifth, those obviously, look, anytime you can keep your opponent when you're playing someone in this tournament, it's huge. So it's all about minimizing damage because they can all do damage. So we're going to step aside here shortly as game 3 between Wilsey and Weens is coming up. The winner advances to next weekend's semifinals. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go.
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo taking down a trio.
Let's create moments from the games you love.
Come take it.
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation.
PlayStation tournaments are on PS5. Featuring MLB The Show 24. Challenge more players and find more ways to win. Get ready to compete on a global stage with new and exciting daily tournaments, all at the press of a button. So whether you're a seasoned competitor or just starting, come for the challenge and leave with glory and incredible prizes. It's time to join the competition. Sign up now on PS5.
PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your intergalactic party bus to Team Affinity Season 3. Imagine a world where position players are pitchers, pitchers are hitting bombs, and legends are rewriting baseball history. It's because we're heading out of this world with the Out of Position series. But don't worry, we're bringing the bus back to reality for Roberto Clemente Day. Clemente all day, baby. And buckle up, Buttercups, we have a couple more stops to make. I left my hat in the other dimension.
Rated E for everyone.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Climbs the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
everyone, welcome back. My name is Scan, and I'm here with Roflo's Chair. He'll be back in just a moment. We appreciate you all hanging out with us for our MLB The Show 24 Championship Series. We are watching our quarterfinals here today. We are witnessing a crazy 3-game series between two of our best players, Wilsey and Weens. Wilsey picked up a Game 1 win in pretty dominant fashion after going off offensively in the latter part of that game. Weens has bounced back, though, in game number 2, picking up a win himself to force a game number 3. So we're going to be watching our third and final game of this series to see who advances to the semifinals next weekend. Before we get into our other series, though, between two other great players, Kreiner and Frosty, but we'll be getting into that in just a moment. But like we've been seeing all day, we've been seeing a lot of new cards used in these lineups. If you are someone also who wants to join in on the fun with MLB 24, you could check out MLB The Show 24 for free with PlayStation Premium. You can check it out there, try it for yourself if you've not given it a go all year, and now's a great time to do it during Season 3. There are a lot of great cards to use like we've seen the players using, and if you're on PlayStation, you have PlayStation Plus, you have an opportunity to get that for yourself.
Good job, Scan. Nice job. Thanks for picking me up as a teammate.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate your chair was here in spirit, so
yeah.
we appreciate the help from Roflo's chair, and here we are in game number 3. Wilsey, the home team again.
Yeah, Wilsey is the home team after falling in game 2. He had a lead, ultimately couldn't take it. So this is game 3, the deciding game 3 of this first quarterfinal series. The winner advances to next weekend's semifinal series. Still to come, quarterfinal number 2 here on this Saturday, Frosty and Kreiner. We'll have 2 more quarterfinal series tomorrow as well. So a full weekend of MLB The Show action as you watch players that are significantly better than you. You know, save for Frosty. Frosty's here in the chat. I mean, he's obviously one of our 8 competitors, as Weens' Willie Mays gets the inning started here, and game 3 started with a base hit.
Yeah, and we got a Jose Barrios on the mound, newer 99 overall pitcher making an appearance here.
Yeah, we had Roy Halladay start game 1, Todd Helton started game 2, and now Jose Barrios starts game 3 for Wilsey and dealing with Babe Ruth. Really, man. Sway? I mean, come on. You know what it is. You know what it is. Here's Babe Ruth, little jam shot. That's going to hang up for the left fielder, Jackie Robinson, and that's out number 1.
And we kind of talked about this in game number 2, how Wilsey, when he's at his best, ambushes you offensively, gets a lot of big runs early in the game. And Weens has had a lot of momentum offensively, so I'm curious to see if he actually does that to Wilsey here in game number 3. Both games he's had a slower offensive start, but is warmed up starting around the 4th inning.
So Hank Aaron, who did major damage in game 2, batting here with 1 down here in the top of the first, game 3 of a best of 3. Misses outside. It's 3-2. Let's see if the runner gets going, and yes, he does. And Hank Aaron, shockingly, is going to go the other way. Good speed for Willie Mays. They're going to send him. The throw goes into second, and it's an RBI single for Hank Aaron, and Weens is on the board, 1-0.
And man, this game is just a game of pixels sometimes. That down and away sinker to Hank Aaron last game was located perfectly on the corner to be a ground out in that bottom of the 9th inning. This game, though, that sinker just lands a little bit high, and he's able to elevate it over to first baseman. As that is a fly ball deep to left field, but that'll be caught on the track. Make it 2 outs here in the first.
With players of this caliber, if you can hold them or if you prevent them from putting up crooked numbers of any kind in a particular inning, it's a win. And right now, as Ernie Banks steps to the plate, that is looped down the line and fair. Hank Aaron is going to head to third, and they're going to send him home. The throw got him in time. That retires the side. Perfect relay execution from Wheelsy to get the runner out at home.
Yeah, and that's a risk that you take if you're Weens. You're up first trying to put pressure on Wheelsy in this third game. But he perfectly executes a relay, and that ends the inning, so you only have a 1-0 lead. So you got to really be on your game on the mound here with Sean Manaea.
Yeah, Sean Manaea getting to start here for Weens here in Game 3. What's interesting here, not only just the pitcher selection, but the fact that this Sean Manaea card, just from my eye scan, doesn't look like it has the actual new and improved Sean Manaea pitching motion, which is something that the real Sean Manaea adopted sometime in late July, which is more of a sidearm three-quarter delivery, maybe even more than three-quarter, just flat sidearm from Sean Manaea.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. That's something you'd probably see in MLB 25. But yeah, he's got this more almost generic looking motion here, but he does have an interesting arm slot here. He does seem to throw across his body bit here. So we're to see how much you throw inside sinkers.
Oh, check swing. So
check swing and play.
Very uncharacteristic half inning for Wheelsy there as he goes down meekly, 3 up, 3 down. And we go to the top of the second. Here's Jorge Posada facing Jose Barrios to start the second inning.
Yet again, if you're Weens, you just love that big inning. You know how good of a hitter Wheelsy is, but if you could jumpstart this game offensively, it changes a lot. But he freezes again on that up and in sinker. He's gotten him a couple times on that. Just getting that in the zone, and Weens being a little passive on the up and in sinkers. That's driven to left field, and that's an out, and it's 2 outs very quickly.
I've claimed my 4 packs as the drops are active. One more pack to claim before we have to move on to tomorrow's action. But make sure your account are connected. Make sure that you're ready to go because the drops are active.
Yep, and you never know what you pull out of them. You might get a bronze 1 pack. The next pack might have that.
Oh, you're definitely getting a bronze.
Yeah. But, it's gonna happen.
But hey, there's nothing wrong with some free stubbage when you pull that diamond. Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
All right, so Corey Seager fouls that one off. 2-2, 2 down here in the top of the second.
We'll try to get him with the up and in sinker again. Now a 3-2 count.
Can of corn for the center fielder. Tatis puts it away, and that retires aside. We go to the bottom of the second, still 1-0. And here's Hank Aaron.
This might be another one of those games where the players
hard hit ball sharply
into the
hit
offense.
the left.
And as I say that, perfect single to left field.
I'm surprised. I mean, he's lucky that stayed in the yard.
Yeah.
Launch angle didn't prove to be conducive for a home run, but it is a leadoff hit to start the bottom of the second. And that ball is well hit, but right at the center fielder, Willie Mays. And Hank Aaron will have to go back to first.
Yeah, that's one of those sinkers that you'd love to pull the right, or those changeups that you'd love to pull the right. That hits it right to the center fielder. And someone who has been a little slower offensively today, Fernando Tatis Jr. comes up.
We have not seen the big hits from Tatis.
Ball 3.
And this is his favorite cards.
Yeah, one of his wild cards. He had multiple games where he didn't even get out. Is that driven right to Biggio?
Tough luck there. That's 102 off the bat, but it's snared by the second baseman Biggio, and there's 2 down. Here's Jorge Posada.
Nope, that's a ball. Ball 1, no strike.
I will say Posada been a wild card for both sides, but he's definitely done damage for both sides, especially on those inside pitches. If a fastball catches too much play here, you got to be careful. That's driven to
That's
right,
gonna fall for a base hit.
2 runners are on, so a big chance here for Wilsey to really tack some runs on the board here in a second.
Here's Kyle Schwarber. Lifts one. Right center field. Going back. Mays settles underneath, and that retires aside. Low-scoring game through 2 innings. It's 1-0. Let's go to the third. the 9-hole hitter Craig Biggio, who had a big game 2. 2 significant home runs late as part of a come-from-behind win for Weens in that game 2. Chopper up the middle. Seager, dolphin dive, throw to first, in time, got him.
Yeah, and you could see a bit of the pitching approach from Wilsey there. He loves just focusing down and away, getting your eyes down and away, trying to get these hitters to adjust their timing to down and away sinkers, changeup, sliders, and it gets an out there for Biggio. But now Willie Mays is up, and he's staying away from that part of the zone here to start off this at bat.
Well, so far there have been a couple of people in the chat questioning the pitcher selection for both our players. Sean Manaea going for Weens, Jose Barrios going for Wilsey, but so far, and it's still early, both have been very effective, as there's a ground out for out number 2.
All over that ball, just right to Jackie Robinson over there, I mean, at second base. That one is all over, though.
This game is tied. Babe Ruth, solo home run, or excuse me, a solo home run makes it 2-0 Wilsey. And that'll bring up Hank Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, Weens is actually getting this early lead here to start off this game, but has not really put up that big inning yet. But if he keeps putting up swings like that, that inning may be sooner rather than later. And now ahead 3-0.
Oh, cutter at the knees. Makes it a 3-1 count. Aaron in control. Lifts one. Center field. Going back. Tatis will make the catch on the warning track, but not before Weens adds to his lead. 2-0. We go to the bottom of the 3rd.
Yeah, just almost spamming those pitches down and away there. Aggressive swinging from Weens, but just early on, it hits it to center field.
Chopper to 3rd. Jones over to 1st, and Clemente is retired just like that to start the bottom of the 3rd. Back to the top of the order, it's Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, and Jackie is at least getting a quick pause out of Wilsey at the plate. He was 5 for 5 from a lot of that first game. But only got out in that last at bat, chasing a high fastball above the zone. But neither team really capitalizing on any big rallies. Just 2 home run swings for Weens at the plate.
And that ball's driven to right field. And Wilsey is on the board in game 3. Solo home run from Jackie Robinson cuts it the lead to 2-1.
Yeah, that change was called a little too much plate. Hit it to right field where he needed to go.
Ball inside.
So here we go yet again. 2-1 ball game, bottom of the 3rd. Interested to see if anyone jumps.
Oh, Babe Ruth steps on one inside and sends it deep into the bullpen. And we're tied at 2. Back-to-back homers from Robinson and Ruth. And this game is tied.
Yep, and there's another Laughing Mountain special, but that might be what Wilsey needs to just get going offensively. Another home run for him here. Both teams just kind of chipping away with solo homers.
Oh, nearly. Just could not keep that one fair. There's Chipper Jones sent it a long way.
Ball.
Count even at 2-2. Keeps trying to go back down and in.
Yeah, that inside part of the plate kind of tough to read with Manaea's release here. Kind of that arm slot releases very far to the right. So it's tough to tell what's going to be right on the corner and what's just inside. He just misses a cutter inside there with Chipper Jones to make it 2 outs here.
Here's the cleanup hitter, Hank Aaron.
All 1.
Yeah,
1-for-1, looks at a ball low and in. It's 1-0.
The man of the hour for sure, I'd say. Been the heart of the order for both teams. Has hit the big home runs when they've needed it, and especially versus a lefty here with max contact and power. That's driven to deep left field. Perfect for Hank Aaron. That's over the scoreboard. So now Wilsey gets a lead of his own, 511 feet, homer. And he's up 3-2.
Nope, outside.
So some more 2-out damage here from Wilsey in this series. And he now has the lead 3-2. 3 runs have come in this bottom of the third. Third and deciding game of this quarterfinal series. First place prize is $25,000. These 8 players battling for $51,000 in cash prizes.
Yeah, and a reminder if you are just tuning in, that's driven to right field by Corey Seager. That's going to go off the metal pole out there, makes it a 4-2 ball game, and Wilsey's keeping the foot on the gas here.
So now Weens might be thinking about a pitching change here, because after a pretty good start, Sean Manaea is running into some big time trouble here in the bottom of the third. We were waiting for the big Fernando Tatis Jr. hit. There it is, first home run of the series, and this one gives Wilsey an even bigger lead here in game 3.
Yeah, that's a swing that you definitely take him out on. And in comes one of the starters out of the pen, Mason Wynn, out of position card.
All one.
Trying to get a couple innings out of the pen here for Weens, just to keep him in this ball game.
Well, as you might expect with Mason Wynn, this card throws very hard. It can get up to 103 on the mound. Loud out number 3, and that retires a side, but not before Wilsey does more damage. He now has a 5-2 lead as we go to the top of the 4th here in game 3.
Yeah, and funny enough, I believe that Mason Wynn has the same motion as Raisel Iglesias, who has been a popular reliever of the bunch. So I'm curious to see who he'll end up going with right after, if he's even thinking about that, because Mason Wynn will be probably pitching not too far off from what Raisel Iglesias would, and he's been the first reliever for a lot of these guys. That's a fly out to start off the 4th.
So Chipper Jones flies out for out number 1 as Jose Barrios works here in the 4th inning and dealing with Ernie Banks. Late on that swing, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, he's had the jump with that sinker. That sinker is just, what a dot of a sinker to make it a 2-strike count. Wilsey's just been throwing that in the zone, and Weens has not been on it. There's a changeup high and deep to right field, but will not have the legs. Now it's 2 outs here in the 4th.
Here's Jorge Posada. He went down via a strikeout back in the 2nd inning. 54th pitch from Barrios. Posada punches one to right field. This is deep, but not deep enough. And that retires a side. Jose Barrios, so far through 4 innings, has given up 2 runs on 4 hits. So here's the go to the home half of the 4th. 8, 9, and 1 due up here for Wilsey, leading 5-2 in the 4th. Schwarber, Clemente, and Jackie Robinson.
And this is a big part of the game. This is around that time in the game where Weens has heated up the bats and gotten going offensively. So if you're Wilsey, if you know that they kind of put some pressure on you to put up a good inning here, you have a 3-run lead, but that can disappear really quickly. And he's starting off with a very good at bat here from Schwarber, taking some close pitches to make it a 3-1 count.
Looks at a strike at the knees, and that'll run it full. Payoff pitch from Wynn. Oof. Got him.
Beautiful circle change.
Beautiful, yeah, nasty circle change from Mason Wynn, and that's out number 1. So here's Roberto Clemente. In game 1, he had 5 hits. And that is foul.
And that's what you want to do against Wilsey. Wilsey is a great hitter on the velo and the fastballs, and that one is crushed.
That ball is crushed. Like a drink on a hot summer day, these dudes are sweaty. All right, we're still workshopping that, Stan. I'm just throwing it out there. We're not quite settled on it yet. we're workshopping it, okay?
Hey, the fourth inning's a time to take a shot at that, you know?
That's right.
I honestly respect it.
Exactly. You got to take some chances every now and then. Got to take some chances. Glorilla gets it, and he knows what I'm talking about. Jackie Robinson. Oh, what a stop. Babe Ruth knocks it down, but the throw is not in time. Got that tricky kind of lollipop animation, and with Robinson's speed, there was no way they were going to get him.
Yup. And here we go. The guy who is kind of consistent for both sides coming in the middle innings, Paul O'Neill, looking to keep Weens in this game here for a third time this series.
Yeah, Paul O'Neill has come up with has pitched some big innings for Weens here in this series, but did he just give up a big blow to Babe Ruth? No. Jackie Robinson able to track it down. Well struck, but the exit velo only 91 miles per hour. Definitely played a factor in it hanging up for Jackie Robinson. Here's Chipper Jones with 2 down.
And Mason Wynn did not last that long in his game. He's gone through 2 starting pitchers already through 4. And there we go with Chipper Jones again.
Chipper Jones delivers. It's a 2-run homer. It's now 8-2. 2 down in the 4th.
Yeah, and this is kind of what happens.
When you have these opponents or players that it's the margin between the two is razor thin like it is with our players here. The littlest thing can make the biggest difference. I think Weens' ability to mount rallies, or excuse me, Wilsey's ability to score runs with 2 outs in this series has been huge.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of damage with 2 outs.
He really does. And that's what makes him so tough to beat. He's such like a consistent hitter. And like in games like this where like he's still consistently putting up good swings, he could just keep on adding run after run. And that's going to end our inning, but not before he puts up a few more runs. It's an 8-2 ball game. And I think that is the difference. He's just adding run after run, even on innings where he doesn't score the most. He scores 1 or 2 and just keeps chipping away. And it's a quick 6-run deficit for Weens.
And that ball is absolutely vaporized. Leadoff homer here for Jackie Robinson. It's now an 8-3 game. I was just going to comment that Jose Barrios has been really good here so far. He's gone through 4 innings. Hasn't recorded an out here in the 5th. 3 runs across and facing now Corey Seager. You know Weens would love to get 1 more inning from Barrios.
Oh yeah, I mean honestly, even from like Weens at the plate here would love to just keep Barrios in his game. You know, he hasn't read him the best at the plate. He at least has a chance to get a pitcher's confidence down, maybe try to jump on him for a couple more runs before you go to that bullpen. And Corey Seager's been a big guy in the bottom part of the order for Weens at the plate, who's kind of started these rallies, and he needs one to come back down 5 here. And there's
that ball is well struck. Corey Seager goes the other way.
Couple good swings from him to start off this inning off Barrios, and now I'm interested if he keeps him in for this matchup. But if he does, if you're Weens at the plate here, you got to be dialed in for down and away sinkers, cutters, all of that, because he's going to try to get that ground ball right now in this righty-righty matchup.
Biggio at the plate, 0 for 1. Still nobody down here in the top of the 5th. Jackie Robinson led the inning off with a solo home run.
There's another down and away pitch, 3-2. Wilsey loves just spamming that down and away part of the zone in at bats like this. He goes there again, and that's laced to right
ball
center
is going
field.
to get down. Craig Biggio is going to have extra bases. They're going to send the runner home. Biggio is thinking about 3, and he's got it. RBI triple for Craig Biggio, and the lead is cut in half.
Great job from Weens. He does a great job of adjusting, expecting the down and away pitch, and Craig Biggio is a great guy to hit to right center field, and he does that there. And that's part of the pros and cons of the strategy Wilsey takes on the mound. He's not afraid to throw in the same part of the zone over and over again. But with a hitter like Weens, he sometimes makes those adjustments and gets the big hit when he needs to. And now it's only a 4-run game with nobody out.
Yeah, and we've got a new pitcher. Oh, kick save and a beauty off Manny Machado, and a bit unlucky for Wilsey. And how ironic is that Manny Machado is such a great fielder, yet can't come up with that one, and that's a slow roller through the right side. And now Weens has got a huge rally going here, potentially first and second, and still nobody out. Tough luck animation there for Wilsey.
This is what's been happening with Weens, though. He has those almost like miracle hits that keep his innings alive, and he's gotten opportunities like this. 2 runners on, hammering Hank up with an opportunity to tie this game. Now you got to capitalize on it like you have in the first 2 games of the series.
Here's the 1-1. That misses just low. It's 1-2. So Machado came on in relief of Barrios. And now Machado has fallen behind Hank Aaron with runners at first and second. Wow. Weens had the green light. Or excuse me, 3-1. Now it's 3-2. Payoff pitch. And again, Hank Aaron goes the other way. It's going to rattle around in the corner. 1 run is in. Runner goes to third, and Hank Aaron has another RBI single.
Yeah, Weens has just been, it's just been a clinic with Machado on the mound. A couple of these relievers for Wilsey have not found the zone as well. And I think what Weens has done especially well as we've advanced through a 3-game series is really honing in on how Wilsey approaches him. Those down and away pitches have almost been spammed in some of those righty-righty at-bats with Hank Aaron, and he does a good job of making him pay in both of his first 2 at-bats, or 2 of his first at-bats start off this game, and now 1 swing could give Weens a lead here at the top of the 5th.
Yeah, new pitcher, 3rd of the inning is Mark McGwire. He's ahead in the count on Chipper Jones, 1-2.
And McGwire had a tough time finding the zone in game 2. But a big situation he's in here. Ground ball to second.
Dolphin dive from Robinson. They get 1. Throw over to first. Not in time. Run scores. It's a fielder's choice for Chipper Jones.
But a 1-run deficit now. Weens has fought back into this game yet again. But I think he just needs to get that lead. He needs to keep this rally going his way. Because he's the road team. Wilsey's done well offensively. And you got to put that pressure on him to chase you in this latter half of the game, which he hasn't really done the most throughout this series.
You know, the interesting thing is, to your point, I don't feel like Weens has played with the lead for an extended period of time through these first 2+ games. Almost 2.5 games worth of action, and I don't feel like he's had the lead a lot. Banks, lazy fly ball. Tracked down there by the left fielder, Roberto Clemente, and there's 2 down.
Yeah, and he would have an opportunity to get that lead. He read McGwire very well at the plate last game, put up a big inning against him. Would love to do that again here in this game, but quickly 2 outs. But a good guy to come up with Jorge Posada, especially against a pitcher like this. Any slider that he tries to throw down and in that catches too much plate, Posada could do some good damage on.
Hard hit ball, but right at Babe Ruth. He steps on the bag, and that retires a side. Weens scores, adds to his total, but he can't claim the lead, and he's still trailing 8-7 as we go to the home half of the 5th for Wilsey. Corey Seager is at the plate. Tatis and then Posada due up here in the 5th against Paul O'Neill.
Yeah, and Paul O'Neill's kept Weens in these games, all 3 of them out of the bullpen in these middle innings. There's that front door cutter to make it a 2-strike count. And he's going to need it 1 more time just to keep him in this game, as that's going to be a fly out to left center field.
That'll bring up Fernando Tatis. Homered for the first time in this series back in the 3rd.
Paint of a 4-seam fastball down in there. That is tough at 98 miles an hour. Now an 0-2 count. Weens has him exactly where he wants him. Almost dots a sinker right on the black. But a great take from Wilsey. But still a 1-2 count.
2-2 the count.
Moves him back. It's 2-2. Hard hit ball, but foul.
Very early on that sinker. That tells you that Wilsey is dialed up inside. Great pitch to go down and away right after. Get an early ground ball right up the middle. Now you got 2 outs.
0-1.
So here's Jorge Posada, batting with 2 down here in the 5th.
Nope. That's
Should he reach, Kyle Schwarber will dig in. Paul O'Neill is ahead 2-2 here to Posada.
Wow.
Lazy
Aggressive.
fly ball, jam shot. Hank Aaron is there. And we're through 5, 8-7. Wilsey leading here in this deciding game 3.
And that pitch right there, while it might not seem like the biggest pitch ever as it just ends a scoreless inning, is aggressive pitching from Weens to throw an inside four seam to someone like Wilsey, who is great at hitting the velocity. That's
perfect,
going right
perfect
to the right
line
field.
out. Wow. That is nasty work there. The perfect line out.
Yeah, especially with
104
Jackie.
off the bat.
You would have loved for that runner on base to start your rally, but still got to be encouraged by the swing and just stay focused in this at bat because Seager could still tie this game up with one swing.
Check over at third. They say he went. So Seager is down on the count 0-2.
Inside, ball one.
Ooh, great take on a slider just off the plate. But gets him to bite on a low sinker, and McGuire is actually moving kind of quickly here in the 6th.
We saw a bit of McGuire back in game 2. He did not find the strike zone. So far in this appearance in game 3, he's been pretty good.
Yeah, this card has a lot of comparisons to Rob Nen, and he's pitching a lot like Rob Nen so far.
However,
in this inning.
he
And
just walked Craig Biggio on 4 straight pitches, so now he has to deal with the dangerous Willie Mays. Couple of hits and a ground out.
Yeah, I think he's going to consider taking him out. He still hasn't used a starter out of the bullpen, I believe, this game. So he has that option at play here, but I am expecting a new pitcher after a 4-pitch walk-in. In comes Jose Trevino.
Ball, that's out.
Great take on a slurve just outside of the zone.
Inside, ball two.
And now it's quickly a 2-0 count to Willie Mays.
Ooh, he was very late on that. And it's a 2-1 count. Good pitch. Sinker at 95 at the knees. And Tatis squeezes it. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. 8-7. Wilsey on top of Weens here in this deciding game 3.
Yeah, both sides with some smart pitching to get out of those innings to keep it scoreless. And we still have an 8-7 ball game. 2 straight zeros for both sides here. And someone who I think has been a little cold to start off today, Kyle Schwarber, up to lead off the 6th inning.
Paul O'Neill on for more work. There's a chopper to first. Easy play for Babe Ruth, and quickly there's one down.
And as it gets up to 32 pitches, he should be coming out here. Clemente's done a lot of damage.
Yeah, he wanted O'Neill to face the lefty Babe Ruth. And now that the righty Roberto Clemente is up, he'll bring in Jose Trevino. He's fallen behind 2-0.
2 balls.
There's a strike. 2-1.
Yeah, that inside sinker kind of catches up on you with this Trevino with his release point. Getting some late swings out of both sides. Gonna take that down in sinker to make it a 3-2 count.
3.
Oh, tried to check his swing. He did not. That slurve had a lot of break to it. And there's 2 down.
Yeah, perfectly located slurve just to get him to bite. That's sometimes all you need to do with players like this.
Oh, Jackie.
Man.
Jackie Robinson gets every stitch of that baseball and goes opposite field. It's now a 9-7 game.
Nope, that's a ball.
Great swing,
Ball one, no
especially
strike.
after a last at bat where he looked a little uncomfortable to start off with a perfect. But that's going to end the inning. Still a 9-7 lead for Wilsey, though. And we're progressing to the last 3 innings of the game. Wilsey, your home team, up 9-7, and the clock starts ticking. If you're Weens here, RA down 2, trying.
How about another run with 2 outs?
Yeah, he does it again.
Babe Ruth, liner to center field. Tatis barely has to move, and that's out number 1.
I'm going to take an educated guess that Jose Trevino is going to throw a lot of down and away slurves, cutters, and sinkers to Hank Aaron here. That one catches the plate, though. Perfect to right center field. And
I don't look. I don't. Maybe it's just not an option. Maybe there's no good options. But I don't see how pitching that card on the outer third does you any favors.
He's kept it low a lot, too. I'm surprised he hasn't mixed in that screwball more, too, because it's a slow pitch. That is the at-bat where you would want to mix that in, and that's driven to left field.
Chipper Jones has just tied this game. New ball game in game 3. It's 9 apiece.
That's the second game in a row where Chipper's had a big homer, walked off game number 2 for Weens. And in comes Ellie De La Kimbrel on the mound out of the bullpen.
First time we've seen Ellie De La Cruz in this series.
Yeah, he's got that Craig Kimbrel wind up starting pitcher, but out of the pen here, since they have 2 starters they can use out of the pen, they're making an appearance here in game number 3, and he's 1 out away from keeping this a 9-9 game.
Oh, that's it.
Here's Jorge Posada, who's 0 for 3.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Heading the
And this
count
Ellie,
2-0.
he's got gas, got outlier 4-seam fastball. I also believe he has an outlier slider. If I remember correctly, it was a slider and a sinker he gets the outlier on. And that's going to end our inning. 9-9 ball game still.
Heart of the order here. 3, 4, and 5 due up here for Wilsey, starting with Chipper Jones. Then it's Hank Aaron, and then Corey Seager. So Weens will bring in Riley Green, the lefty, presumably to face Corey Seager. Also, I believe that Fernando Tatis card also has reverse splits.
He does. Yes, he does.
Inside, ball
And
2.
matchup-wise, it's tended to work out better for him, I felt like. However, I think Tatis has done a lot of his damage on down and ins changeups. That ball is an inside cutter, demolished to left field off the bat of Chipper Jones. And here comes Wilsey again. Instant response, up 10-9 here in the 7th.
Counts 1-0.
And that's a sharply hit ball. Nice diving stop by Ernie Banks. Rolls, throws, got him. Beautiful play at shortstop for Ernie Banks.
Yeah, and this is the risk he took, going to the lefty to start off the 7th. You do have Corey Seager coming up here, who does have reverse splits as well. However, you face Chipper Jones, who is great versus lefties.
Oh, Corey Seager looks pretty good against this lefty. Wow.
Crushed
Wilsey
that
back
one.
on top, 11-9.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the decision might not have paid off.
Ball, that's
You
it.
got Hank Aaron out, who had max contact and power versus lefties, but Chipper and Corey Seager are giving up homers too. And now you got Tatis, and you don't have that many pitchers to work with here in this later part of the game since you've burned through your bullpen if you're Weens. So you kind of got to extend Riley Green a bit here and hope he can get you a couple more outs.
Fernando Tatis is not going to give him that out because that is out of here. Solo home run for Tatis Jr., second of the game. It's 12-9.
Yeah, and Riley Green did not get the job done. 7 strikes and I think 3 of them were hit out for homers. So now a 12-9 ball game, and now you got to go to one of your best relievers, Mariano Rivera, here in the 7th.
Posada got jammed and flies out meekly to left field. And there's 2 away, and here's Kyle Schwarber.
This is why it's so big that you're the home team and you keep on scoring like this. Weens is just playing to keep up with Wilsey, and as the home team, you have that pressure on him for the last 2 innings of this game. Up 3 here. If you're Weens, you need that big inning, in my opinion, in the top of the 8th. You need to put up a crooked number, take a lead to try to throw that pressure back onto Wilsey. We've had some clutch pitching from Weens late game, some scoreless innings like you saw last game. But he needs that big inning of his own. That's driven to right field, and that one is going to stay fair.
Kyle Schwarber wraps it around the foul pole, and it's 13-9. I don't know how he kept that fair.
Yeah, I thought that was going to hang foul the entire way, but it just kept going.
Outside, that's a ball.
So yet another run scored with 2 outs.
2 strikes.
Yeah, it's like when you get the 2 outs in the inning, Wilsey sits up in his seat. He's like,
that
okay, I gotta lock in here.
But Wilsey definitely locked in there in that 7th inning. So Weens is down to 6 defensive outs.
Off the plate, ball 1.
This is a big at bat here for Weens. Jackie Robinson, you'd love to lead off this inning with at least getting some speed on the bases to try to chip away at this 4-run lead.
Yeah, it's really important that he get at least a run, preferably 2 or more, because remember, Wilsey can bat in the bottom of the 8th as Ellie De La Cruz gets a strikeout looking to start the 8th.
Yeah, that front door slider with those outlier slider pitchers are tough. It's what you see with John Donaldson a lot, like we saw earlier in the year. And you see with Ellie De La Cruz that it is really tough to read. As that's going to be a fly out to left center field, fielded routinely by Roberto Clemente. Now 2 outs here in the top of the 8th, and Craig Biggio comes up again here as Weens is down 4.
Biggio's 1 for 2. Looks a ball inside. It's 1-0. Biggio slaps one the other way. And that's how you want to start the top of the 8th if you're Weens and trying to mount a rally here. Leadoff runner aboard. And we go back to the top of the order. Here's Willie Mays.
Yep, get that runner on for the top. That's what you need here. You'd love to have a rally of your own here with 2 outs. Especially with the top of the order here. You have a chance to string together some runs. And good at bat here to start. 2-1 count as he takes another ball. But chases that down to the way slider. You can't do much with that. Now a 2-2 count. 3-2 count now. Craig Biggio should be running here with 2 outs. And he fouls it off. So another 3-2
went with the changeup. What does he go here?
Ooh, he
sped
went
him up.
Seam. Like the sequence a lot. Tried to blow it by him.
I would go back to the fastball. I would go back to the fastball this time up and in.
Ooh, he went inside sinker. I like that.
Nice pitch sequencing there from Wilsey. And we go to the bottom of the 8th. Wilsey looking to tack on here, leading 13-9. He's 3 defensive outs away from getting to the semifinals.
And a big 0 on the mound there, big 0 on the mound. No runs scored, so has a 4-run lead. And there's Jackie
kick
Robinson.
Save and a beauty. It ricochets off the pitcher Mariano Rivera, and Jackie Robinson is aboard with a painful infield single. New pitcher is Charlie Blackmon, the lefty, dealing with Babe Ruth. And he's not gonna deal with it well. That is a 2-run homer. Started him off with a breaking pitch, and Babe Ruth sends it the other way a long way. It's now 15-9. This one has a chance. Hank Aaron going back, drifting. Oh, he can't come up with it, and it's gone. Back-to-back homers to start the bottom of the 8th for Wilsey.
Almost an inhuman swing on that down and away circle change to start off that at bat. That is the bread and butter from Charlie Blackmon here, because it is so slow. But he demolishes it with Babe Ruth, and then first pitch next at bat hits one opposite field with Chipper. That's driven to right center field off the bat of Hank Aaron. That one's going to stay in now. And another hit for Wilsey to start off the inning, and he's making it way more difficult for Weens at the plate here.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Well, Biggio is going to make a nice play over to Babe Ruth, and that's out number 1. The potential game-winning home run, potential game-winning run is on deck, yes?
Yes, correct. We are in mercy territory. If he scores
it's a 7-run advantage right now. It's a 7-run advantage for Wilsey, as a new pitcher is Ellie De La Cruz. With everybody saying, Lee De La Cruz. Yeah. He's ahead in the count 2-0.
That's ball 3.
That misses low. He's now down in the De La Cruz is down in the count 3-0. Oh, he had the green light, and you can come on home. Tatis Jr. multi-homer game, and now Wilsey is on the brink of heading to the semifinals.
Yeah, Tatis this game said, "Let me talk to you," because he's got 3 homers, a big one there to make it 18-9, and now Wilsey's one swing away from a mercy rule win.
That's a ball.
Yeah, the winning run is at the plate in the form of Jorge Posada.
Ball, that's inside.
And there's still just 1 down. 1 more run scores this inning for Wilsey. This game is over. And this series is over. Sharply hit down the line. That's going to roll around to the corner. Posada's got a piano on his back, so he's going to stay at first. Here's Kyle Schwarber. Am I getting too cute, Scan, to think that maybe you bring in a pinch runner for Posada? Ball in the gap, might score from first in this game?
If it were not Jorge Posada, I would say absolutely. But Posada's done so much damage, I would just keep him in just in case. And
GG's.
Runners
this game is over. Kyle Schwarber in a walk-off mercy rule win, and Wilsey is on to the semifinals as he mercy rules Weens for a second time in this best-of-3 series. This one sends him to the semifinals, and that is an unbelievable way to begin our action today. First quarterfinals of the day is done. We still have 1 more to go. 1 more best-of-3 series. It will be Frosty and Kreiner, 2 guys that definitely have a chance to make a deep run and ultimately claim that first place prize money of $25 grand. Scan, let's talk more about Weens and Wilsey, though. I thought Weens showed a lot of heart and guts, coming back multiple times in deficits throughout this series, ultimately winning Game 2, but he proved no match in Game 3.
Absolutely. You can see why he's won both of these circuits so far this year. It's the offense. There were some points where he slowed down, but when he needed to put the foot on the gas, he did. Gets into mercy rule territory into that 8th inning, and he takes advantage of it. Doesn't even give Weens a chance to hit one more time in game number 3, and that was the difference in both game 1 and game 2. The late game offensive surge from Wilsey, and I mean, just look at the hit tally here. He really turned it on in the 7th and 8th inning of that game, and that was very similar to our very first game of the series, where he just turned it on late when he needed to. And Weens fought, stayed in these games, and did what he had to for a lot of the game. However, as the road team in both those games, never really got that chance to really bounce back because Wilsey just ran away with it.
Yeah, Weens did put up a 5 spot in the 5th inning to draw closer, but look at the multiple innings, the 7-run 8th inning which ultimately proved to be Weens' undoing. Then a 5-run third inning, a 4-run seventh inning. So it was those multiple crooked number innings for Wilsey that proved to be the difference in this game and in this series. So now he can sit back and enjoy the other quarterfinal series that is still to come here as he moves on and gets ready for the semifinals, which will be next weekend. Here's the way the $51,000 prize pool shakes out. Scan, the winner, $25,000. Second, third place, they get $10K and $5,000 respectively. I mean, there's a lot of money here, and these guys, they're used to playing in this kind of pressure here. Now let's take a look at the bracket here. Wilsey will move on in the semifinals next weekend, and he'll get either the winner of Alex K or Ty K. Wilsey, like we said at the beginning of this stream here, Scan, this is a guy that can go make a deep run and ultimately win it, but he gets to now get to sit back and see who he's going to face next weekend.
Absolutely. That's a big series for him, at least, because he comes out of this with at least $5,000 and make that top 4. Weens does still come out with $1,500, so definitely will take that. Put up a battle today and really fought to the very end, even though we had 2 mercy rules in that first 3-game series. But big to get into that top 4. If you're Wilsey, you've won 2 circuits this year. You'd love to keep adding more to your tally, and we're going to have to see how the next series goes because we have 3 more series to watch over the span of this weekend. We got 2 more great players coming up in store with Frosty and Kreiner.
Yeah, that best of 3 series is going to be coming up right after the break. Frosty against Kreiner. Game number 1 is just right around the corner. So let's just step aside and let's get actually, let's bring in Wilsey here. Let's hear from Wilsey as he takes care of Weens in 3 games. Wilsey, congratulations on moving on to the semifinals. After you had a lead in game 2 and ultimately weren't able to take care of him and close it out, what was your mindset going into game 3?
Well, I was pretty nervous, to be fair, but I just knew I needed to keep hitting and then just get ahead of counts mainly, and my game plan was to pitch Barrios, and then if he was getting hit a little bit, bring in Ellie, but then Barrios helped a lot in that game 3, so.
Absolutely. I'm really curious, in both those games that you ended up winning, you won because of some late game offensive surges. Were there any adjustments or anything that you saw that Weens did on the mound with those late game pitchers that you think got you going offensively in those games?
Well, like for example, in that 8th inning in game 3, after a 0 spot, I got ahead of a lot of counts, and then he was just hanging a lot of pitches. The 2-run homer to Tatis was a slider down the middle. The Chipper Jones one was a terrible swing, but it was a sinker right down the middle. And I forget the other one, but yeah, he just hung a lot of pitches in the 8th, and I was able to capitalize.
Wilsey, what are you going to do? Are you going to watch the other or the other quarterfinal series, the one we have coming up against Frosty and Kreiner? You would not face them. You get the winner of Ty K and real Alex K. Will you be watching or relaxing, doing something else?
I might be just like in and out, but I'll probably just be chilling, just checking on the scores.
There you go. All right. Well, Wilsey, congratulations, man. And we wish you the best of luck next weekend and look forward to seeing you play then.
Yep. Thank you.
You got it. All right. That's Wilsey, who advances in game 3 of this best of 3 quarterfinal series against Weens. He will now face the winner of Alex K and Ty K, which will be played on Sunday. Still to come, Frosty and Kreiner. Game 1 of that series coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments
The final 1v1 of the game here.
and celebrate the pros and the rising stars,
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
bringing you guides and deep dives
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
and tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get?
No way.
Whether you're in a heated match
Back, let's go.
or watching along at the edge of your seat,
A duo taking down a trio.
let's create moments from the games you love.
Come take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
プレイステーション
PlayStation tournaments are on PS5. Featuring MLB The Show 24. Challenge more players and find more ways to win. Get ready to compete on a global stage with new and exciting daily tournaments, all at the press of a button. So whether you're a seasoned competitor or just starting, come for the challenge and leave with glory and incredible prizes. It's time to join the competition. Sign up now on PS5.
プレイステーション
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your intergalactic party bus to Team Affinity Season 3. Imagine a world where position players are pitchers, pitchers are hitting bombs, and legends are rewriting baseball history. It's because we're heading out of this world with the Out of Position series. But don't worry, we're bringing the bus back to reality for Roberto Clemente Day. Clemente all day, baby. But buckle up, Buttercups. We have a couple more stops to make. I left my hat in the other dimension.
Rated E for everyone.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Finds the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
One player has already stamped his ticket to next weekend's semifinal. One other spot remains today. Welcome back. Alongside Scan, I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. We're glad you're with us, whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. If you're just now joining us and you're watching on Twitch, make sure your accounts are connected because the drops are active. Scan, we did see one player, as I mentioned, stamp his ticket into next weekend's finals. It's Wilsey, a Game 3 winner over Weens. Now we get ready for the Frosty Kreiner matchup. Two very well-known players within the community and two players, Scan, that could definitely win the whole thing and claim the $25,000 first place prize money. In a way, it's a shame they're meeting in the quarters.
Absolutely. Kreiner has won circuits in MLB 21, 22, and 23. He's been competing just like Weens in MLB The Show for a long time. Still only 19 years old. His favorite current card is that Hall of Fame Frank Thomas, who we have not seen in those first couple games. So it'll be interesting to see if he's there in his lineup today. Looks like he actually is not. He's not using his wild card.
He is not. This is the defensive lineup. Jackie Robinson in left field. Remember, wild card spots are available for our players. He's got two of them in his starting lineup. Joe Mauer and Willie Mays playing center field with the core Ernie Banks playing shortstop. Robinson is leading off. Then it's Ruth, Aaron, and Jones. We see a lot of the same cards in this lineup that we've already seen today.
Absolutely. Even some repeated names with the wild cards, with Chipper Jones and Willie Mays, but you're also seeing Joe Mauer be the catcher of choice for Kreiner here instead of the switch hitting Jorge Posada, who we saw on the other games. But you got Schwarber and Clemente on the bench alongside Jake Arrieta and Jacob deGrom, but a pretty similar lineup.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of out of the position players used as bullpen pieces in this circuit final and this weekend and also last weekend, but you really haven't seen those players be used as bench players. But here we have, as you mentioned, Arrieta and deGrom, two players from that out of position series. Okay, his opponent, as Kreiner, now has to deal with Frosty. And when you talk about talented players, Frosty fits into that category. But when you talk about players that grind the game, that is Frosty, and he might be in a category on all his own, Scan.
Yeah, he has, without a doubt, the most ranked games of the year of the bunch of players who are still remaining. If any of you know Frost, you know that man is streaming, grinding ranked all the time. And it's gotten him to this point in our championship series too, our top 8. And this is the lineup he's running, and definitely the most unique lineup of the bunch with Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Jerickson Profar, and Tommy Edman's new card.
Yeah, season 3 season award Tommy Edman. He's got that fantastic Ketel Marte card from season 1, the recently revealed Lightning card of Corbin Carroll playing center field. But as we check out his lineup here, and I teased this at the very beginning of the stream, look at the lineup here. Edman leading off, then Robinson, Ruth, and Aaron. But Scan, on the bench, that Shohei Ohtani card, that is the 50-50 Shohei Ohtani card, which was just revealed yesterday. My man got 50 homers and 50 stolen bases with extreme quickness. He's got that 50-50 Ohtani card, but he's got it on the bench. I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, I thought he could have had some play in center field, but he seems to be electing for Corbin Carroll, and I think I'm seeing the puzzle pieces why. It looks like he has one of the captain boosts going, boosting this Corbin Carroll card that you see in the top left of that card. So that might be the reason he's got him out in center field. But besides that, I mean, that Ohtani is a new card, and this is what we talked about with him being a grinder. He's got a lot of new content, a lineup that is very, very current with the game with the new Corbin Carroll and Shohei Ohtani. So I'm very interested to see how that plays for him, because he might have been grinding the game a lot yesterday heading into today.
Yeah, he certainly was. Frosty will be the home team in game 1. Kreiner will be the home team in game 2. And if there is a third and deciding game, which we had in our first quarterfinal series of the day, then Frosty will once again be the home team. Combined, Scan, these two players have over 1,000 wins combined since MLB The Show 24 dropped. So these players are talented and they play it a lot. And one of them's playing on an Xbox. How about that? It's the first time we've seen that view there. So Frosty is the home team. Kreiner leading off with Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting matchup in the world of ranked this season because Frosty has been the grinder of ranked of the bunch. He's played a lot of games being at the top of that leaderboard. And Kreiner, at one point, I remember correctly, he got up to 1,400 rating in ranked. I don't know how frequently that's ever happened, but he definitely did that this year. That's driven to deep left field, though. And Kreiner started off with a bang. 1-0
Yeah, Jackie
lead.
Robinson goes deep, and Kreiner is on the board quickly, 1-0.
And one thing we also noticed with Frosty is he had, without a doubt, one of the better ERAs of the bunch of players. Something he's somewhat notable for is his pitching, and I'm interested to see if that'll come into play with as good of a hitter as Kreiner.
Yeah, Frosty, of all 8 players that were entered into the quarterfinals, he has the lowest ERA this season, 8.31 coming into this event. That is the lowest mark of all 8 players.
Ball, that's out.
Yeah, but he just gave up another home run.
He just gave up another home run.
Perfect as well. So Kreiner looking locked in his first 2 at-bats here versus Roy Halladay.
Kreiner out to a quick 2-0 lead as that pours in for a strike, and it's 2-1.
And a reminder, Kreiner has won circuits in MLB 21, 22, and 23. Has not had that same level of success here in 24, but has consistently made deep runs to get close to that point, while Frosty has definitely made a lot of runs this year, has also done well in the Tampa Bay Rays Sunburst Invitational. So 2 players who have that experience.
And Kreiner begins game 1 with back-to-back home runs. It's now 3-0.
Man, what a start. 3 straight homers to start off. This is the first we've seen this.
There's a little jam shot. This could be trouble. But it's going to get run down out by Corbin Carroll. Great speed in center field. May I compliment Kreiner on his uniform choice? Logo looks real clean on these pinstripe uniforms. That'll bring up Ernie Banks.
Yeah, I like the breath of fresh air of custom uniforms every so often from these guys. A lot of these guys don't even think about their jersey. They just throw on whatever team they like, and they don't even second guess it because they're just hopping in the ranked and grinding it all. So I like seeing whenever someone takes the time to make that custom jersey.
Here's another chance for Corbin Carroll. This one much easier than the first one, and there's 2 down. Here's Joe Mauer.
Joe Mauer, yeah. The choice of catcher in that wild card slot. Catcher a little weaker of a position to start off season 3, so I think all teams have a wild card spot there besides Frosty, who's using Craig Biggio there.
Mauer is down in the count, 0-2. And that one is sent foul. Pitch number 20 upcoming right now for Roy Halladay. Little jam shot over to first. That retires the side, but Kreiner begins with a bang. In fact, 3 of them. 3 consecutive homers to start game 1. So here's Frosty leading off with Tommy Edman.
Yeah, he's got great pop versus lefties. Not as much versus righties, but the switch hitting bats are always nice. He's over at third base for Frosty here. So he hitting .385, which is a good batting average, but is worth noting for these players because that is actually a bit of a lower batting average for these top player types, with a lot of the best cards hitting around like 500 for him.
Edmonds ahead in the count, 2-0. Roy Halladay also getting the start for Kreiner. Game 1, best of 3.
Yeah, Halladay proving to be that guy for everyone today. The higher velocity sinker and cutter, mixing in that splitter. He's been the game 1 starter for every single player so far.
Count even at 2-2. Little dribbler. Carroll, or Edmund, good speed, but Biggio is there well in time, and that's out number one. Here's Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, Jackie Robinson crushed the ball for both sides in that first series we watched, and there is yet another hit for him. 99 speed over on first for Frosty here in the first.
One out base hit, and that'll bring up Babe Ruth.
Ball one.
Looks at a ball low.
Counts 1-0.
Big lead for Robinson, and he's off. Biggio fields and throws to first, so Frosty is able to stay out of the double play, but there's two down, and here's Hank Aaron.
That's out.
You know, went for a little hit and run action. Maybe was expecting a sinker down and away there to hit to left instead. Rolls over a splitter, so it does prevent a double play, like you say, but very quickly there are two outs, and Halliday's only got 11 pitches here. But that's driven.
That ball is struck well. It's going to be over the head of the center fielder, up against the wall. Run is in. A little trouble out there fielding. It's going to allow Hank Aaron to head to third. It's a two-out triple for Hammer and Hank. And it's 3-1.
Yeah, I don't think you can pitch to Hank Aaron. He has just been hitting every single type of pitch all day today. I don't know what you would throw to him at this point.
This is going to hang up there for the center fielder. And we're through one. It's 3-1. 7,
All right.
8, and 9 due up here in the top of the second, starting with Craig Biggio.
Yeah, Craig Biggio's done a lot of damage in the bottom part of the order for both teams. But that'll be a fly out to start off the inning here for Biggio. Both Biggio and Seager kind of in the bottom part of the order for a lot of the teams here to start, kind of trying to be fire starters in the bottom part of the order, trying to get some runners on for the top. And Seager here yet again for Kreiner. Even though he's got that 90 power like we talked about, he could still hit it out of here like the rest of them. That's driven to right field. And that ball will go, no doubt, shot for Corey Seager. Let's make that a 4-1 lead for Kreiner now.
Well, that's down.
Here's Willie Mays.
That's going to be a fly out right to the third baseman. I was just about to comment on Willie Mays being in the 9 spot for Kreiner. But he just misses that sinker. Aggressive first pitch swing. But now it's 2 outs, so Kreiner is kept up offensively here, scoring 4 here in just the first couple. But he hasn't really strung together too many hits to put together too big of a rally. While we just saw with Frosty, Kreiner just got out of trouble. That's going to be a line out right to the shortstop to end our inning. So Frosty gets out of the inning, only giving up 1. So we might have another case here, as that's a fly ball to center field. I think Willie Mays will get there pretty easily. He will, for a first out of the second here. We might have another case where the starting pitchers pitch kind of efficiently through a couple before anyone really gets any big rally of their own, but that's going to probably be the difference to start. Who is going to be the first player to jump on that starting pitcher, drive up that pitch count, put together that big crooked number of their own? So we will have to see. That's driven to right. It is just foul, 3 feet out of play.
He grounds out, and that's number 2. Here's Craig Biggio.
Ball, that's in.
Out of the second. 4-1 game. Austin trailing. 2 down, dealing with Roy Halladay. That's perfectly hit. The Biggio is there.
He's out.
And that fires aside. So 3-2. Kreiner is leading 4-1. Batting here, top 3. 2, 3, and 4. Ruth, Aaron, and Jones do up.
That's inside.
Bruce went deep in his first at bat in the first inning.
These games. So I'm really interested to see as we keep going here, how long will Halladay keep being effective? I mean, Kreiner's put up some great swings, especially in that first inning against Halladay, but how much do you drive that pitch count up? That's another hard hit swing. 2 straight swings for both sides now, going right to fielders, good cuts, just not really finding the grass like he probably wants to. So Halladay kind of working efficiently. That's gonna be driven down the left field line by Hank Aaron. That should be a 1-out double, and here we go. Kreiner's got that 1 hit, runner on. Can he cash him in? Try to build some separation here early game versus Frosty.
Consecutive extra base hit for Hank Aaron. Ball low and away. It's 2-0.
3-0 now. Not what you want against Chipper Jones. You might just be pitching around him. Ooh, 3-0, aggressive four-seam right down the middle. Kreiner takes it all the way. Goes sinker this time, as that's a fly ball to center field. Corbin Carroll will make the play, but he's going to get over to third. So that 5th potential run is over on third for Kreiner here, and up comes Ernie Banks. And here comes Ernie Banks, and that's hard ground ball. That's going to end our inning. Both sides seeing some hard contact, aggressive swinging on some sinkers and cutters right on the corners where they really can't do much besides line it out or ground it right to fielders. And I guess that's why Roy Halladay's been effective. He's hitting the spots that he needs to. And even though he's giving up some hard contact, it's going to the fielders like he needs to. So both sides, Roy Halladay is cruising.
Great speed, and Biggio gets him by a step and a half. Back to the top of the order, it's Tony Edmonds, 0-1. First pitch swinging. And quickly, there's 2 down here. Game 1 of this best of 3. So I guess I was sounding like Charlie Brown for a little bit.
You sounded perfectly fine through my feed, but it must have been what was happening through the stream. I mean,
that's weird. Yeah. That retires aside. So through 3, Kreiner is leading 4-1. All right, so Joe Mauer leading things off here in the top of the 4th. Kreiner working with a 4-1 lead and batting. Joe Mauer sends one to the gap. This one has a chance. Off the top of the wall and over. A solo homer for Joe Mauer. It's 5-1. So here's Craig Biggio. That's a base hit up. Nope. Spoke too soon. Perfect. Line out to center field. Boy, the perfect line outs. Man. I'm not sure there's anything more frustrating than that. The perfect line out. Hey, but that's baseball.
That's in. Ball 2.
All right, so Corey Seager batting here. He's 1 for 1. Ooh, early on that one. And it's 2-2. And Corey Seager sends one. Deep right field. Over the head of the right field. It's going to be a long single for Seager. And that's lucky that stayed in the park. Frosty is in early trouble here. Down 5-1. And 1 out here in the 4th inning. That ball is roped, but it is a fair ball. Willie Mays able to keep it fair.
Wow.
And it's now 2nd and 3rd. Yeah, I don't know how he kept that fair. The infield is going to come in. Frosty is going to bring the infield in with 1 down and runners at 2nd and 3rd.
Very aggressive managing. With how good
I
of
think
hitters
it's
they
the
both
right
are.
call, considering, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got 12 speed as well, third. So if you hit it right to the guy, like the hard outs they've been getting this game, I mean, it will definitely work out.
Because consider this, Scan. He is 5 runs away, Kreiner is, from putting this in mercy rule territory.
Mm-hmm.
If Kreiner has a 10-run advantage after 4 innings, this game is over. And that ball is over the fence. It's now 8-1 Kreiner here in game 1.
Very interesting. Went high pitch with that infield in there, and Kreiner absolutely made him pay. And now it's an 8-1 game, and yeah, like you talked about, that mercy rule gets even closer for Kreiner.
All right, so Babe Ruth now steps in against Riley Green. It's 0-2. Ooh, good pitch there. Just misses. It's 1-2.
Nice try, Ramon.
Got him on that one.
Yeah, that's a good sequence there. Went high on the cutter and then brought the pitch down at his knees for strike 3.
So this is big. Hank Aaron here, up versus the lefty with max contact and power. Frosty's trying to stay alive in his game down 7. Needs to end this inning here, but you got to be careful with Hank Aaron, who's already 2 for 2. Almost freezes him on a down and enforce team. So good take. Make it a 2-2 count.
Ooh.
Came back with cutter there, and he just missed it.
Here's the 2-2. Count full. Payoff pitch from Green. He missed it. And now Chipper Jones steps to the plate with the potential winning run on deck, depending on what happens and also depending on what Frosty does in the home half of the 4th. But it looks like he's going to escape further damage as Chipper Jones grounds out to short, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Frosty's down 8-1. Here's the 3-hole hitter, Babe Ruth, who's 0 for 1, facing Roy Halladay.
Yeah, and aggressive swings from Frosty. That's a hard out right to the right fielder. Halladay only had 27 pitches into the 4th, and he's been swinging aggressively. Good swing, but just below the zone there on that sinker, and it goes right to the right fielder. And I'm
You surprised by how aggressive Frosty's been?
Absolutely not. Sometimes players are just really confident in their swings, and he has been all over the ball, but sometimes you just might need to tell yourself as you get a little into the game to just, even though you're ready for a pitch, to just be patient and look for a better one to hit. And that's what I expect to see him to do here in the 4th. Try to be a little more selective at what he swings at.
And we talked about prior to the game 1 that Frosty's lineup is a little bit more unique. And here's a perfect example. Jerickson Profar, the 5-hole hitter, 0 for 1. That's at the knees, evens a count at 2-2.
What a spot to locate that 4-seam. But good patience from Frosty to make this a full count with Ketel Marte on deck.
Runners going. Biggio fields, fires. They stay out of the double play, but there's 2 down, and that'll bring up Ketel Marte.
Again, a perfectly located sinker just below the zone. Gets an early ground ball to get a big second out there for Kreiner. Ooh, that's the one you want back if you're Frosty. That's one that you should have turned and burned on, but just got the PCI underneath it. Now an 0-2 count. You got to be careful at what you swing at here with 2 outs.
1-2. It's low. Count even at 2-2.
You took the sinker
Pitch number
that
40
time.
from Halladay, and it's fouled. Ooh.
Goes away again, makes it a 2-2 count. I'm interested to see if he throws that down and in splitter to try to get an early swing and miss. Hasn't gone to it yet, I don't think. Now a 3-2 count with Roberto Clemente looming on deck. There's a
Fly
splitter,
ball.
but oh boy.
Right field. It is deep, and it's gone. 2 out, 2-run homer from Jurickson Profar. Frosty closes to an 8-3 game. That'll bring up Roberto Clemente.
Yeah, that splitter just ended up a little too high. I don't know if that's where he wanted that pitch, but a great swing from Frosty to sit back on it and keep it fair. So he makes it 8-3, but that's another hard hit out right to Biggio. He just bites outside of the zone again. That's another hard hit ground out, but still a 5-run lead.
Biggio's been pretty busy over there. And here's Ernie Banks.
Oh, man. Cutter catches too much plate off the bat of Ernie Banks, and that is hit a long way. 9-3 ball game.
Here's Joe Mauer. Top 5. 9-3 game. That misses low and away. It's 1-1.
Oof. Great take. Great pitch. Even better take. Now a 3-1 count. Great patience from Joe Mauer here on 2 great pitches down and away, and he's going to take himself a walk here. So another runner on base for Kreiner.
That'll bring up Craig Biggio, 0 for 2.
And I think the difference between both of these sides is they've each put up good swings. But on the side of Frosty, some of his swings have been early in the count, aggressive swings that are just on the corner that he hasn't been able to do much with. Kreiner's done a fantastic job so far of capitalizing on some mistakes that catch a little too much of the plate. And with players at this skill level who know how to get the PCI to the ball consistently, that's sometimes the difference. See, that's a perfectly located pitch. That'll be
not in time for the double play, but that is a big out number 1 there.
Nope, that's a ball.
And Corey Seager steps to the plate. He's 2 for 2.
This is that matchup we've seen.
Yeah, this is the matchup I think Frosty had in mind when he brought in Charlie Blackmon.
He just can't find that zone in those corners. He's just missing those spots, and Kreiner's doing a great job of staying patient. But now a 2-2 count. There's a down and away slider.
Nice job of just serving that the other way. Look at that PCI placement. Unbelievable.
Literally all you can do with that pitch, and he found the gap. Big at bat there.
Yeah, that's a really good pitch. That's a really good pitch.
And that's tough with Blackmon. He's got a slow slider and even slower changeup. It's tough to sit back in the away stuff. Now an 0-2 count to Willie Mays.
This is low with a sinker. It's 1-2.
Ooh.
Just gets a piece to stay alive.
Yeah, it was on that earlier side of that sinker, so was able to foul it off. Now a 2-2 count. 2 straight low sinkers. Goes for a third one. This one just catches the zone, and he fights it off. Great take down and in.
Kreiner's looking at a lot of pitches. Oh, he walked him.
Great patience.
So now the bases are loaded for the leadoff hitter, Jackie Robinson, who's 2 for 3. And Frosty starts him with a changeup. It's 0-1.
I'll tell you what, his eyes went wide open on that pitch. He saw that floating pitch and thought that was a sinker, but just could not sit back on it enough.
Jackie Robinson sends one to deep right field. Going back, they make the catch. The runners at third and second will tag, and it's now a 10-3 ball game.
Yeah, that was the aggressive pitching I think Frosty was looking for. Got ahead in an 0-2 count. Made him swing at a low cutter down and away. So he gets himself a big out there to keep it 10-3, but big lefty-lefty AB here.
And now it's a 10-run advantage. Babe Ruth from 3, a 3-pointer. And now we are in firmly mercy rule territory.
And in comes Mariano Rivera in the 5th. 2 relievers who we've seen late game in the previous series, Charlie Blackmon and now Mariano Rivera, have been burnt in just the 5th.
Well, so here's where things stand now. Frosty needs at least 1 to extend this game and get out of mercy rule territory. You see the umpire, the animation there. So that's where we stand. 8, 9, and 1 due up for Frosty.
And for
Starting
some
with Craig Biggio.
perspective, we had a 10-0 deficit earlier between Wilsey and Weens, as that's another ground out. Again, he just bites outside of the zone that goes right to the second base for a first out. Weens came back down 10 in our previous series.
Well, Corbin Carroll puts Frosty out of mercy rule territory. Opposite field homer, it's a 13-4 game.
And that's what he needs to do. He needs to jump on those pitches that catch that middle part of the plate, get that PCI underneath it where he actually can, and that's another hit that finds the gap, and here we go, Frosty.
Frosty not going away. As the leadoff man, Tommy Edman, is now aboard, and that'll bring up the 2-hole hitter, Jackie Robinson. Lifts that one. This should be playable, and it is. And there's 2 down.
And that's another one. If you're Frosty, you probably want back. Sinker catches the middle third of the plate, gets solid PCI on it. It just did not go his way. Didn't get that PCI in the middle third of the plate enough, but that's driven to left center field gap.
And it gets past Jackie Robinson. Runner from first will score. It's a 13-5 game as Babe Ruth pulls Frosty even closer.
And this is sometimes what you need to do while you're warming up your swings, trying to really put up those big innings. You just got to stay in the ball game, put these small rallies together, chip away at that lead, and just stay alive. That's up the middle as well.
They're going to send Ruth home. The throw, they're going to actually hold him up, and he will have to dive back to third, put runners at the corners, 2 down, and Jurickson Profar, who's 0 for 2.
Yeah, if you're Frosty, you just want to get Halladay out of this game, and you have an opportunity right here. One swing, you can get right back into this game and force Kreiner to make that starting pitcher change, because Halladay's had your number a lot of this game.
This is a shallow fly ball. It's going to hang up there for Mays, and that retires aside. But Frosty puts some very important runs on the board to keep this game alive for at least one more inning.
Yeah, and just as important as those couple runs were to obviously keep him in this game, now he needs a 0 or a very low scoring inning of his own, because he just has not clicked offensively that in a way that he probably wants to. Down 8 here in just the 6th, but if he wants to get back in his game, he's gonna need that pitching to keep him in this.
Chipper Jones swings away 2-0. Good contact, but it's right to the right fielder, and there's 1 away. Back up the middle. Oh, dolphin dive. The throw got him. What a play.
Look at
and
Jackie
there's 2
Robinson.
down. Jackie Robinson. When you get that dolphin dive animation, you know the fielder's going to come up with it. It's just a matter of time whether he can complete the throw, and in that case he did.
He got
what
a
an
0.
inning. Yeah.
He needed a 0.
That's a ball.
Now he's got to stay focused, and what I want to see from him, if he wants to get going offensively, I think he just needs to be a little bit more selective at what he swings at.
Perfect,
that is
perfect.
a mistake. Ooh, what a swing
Off
on
the
a
foul pole. Ketel Marte. And it's now a 13-6 game as Kreiner is going to make a move to the bullpen, and it will be the out-of-position player Jose Trevino.
And he got Roy Halladay out of the game, probably what he wanted. Now down 7 into the bullpen, and you'd love with a fresh reliever in to just keep the foot on the gas and put up some good at-bats, drive up that pitch count, and just look for that mistake. Oh, there was one. Up and away 4-seam that he must have thought was a sinker that was going to come back to the middle third of the plate, but it's a 4-seam that hangs up there and just underneath it for the first out.
That'll bring up Craig Biggio. He's 0 for 2. Spits on that one to even the count at 1-1.
Ball. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Here's the 2-1 from Jose Trevino. That ball is well struck. Headed for the wall and gone. Huge inning for Frosty. And he's finding a rhythm at the plate here. Still down 6, but this has been his best inning by far.
Yeah, this is exactly why you want Halladay out of the game. Get a new reliever in the game. Maybe chip away at that pitcher confidence. Get some spots that he just misses, and he just misses that sinker spot. And he punishes him. That's another
Jackie
one.
Robinson. Or,
now you got 99 speed.
Ernie
Yeah, I think he has Ernie at short. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Kreiner's got Ernie at short. Yep. So 99 speed on first. Inning still alive.
There
He's gonna
goes the
send
runner.
him right away.
Throw down. Not in time. A stolen base. And another runner in scoring position for Tommy Edman. He sends one to left field, going back. Robinson will circle back. Here comes the runner. He's tagging from second. Throw to third. Not in time. So Corbin Carroll 90 feet away with 2 down, and Jackie Robinson at the plate.
Yeah, some very aggressive base running too out of Frosty. Got some players with some good speed. Gets him over to second on the steal. Tags him up on a routine fly out to left, but that's crushed to deep left field by Jackie. And here comes Frosty, make it a 13-9 ball game here in the bottom of the 6th.
What an answer here. Wasn't too long ago that Frosty was on the brink and facing run rule elimination here in game 1. Now he has closed to within 4. Here's Babe Ruth, 1 for 3.
Ball, that's off the plate.
And Riley Green on the mound, who has not been particularly effective for a lot of these teams today.
That's ball 2.
Behind 2-1 here to Babe Ruth.
Oh, that ball is smoked, and it's out of here. Buggy whips that one over the right field wall. Kept the hands in, kept it fair. It's now a 3-run game.
Yep, that ball went out.
And here we go. He's fought himself right back into this game. It's a lot like what we said with Weens in that first series. He stayed alive, got himself back into this game, but now that you're close, you need to keep going. That's crushed.
Forget about it.
Oh, it's off
the base of the
warning
wall.
track.
I'm surprised that stayed in the yard.
Yeah, I thought he hit that a long way, but it stayed in. But it's still a double, and here comes Jurickson Profar, who's 0 for today. He's due.
Yeah, Riley Green has come on in relief and provided very little so far. This could get him out of the inning. And it does. We're through 6 in game 1. Frosty has closed the gap significantly. He's trailing by 3. Kreiner batting in the top of the 7th.
So yeah, Kreiner extends a couple pitchers in Trevino and Riley Green after just taking out Halladay. He's still got a lot of bullpen to work with, as that's a great play at second base by Ketel Marte to get the first out of the inning. And now if you're Kreiner, I mean, you'd love to respond. You know he has only so much bullpen to work with since he went to Mariano pretty early in this game. You'd love to get those runs back.
Kreiner was in firm control just a few moments ago. But now not all the momentum has swung in favor of Frosty.
Yeah, that was one of those swings where you look at that feedback and you're like, wow, where the heck did he miss on that one? But you still got to be encouraged by the good PCI and the good timing. And you got the 9 spot and Willie Mays coming up here. So you got to stay composed. Try to make something happen here with 2 outs to try to increase that gap between a very hot Frosty.
Well, a 2-out walk will bring Jackie Robinson to the plate here in the 7th inning.
A big walk, I'd say. 17 pitches out of Mariano Rivera. He's gotten the job done, but after a walk, he's got a quick trigger. He's pulling him out, and in comes Manny Machado.
And he's got to deal with the top of the order. Jackie Robinson's 2 for 3. Good pitch there. Evens the count at 1-1. Goes right back there, this time with a fastball, and he's ahead in the count 1-2.
Yeah, setting up down and away here. Just like we saw with Wilsey in those first games, but he comes back inside and Kreiner just sneaks it through the infield. So now 2 runners are on for none other than Babe Ruth, and he has to keep Manny Machado in for that 3-batter minimum.
Ruth is 2 for 4. Babe Ruth sends one to left field. Left fielder can't make the play. And Ruth is headed to second, and he's safe.
Wow. What a sequence of events there. Diving play in left that just gets off the glove. Scores 1, and the aggressive send from Kreiner. And he just beats the throw. Now there are 2 runners on, 2 outs. And none other than Hank Aaron up.
Hammer and Hank is 2 for 3. Looks at a cutter wide. It's 1-2.
Is scary at bat here, especially since he's been trying to get some outs in those down and away pitches. Not the guy you want to pitch that to. Comes back inside. Good pitch. But Kreiner's still dialed up for the velocity inside, so a 2-2 count. And here we go again. 2-2 from Machado.
This is going to hang up for the left fielder. And that retires a side. Both players have 14 hits. And right now it is Kreiner leading 14-10 here in game 1.
And a gutsy pitch from Frosty. Those are the situations that make the difference in games like this. Couple runners on, gets out of trouble by only giving up 1 in the inning. And a scary pitch to go to. A down and enforce seam to a good fastball hitter like Kreiner, but it was the right pitch there. And it gets him out of the jam, and he's still only down 4 here in the bottom of the 7th, but you know, there's no clock in baseball, but you only have so much time left here with only 3 innings to try to overcome this 4-run deficit versus Kreiner.
Little dribbler up the middle. Banks is there. And quickly there's 2 down. That'll bring up the 8-hole hitter, Craig Biggio, who's 1 for 3.
And again, some just aggressive swings out of Frosty.
High fly ball, right field, going back. Track, wall, out of here. 2-out homer from Craig Biggio, and Frosty draws within 14-11.
Yeah, it's been both sides for his strategy, where the aggressive swings have hurt him, where he swung at some great pitches to hit some hard hit outs, but that's a pitch that catches way too much plate, and he punishes it, and he's ready to swing at it first pitch. So now 0-2 count yet again.
Just gets a piece to stay alive. This Corbin Carroll card has had some good moments at the bottom of the order. 2 for 3. He's down in the count, 0-2. But he leans into that one right in the nitro zone. Corbin Carroll makes it a 2-run ball game.
Yeah, that one was no fluke for sure. Kreiner pitching aggressively, trying to just throw something in the zone with 2 strikes, and he makes him pay. And now we see why that Corbin Carroll's been staying in center field for him. He has had some big at-bats in that 9 spot. Tommy Edman, however, only with 1 hit to his name here this game, looking to keep this 2-out rally going.
Edman has gotten ahead in the count 3-0, and Jackie Robinson awaiting on deck. He's got the green light and the line out to Ernie Banks on a perfect. That is nasty work right there. But a productive inning for Frosty. Closes to a 14-12 deficit as we go to the top of the 8th. Kreiner batting, leading by 2.
Yeah, we're getting some chaos ball this game, that's for sure. A lot of hard hit outs for both sides. A lot of good swings just going right to fielders. And I think a key part of this game as we're in the 8th is that Kreiner is on the road. Needs to put up that big inning to keep that lead versus Frosty, because we talked about that home field advantage in Series 1 with Weens. I think that's a big part of this game 1 here, since we're within reach, only a 2-run lead. That's down the left field line.
That's a fair ball. Just inside the line. Chipper Jones heads to third. Kreiner's got runners at the corners and nobody out here in the top of the 8th. And here's Joe Mauer.
I am totally expecting a lefty to come in at this point, and here comes Paul O'Neill, this time in a late game situation for Frosty. try to get out of
Start
trouble
off
here.
with a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Selfishly, I'd like to see the Shohei Ohtani 50-50 card at some point in this game. That card currently on Frosty's bench. This could be 2. Over to second for 1, but not in time as Joe Mauer able to beat the throw back to first. A run. No, so there's 1 out.
Yeah, run did score.
Run
Make
does
it 15,
score.
12.
15-12. There's still only 1 out. Craig Biggio lifts that one to right field. Another hit for him. First and second, 1 out. And here's the lefty, Corey Seager.
Yeah, and that was one of those ground balls off the bat of Joe Mauer where he was almost lucky he hit it as softly as he did. He hits that even harder. It's an easy double play, but he makes the second baseman have to come in, do that little pirouette of a throw to get it to second. Corey Seager drives one to deep left field. That's going to die at the track. A swing that he must have just missed. Stays in the park. Now runners on the corners for Willie Mays.
Yeah, the timing was good, and Seager does, I believe that Seager card does have good numbers against lefties.
Yeah, it's another one of those swings for Kreiner. I think Seager had one similar earlier in the game where it felt like he was all over it, but it just didn't translate to the game, which sometimes happens in these cross-play scenarios here, where that feedback seems a little interesting when you look at it in the bottom left corner. But nonetheless, a 3-1 count for Willie Mays.
Ooh.
And that's going to be a fly out to end our inning just underneath that with him. But still a 15-12 game and big, even though he had some rough luck that inning to put 1 on the board.
All right, so Frosty bats here in the bottom of the 8th. He's down 3. Good portion of the lineup to do some damage here. Robinson, Ruth, and Hank Aaron, 2, 3, and 4 due up here in the bottom of the 8th. To face a new pitcher, Wade Boggs.
Yep, and Jackie Robinson has been a big part of these games, at least whether he's that runner on to lead off an inning or that big home run. It's a big situation here. That's driven the deep
and
right
that is
field.
a big drive. Leadoff homer for Jackie Robinson here in the bottom of the 8th. Once again, it's a 2-run advantage.
Got it.
So that means we will have a pitching change, and he's going to bring out his big gun here. Mariano Rivera, and Babe Ruth greets him with a fly ball deep center field. And it is caught at the track. And that's a loud out number 1. Hank Aaron has a triple, a double, and 2 singles. He's a homer shy of the cycle, and he's definitely more than capable of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be the time to come up with a big swing, make this a 1-run deficit. That's hit right to the third baseman.
Yeah, Chipper Jones gobbles that one up, and there's 2 down. Here's Jurickson Profar, currently wearing the collar, 0 for 4.
Yeah, I think what he needs to do with Profar here is find a ball he can pull. He's got a few of these players with around 9. Oh, never mind. Hit it to left field. Ignore me, Frosty. That's an Oppo Taco to make it a 15-14 game.
Wow. So 2 down, and Ketel Marte batting in a 1-run game.
Yeah, he's got a few of these players that have high contact and about 90 to 100 power versus righties, which is great power. But sometimes you need to put a little bit more oomph into those swings to hit those out. But Jurickson Profar there definitely did not hit that plenty well to left field. But now you got a 3-1 count to Ketel Marte with Roberto Clemente on deck.
Ooh, he was very early on the swing timing there, out in front of the fastball. Full count. Payoff pitch from Mo. Walked him.
Great take. He bit at that low sinker. Not a bad pitch from Kreiner.
Now the go-ahead run is at the plate for Frosty. Mariano Rivera. Are we going to see? Nope. He's teasing us a little bit. I thought we would see the 50-50 Ohtani card, which is looming on his bench. He will stay with Roberto Clemente, who's currently 0 for 4.
Yeah, there are 3 pitches I'm looking for if I'm Frosty with Clemente here. Down and in sinker, down and away cutter, and down and away slider. Those are the 3 pitches that you are looking for here that are definitely most likely to come.
Oh, had the green light 3-0.
Yeah, he was sitting ready for that pitch, but sat back a little too much on the 98. So now a 3-1 count. There's that inside sinker, but
that
he
is a fair ball. What a stop by Chipper Jones. The throw, however, not in time. Jones knocked it down, but ultimately couldn't complete the play. And the inning continues. Tying run in scoring position. Craig Biggio at the plate.
You got to be careful with your Kreiner. If you throw a down and away cutter or slider, it just catches too much plate. He's going to jump on that and try to hit that to right center field. Craig Biggio does that very well. So he comes inside with the sinker. Makes it a 2-1 count.
Ball 3.
Spits on that. It's 3-1.
1 strike.
And the right and the lefty Corbin Carroll is on deck.
Ball 4.
And he walked him. Second walk of the inning, and now the bases are loaded for Corbin Carroll, who has homered twice, part of a 3-hit day thus far.
Yeah, and this is where the adjustments in the strategy have come into play. Frosty's taken a lot of close pitches. He's being really selective, and Kreiner's had a tough time throwing good pitches in the zone, and he's worked himself to a bases-loaded situation. So, opportunity to tie the game, take a lead, and maybe even give himself a little bit of a cushion with one good swing. So, big at bat here. Big implications.
I think Frosty's trolling us at this point.
He's considering it. He's just looking at it.
New pitcher. Charlie Blackmon. They check over to third. He did go, so it's 0-1. Corbin Carroll, the lefty, against the left-handed Charlie Blackmon. Count even at 1-1.
Keep an eye out on that down and away circle change and see if Frosty can sit back and hit it to left field.
That was such a good take.
Beautiful take on a down and away
count
sinker.
2-1. The pitch from Blackmon. Sharply hit up the middle. Past the diving shortstop. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. It's a 2 RBI single for Corbin Carroll. It's 16-15 Frosty.
Yeah, some of that small ball coming into play.
Coach can't believe it. Oh, and that ball is served to right field. That's going to find the corner. 1 run will score. They're going to hold Corbin Carroll at third. It's now a 17-15 game in favor of Frosty. From the brink of getting run ruled just a few innings ago to now leading 17-15 here in game 1.
Now, this is a huge
comeback.
at-bat here.
What a comeback.
2-run lead is great, but you could really put in a dagger of a swing with 1 good swing with Jackie Robinson here. There's
Robinson
that
is 3 for 5. Make it 4 for 6. Carroll can walk home. The runner from second scores easily. Robinson is headed to third. It's a 2 RBI triple for Jackie Robinson, and Frosty is opening things up here in the bottom of the 8th.
And this is an incredible stretch, especially with the lack of homers. He's doing this with getting runners on base, singles to the infield, triples to the gap. The contact approach is now paying off for him as he's just extending innings, getting new pitchers in, and Charlie Blackmon got nothing done on the mound for Kreiner, and Paul O'Neill's in here to try to end this inning.
Wow, what a turn of events. Now Frosty, 3 defensive outs away from taking game 1 of this series as yet another walk here in the third of the inning. As Hank Aaron looks at a ball, he's still a home run shy of the cycle. He's 4 for 5. Cycle complete. Hank Aaron, a massive 3-run homer. This one completes the cycle. It gives Frosty a 7-run advantage, and in Frosty's pouring it on here in the bottom of the 8th.
And there's a reason they call him Zeus. He has found the bats this inning, up 7 now versus Kreiner. flipping this game on its head from how the first half of this game went. Kreiner had all that momentum to start off this game.
He was a couple of outs away from a run rule victory in game one.
Yeah, and then Frosty got out of some big jams on the mound with a few runners on, albeit some unfortunate, some earned directly through some good pitching. And he's fought himself back into this game and is now running away with it, up 7 here in the 8th, and he's not stopping.
Xena 16 coming up or commenting on the chat that this is the most patient he's ever seen Frosty at the plate, and that patience is being rewarded. He draws another walk, 4th of the inning, and the inning continues, and Ketel Marte out in front of that offering from Raisel Iglesias. Oh, now you're just showing off. Zeus delivers a thunderbolt yet again. It's 24-15. Now he has a chance to end this game in mercy rule fashion.
And here comes Kyle Schwarber. He wants it. He wants to end it right here. Not even give him a chance to swing the twig.
Oh, Kyle Schwarber sends one to deep center field. Track, wall, out of here. GG's, game over. Holy smoly.
I don't even know what to say. A 13-run bottom of the 8th to not just come back down a couple runs, to get the mercy.
Yeah, I believe it was, I don't know if we have the totals yet, but I believe it was in the 4th inning where Frosty was staring at a mercy rule scenario. He was, I believe, 3 defensive outs away from getting mercy ruled. And then what a turnaround that he ultimately delivers the mercy rule with a explosion in the bottom of the 8th, and he takes game one 25-15. It was all Kreiner early, Scan, before things just turned massively in favor of Frosty.
And I'll tell you what, Kreiner's been there, done that. He's had a lot of success in MLB The Show Esports. This is a big a test as ever because he had that big lead. He had some situations where he could have kept patting on some swings that you felt like he was all over that just didn't go his way. And then Frosty capitalized and ran away with this game. So I'll tell you what, Kreiner's going to be facing a big test here in game 2 as our home team. He's going to need to find that offensive momentum right away because Frosty absolutely took it all away in those last few innings of that game. And he's going to need to find it ASAP here in game number 2.
Yeah, Budo Baseball in the chat says that Frosty delivered the reverse Uno card to Kreiner to go from the brink of elimination to then give him the mercy rule. I mean, that's unbelievable. This is what I'm talking about here. Look at what Kreiner was doing. He jumped out to the big lead. He had an 11-2 lead at one point in this game. And then that 13-run 8th inning. To do that on Legend against an opponent of this caliber, Scan, that's quite a message for game 1.
Yeah, and that's especially worrying if you are Kreiner because Roy Halladay really carried you through that first half of the game. But once the latter part of that bullpen came into play in that 8th inning, it got ugly quick. So something's got to change in this next game because you know you're going to have to go back to that bullpen at some point. You got to find something that works to get going offensively, and then you need to find something on the mound because Frosty was clicking. You see, there were I believe that is a 20-2 run differential in just those last 3 innings.
Wow. Well, game 2 of this series, it's now a must-win situation for Kreiner, and it's coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments
The final 1v1 of the game here.
and celebrate the pros and the rising stars,
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
bringing you guides and deep dives
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
and tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match
Back, let's go.
or watching along at the edge of your seat,
A duo taking down a trio.
let's create moments from the games you love.
Come take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation.
PlayStation tournaments are on PS5. Featuring MLB The Show 24. Challenge more players and find more ways to win. Get ready to compete on a global stage with new and exciting daily tournaments, all at the press of a button. So whether you're a seasoned competitor or just starting, come for the challenge and leave with glory and incredible prizes. It's time to join the competition. Sign up now on PS5.
PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your intergalactic party bus to Team Affinity Season 3. Imagine a world where position players are pitchers, pitchers are hitting bombs, and legends are rewriting baseball history. It's because we're heading out of this world with the Out of Position series. But don't worry, we're bringing the bus back to reality for Roberto Clemente Day. Clemente all day, baby. And buckle up, Buttercups, we have a couple more stops to make. I left my hat in the other dimension.
Rated E for everyone.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Climbs the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
Well, we are getting ready for game 2 of this second quarterfinal series. Remember, we have 2 more to go on Sunday before the semifinals and ultimately the grand finals next weekend. Alongside Scan, I'm Robert Flores. We're glad you're with us, whether it's on YouTube or on Twitch. As always, Scan, a reminder, Season 3 well underway. The card, the content, they are out for people to get. The Corbin Carroll Lightning card is out. It's fantastic. Not pictured, but just revealed. The 50-50 Shohei Ohtani card. You must get 50 home runs. You must get 50 stolen bases. I look forward to getting it, Scan, at around January.
Yeah, I'm probably going to work a little bit this weekend to get that card because I want a little bit more XP to get that 99 Hank Aaron that you get for 350,000 XP. Because I'll tell you what, Hank Aaron has done a lot today.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And we have also seen Frosty use the 99 Corbin Carroll card, and he's the only one that we've seen today that has that 50-50 Shohei Ohtani card. But as of now, it's on his bench. So as we get ready for game number 2, it's a game that Kreiner has to have. He was shocked in game 1. What are you looking for in game 2?
I'm just looking to see if Kreiner can make the adjustments on the mound. At some point in that latter part of the game, Frosty adjusted at the plate, where he started taking more pitches, being more selective, and that really resulted in those big rallies. He got some walks, got some runners on, and was able to capitalize with the big hits that he needed. So I want to see if Kreiner makes any changes on the mound, maybe approaches him differently, and if he can do that to keep in his game, he's going to be able to keep up with Frosty offensively for sure.
Well, Kreiner will be the home team. He was the visitor in game number 1. He will be the home team, as it looks like he's going to start Todd Helton, the out-of-position card, as the pitcher. It's got the Andy Pettitte windup, I believe. I'm almost certain on that. I'm sure the chat will correct me if I am incorrect because, well, they're the chat. So leading off here for Frosty, he's going to go with Tommy Edman, who he led off with in game 1. Then I'm assuming it's Jackie Robinson and Babe Ruth. What do you think of the choice of Helton here?
I like it. He's gotten the job done in other games, but that's driven the deep right.
I don't know if he got the job done here because Tommy Edman leads off, going off. Frosty picking up right where he left off with a leadoff homer from Tommy Edman.
And that's the funny thing about Tommy Edman versus righties. He's kind of that contact, find a ball in the gap type guy, but versus lefties, he's got max contact and power, and he made him pay for that high fastball.
All right, that was another hard hit ball, but right at Chipper Jones, so that'll bring up the lefty Babe Ruth.
Also, you notice Ship It Stadium being chosen.
Good catch. Frosty, Kreiner opting to go with Ship It Stadium.
Yeah,
not
he's done
Laughing Mountain.
He's done this in the past before. I remember him, and I believe also Alex Kayer players that tend to lean towards Ship It. Still a pretty good hitter park.
Why is that? Why do you think they like Ship It?
Yeah, it's a little bit more reasonable to pitch it. You have some lower exit velocity homers that still go out to right field, but you sometimes need to hit that ball a bit harder to hit those home runs in comparison to Laughing Mountain. And Ship It is always a favorite for that nice batter's eye in center field. It's got pretty high elevation still, even though it's not as high as it used to be back a few years ago. And it's just one of those like classic stadiums that a lot of these good players just like going back to. However, not every one of them likes them nowadays, and they like their Laughing Mountain.
Well, considering how the inning started with a leadoff homer from Tommy Edman, that's a successful half inning for Kreiner as he gives up just the 1 run. Now, on Manaea, getting the start for Frosty, Kreiner will send up Robinson, Ruth, and Aaron. Start with 1.5 and first. We must win game 2 here for Kreiner.
Yeah, we talked about Frosty's pitching ability and how he's got the best ERA of the bunch of players that we have in this tournament. Still, is that driven to deep left center field?
But Corbin Carroll, great speed, can't make the catch. Jackie Robinson headed to third, and it's a leadoff triple. Every time we talk about Frosty's pitching and his ERA, he gives up an extra base hit.
Yeah, it's very funny how that works. That's just That's one of those
Announcer
fastballs
jinx.
that...
Oh, that is down the line. Babe Ruth ties this game. Ball goes into the corner. Back-to-back extra base hits for Kreiner here in the home half of the first, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, the thing with Sean Manaea in comparison to someone like Todd Helton, he doesn't have the same velocity on that four seam. It's a low 90s fastball, and you could not get it past Kreiner there with Jackie Robinson. And now he's got a quick tie game. And if you're Kreiner, you're putting up great swings against Manaea. You'd love to put up a crooked number against him to start. Get that momentum swung back your way here to start game 2.
Nope, that's inside.
And a great at bat there. Takes a good cutter in on the hands. Now 2 runners on, nobody out. And Kreiner looking to get it going here versus Sean Manaea early. That's driven to deep right field by Chipper Jones. That's off the wall. 1 runner will score easily. Chipper is going to hustle to second, but he's thrown out. A heck of a throw from right field. And Frosty steals it out here after a great swing from Chipper Jones. But Kreiner takes a 2-1 lead. It was a right send. It's what you want to do there. You just don't bank on a perfect throw. He gets it, though, and steals himself an out. And now very quickly, Kreiner's down to 2 outs here in the bottom of the first versus Sean Manaea. And for Kreiner, you got to be careful. It's an unlucky out. Those outs happen sometimes. You put up good swings. You make the right move, but the opponent makes a good play. Sometimes you just need to stay in your zone, look for the right pitch to swing at still, and just try not to get too flustered at that. 3 straight down and away slurves, I believe, from Sean Manaea and Frosty. And you see the approach lefty-lefty with Joe Mauer and around that 90 power. All the slow stuff away. So now a 3-2 count. Looking to keep this inning alive. There's that down and away cutter chopped. Diving play by Cattell at second base, and he makes the play. So a big couple defensive plays from Frosty in the field, and he's going to get out of that inning by only giving up 2, and it looked like Kreiner was going to bounce right back, put up a big inning of his own. So good job from Frosty to minimize the damage and keep this game at just 2-1 here in the top of the second. But now Todd Helton on the mound. Sinker cutter mix like we see with Sean Manaea, but like I mentioned before, that four seam gets a little higher in the 90s, so you can mix that in to try to get some later swings. Goes up and in cutter there, gets a ground ball. So Ernie Banks takes his time to get the first out of the inning. Now here's another switch hitter in Cattell Marte. However, just like Tommy Edman, he does a lot of damage versus lefties. So you got to be careful here with Todd Hill, and anything that catches that plate, Cattell could definitely pull it out to left field, but that's going to be a ground ball. And I think that's been the go-to pitch for Kreiner, that low sinker outside of the zone that kind of gets over the middle third of the plate. Frosty likes to bite at that low sinker, and sometimes bites him in the butt.
Ooh, got him to chase.
And there it is, inning over, 2-1 lead still for Kreiner.
It's so rare to see these guys not hang crooked numbers, or at least one.
Absolutely. And it's interesting, in a lot of these games, knock on wood, they've seen a lot of this happen in the beginning part of the game, just some slower offense to get going. When, if you watched our summer circuit as well, and you especially watched Wilsey play, that man was putting up 5-6 runs in the first innings of multiple games. However, today you've seen the offense kind of warm up in that third, fourth, fifth inning, and then things kind of go crazy back and forth at that point.
Ooh, that ball is roped, and that's a fair ball. Leadoff double for Craig Biggio. Throw is a good one, but not in time. So Biggio in scoring position for Corey Seager.
Yeah, I'm interested in how he approaches Seager here. He had a couple late game swings last game on some away pitches. He tried to hit the left field that he was all over. Just did not really go his way. This time he goes up and in circle change.
On the circle change. Interesting. That'll bring up Willie Mays, the 9-hole hitter.
Yeah, and that right there is a pitch that you'll only see intentionally in esports in this game. Up and in changeup sometimes work to get some early swings, especially when they're expecting sinkers. And it kind of gets him on a big strikeout there. And now 1-2 to Willie Mays.
Count now even at 2-2. Biggio started the inning with a leadoff double. Mays. Fly ball. Carroll makes the catch, and there's 2 down. So Frosty with a chance to strand that leadoff double. But he'll have to get Jackie Robinson out first.
Yeah, and Jackie's done damage, especially as of late for Kreiner. That's a swing he read well, was just underneath it as that PCI got a little small in the down and away changeup. Now 1-2, just trying to get something going here in the second.
Here's the 1-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-2.
Oh, he keeps trying that outer third against Jackie Robinson. Now the count runs full with Babe Ruth on deck.
Takes that. That's ball 4, and here we go. The great Bambino.
And he starts off Babe Ruth with a strike. It's 0-1. Minaya already at 41 pitches here in the bottom of the second. So we are going to get to that bullpen.
Yeah, even if you're not scoring the most runs against him, if you could at least drive up that pitch count, see a lot of pitches in each at bat, it's about all you can ask for, because if that starter is getting you, at least you don't have to face him too long.
Misses wide. It's 1-2. Ooh, just misses with a cutter. Great take. Great take by Kreiner. The 2-2. Tried it again, this time in the upper part of the zone, and the count runs full. Runners at first and second on the move. Chopper up the middle, knocked down by Robinson to throw to first, not in time, and the runner came all the way around third, and he's in. That ball didn't leave the infield, but it scored the run.
That's just some smart baseball from Kreiner. Once that was hit up the middle, he sent that runner home right away just because it was so far up the middle. And that's a big run to get, and it keeps this inning alive.
Nice try, oh, what a dot at the knees. That retires the side, but another run does score. It's now a 3-1 advantage as Minaya threw 26 pitches in that second inning.
Yeah, and even though that pitch count's going up, you will absolutely take that for your Frosty. That's a fly ball in the deep left
leans
field.
Into one. But this is going to hang up and die at the warning track, and that's allowed out number 1.
Even though you get that pitch count up on Sean Minaya, you will absolutely take limiting Kreiner to 3 just in those few innings. You're still in this game. Ooh, trying to drop a bunt with Corbin Carroll.
We're bunting?
Coach did not approve of that. Disappointed as he saw that bottom left corner. Interesting, because it's Corbin Carroll who had some big hits in that last game, but he just might not be feeling confident in this lefty at bat whatsoever. Down he goes.
I see some bunt cheesers in the chat, so I know that they love to see the bunt, but it's a little bit surprising to see from Frosty. Got to bring up Tommy Edman. 2 down, top of the third.
He was maybe just trying to get something going. He had a home run swing with Tommy Edman to begin this game, but has not scored anything since.
So Edman 1 for 1 with a homer, led the game off with a home run, as a matter of fact. So far, that's the only run for Frosty. Still plenty of time left. Ooh, tried to check his swing, but could not. Good inning there for Kreiner. Bottom 3, it's 3-1.
Yeah, you see Todd Helton kind of pitching pretty efficiently for Kreiner on the mound. However, Sean Minaya here all the way up to 50 pitches already here in the third. So opportunity you'd love to get with Kreiner is you're getting that pitch count up and the energy starts to get low. See how long Frosty extends him into this game. Maybe catch some mistakes over the plate.
Here's the 2-2. Ooh.
There's that changeup again.
Up in the zone again.
Yeah, sometimes with weird pitches like that, you can only get away with them for so long. You only have maybe a couple times where you can get that by someone, and Kreiner's going to shoot that up the middle for a leadoff single for Chipper Jones.
In steps Ernie Banks. He's 0 for 1.
Ball one.
He looks at ball 1. It's 1-0. Driven. Right field. Hank Aaron has plenty of room, and that's out number 1.
Yeah, Ernie Banks has been in the heart of a lot of these orders, but he's not been the most effective here today. But you got Joe Mauer, who also hasn't done the most yet for Kreiner, but that's going to be a sinker down and in.
I hate this animation right here. Uh-oh, Rexy. I don't think this one quite has the distance. That's out number 2. That'll bring up Craig Biggio. 1 for 1. He doubled and later scored. Slow roller. Shortstop. Robinson to first in time. We're through 3 in game 2. It's 3-1 Kreiner.
And another one of those games where things are close, not too high scoring as we're progressing to the middle part of this game. Starting pitching been very efficient for Kreiner here. You see Todd Helton only just reaching 30 pitches entering the top of the 4th. However, not so efficient.
Ultra aggressive.
So I'm getting a feeling of deja vu to that first game. However, we have a little bit of a closer deficit here for Frosty, only down 3-1 here in the top of the 4th.
2-2 to Robinson. Just misses, and the count goes full. It's 3-2. Babe Ruth is on deck. Payoff pitch. Just got it inside of the inner part of the zone. And it's a fly ball for out number 1. He was just late on the swing timing, too.
Yeah, that's always a tell for me that a player just isn't reading the ball out of a pitcher's hands well. Being late on inside cutters, because these hitters are so good at hitting velocity. If you're late on inside cutters, you're just not seeing that ball out of the hand well. And for these players, that doesn't happen often. So Todd Helton proven to be effective for Kreiner on the mound here.
Here's the 2-1 to Ruth. It's now 3-1. Hitters count as Hank Aaron looming on deck. Ooh.
Aggressive 3-1 pitch there. It's got it in the zone.
Swing timing was good. PCI a little low. Tried to check his swing. Did he go? No, he did not. So a 1-out walk will bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Hank Aaron, who's 0 for 1.
And that's what Frost needs to do yet again. He had been just biting outside of the zone.
Hard hit ball. That's going to hang up for the center fielder, Willie Mays. And there's 2 down.
That's a good cut. A little early on that down and away pitch. Kind of pulled to the center field. You know, with Hank Aaron, you'd love to hit that to right field, but just a tad early. And so
Jurickson Profar is 0 for 1.
Ball, that's inside.
Got a check swing there. He's ahead 2-0.
And that's what I think he needs to keep doing. He needs to just take these pitches that are going just outside of the zone. He needs to be a little patient. It was the adjustment we saw last game that caused all of those offensive rallies in those last few innings of game number 1. And now he's ahead again in the count. 3-1. He's going to make another great take. 2 walks
here. Really good take.
here.
So first and second, tying run aboard. And Ketel Marte sends that one foul.
Yeah, he wanted that one. Saw a pitch over the middle third. Really thought that was staying over the plate. Now he's quickly down 0-2, and here we go again. Testing Frosty's patience.
What do you got?
Kreiner has gone up in the zone with 2 strikes a couple of times in this game 2.
2 strikes.
A couple of times he's gotten Frosty to chase. Here's the 2-2.
3-2.
Good
count
take.
goes full. Runners at first and second will get a head start.
You got to be careful.
3-2 count. Payoff pitch from Helton. There go the runners. And Marte lifts one right field. This one's going to stay in the yard. And that is how the top of the 4th comes to an end. Bottom 4 now. Frosty trailing 3-1. Sean Manaea still out there. Pitch number 61 facing Seager. First pitch swinging, and this should be out number 1, and it is.
And that previous swing to end that inning was the exact reason someone like Kreiner probably chooses ship it. Hit 96 miles an hour, but very high launch angle because he was underneath that PCI, and it stays in the park. In a park like Laughing Mountain, there's a good chance that leaves the straightaway right field. So Kreiner gets out of the jam because of that. Looking to get a rally of his own as Sean Manaea is getting high in that pitch count here.
Yeah, pitch number 65 upcoming right here to Willie Mays, the 9-hole hitter. Got him. This time it was Frosty that went up in the zone, and Kreiner chased for out number 2. First pitch swinging is Jackie Robinson, and it looks like Frosty is going to have a goose egg for his half inning in defense. So we go to the top of the 5th. Scan, I feel like there's a bit of a missed opportunity the last couple of innings for Kreiner.
Absolutely. Opportunities to run away. He's putting up some good swings. But
yeah.
I think he's trying to do a little too much at the plate here.
I just don't know how much longer you can hold down Frosty before he gets into that groove offensively. Although Roberto Clemente begins the inning with a lazy fly ball, and there's one away.
Yeah, he's had a big advantage with Todd Helton kind of flying through this game for him. 55 pitches here, entering the top of the 5th. But sometimes that can only get you so far with these high-level players. You've seen Frosty start to adjust, be a bit more patient. So you got to try to get some runs on the board for yourself. That's another out, though. The Todd Helton's work, and the question is, how long will it last?
Well, he's at 58 pitches right now. And he's an out away of pitching through 5 innings. As Corbin Carroll steps in, he's 0 for 1.
Neither of them really get
up in the zone.
Chasing above the zone very uncharacteristically. And they're both just trying to make something happen. It seems like it feels like they're both just looking for that home run swing, but neither of them have found it.
1-2 count.
Ooh, he just bites it off.
Got a piece to stay alive, and we'll do it again. Pitch number 63 from Helton. And Carroll hits it hard, but sends it foul. And another 1-2.
There's the inside sinker. Great sequence from Kreiner. Get his eyes down and away.
Chopped to first, and we're through. On to the bottom of the 5th. Sean Manaea is still out there. He's approaching 70 pitches here.
Yeah, honestly, we talked about him being pretty inefficient, but over the last few innings, he's kept himself in his game to the 5th. So he's doing a good job of keeping Frosty in his game. But I think it just what you have to see here is who's going to break that starter first. We saw both bullpens were definitely have some weaknesses to them.
Oh, that ball is sent deep to center field. Going back is Carroll. And he's there to make the catch. That'll bring up Hank Aaron, who walked in the first. He's 0 for 1.
Yeah, it feels like each of them are just a hair off their timing. A little late on the inside sinker. Reiner's had a couple where he could have sat back on it, poked it to right, instead lined it out to center.
Oh,
that's the timing you want to see.
A line drive over serve to right field. Jurickson Profar got this side kind of Roger Dorn animation and couldn't make the play. And that's a 1-out hit here in the bottom of the 5th. And Chipper
Now
Jones
here's where it
steps
gets interesting for Manaea. 74 pitches, part of the order coming up for Kreiner.
Oh, this could be
ground
2.
Ball.
Over to second for 1. Over to first for 2. And that retires the side. Big double play to end the 5th. As we go to the 6th, relatively low scoring game thus far. Kreiner in a game he has to have, leading 3-1. As we go to the top of the 6th, top of the order, Edman, who is responsible for Frosty's lone run, and it came in the very first inning. A leadoff homer from Edman. Now he's down on the count 1-2.
Uncharacteristic swings from both sides. Just expanding out of the zones. a little off on their timing on some down and away sinkers, and I don't know. I think someone's just gonna have to really claw their way through to getting a starter. I mean, I know we talked about the bunting strategy.
Oh, well, there's a leadoff walk as Tommy Edman slaps on a good AB there against Todd Helton to draw the walk, and that'll bring up Jackie Robinson.
Watch out.
Ex-Smokey is a big Major League fan. He gets it. I'm sorry, Scan, what'd you say?
Watch out for a bunt here to second base off Jackie Robinson. He's done a lot of damage, but he hasn't gotten much going here. He could put some big pressure on by trying that bunt like he tried with Corbin Carroll here and get that runner over to second, but 2-2 count does not look like he will.
Helton about to throw his 75th pitch. Unable to check his swing is Robinson, and that's a big out number one.
And that's been a lot of the game for Kreiner on the mound. Get to a 2-strike count and get him to get that called check swing strike 3 because he's just biting outside of the zone.
Here's Babe Ruth. That ball hit well, but playable for the center fielder Willie Mays, and there's 2 down. So Hank Aaron representing the last hope here in this 6th inning for Frosty after the leadoff walk from Tommy Edman.
And there's been a lot of pitching away on both sides, and neither team has been able to find the great timing. I'm really interested if he throws any fastballs away to Hank Aaron here, and if he can hit that to right field.
I think he's been doing right going inside. There's a fastball that misses, but he's down in the count now, 3-1, as Jurickson Profar is on deck. Ooh. Full count. Edman's going to get a head start over at first. Payoff pitch from Helton. Sharply hit, but right to Chipper Jones. Scoops it up, throws across the diamond, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Scan, not for nothing, but Frosty has 1 hit. And it was the very first batter of the game.
Yep.
If you're Kreiner, I think it would serve you well to put up a crooked number here, because I think eventually Frosty is going to get loose and find the rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, he's put up good swings, some hard hit outs right to fielders. It feels like they're both pretty close. However, they've both had opportunities. Kreiner's gotten some hits to set up those opportunities for him. Frosty's gotten on base via the walk to get some runners on, but neither have really capitalized here, really since the first couple innings of the game. So, I mean, if you're Kreiner, you're the home team here. You have to win. So I think not only just for the sake of the game you have to get going offensively, I think you need to really swing some momentum your way, because you know you're going back to Laughing Mountain next game for game number 3.
All right, so here's Manny Machado. And that's going to be it for Sean Manaea.
Nope, that's a ball.
As
that might
Manny
be big.
Machado. Yeah, Manny Machado comes on to face Ernie Banks.
And we've seen before, Machado hasn't always been the most effective. Is that driven to right field off the bat of Ernie Banks? Yeah, that's going to get down.
This could be extra bases. It is extra bases. Banks is in with a stand-up double.
And there we go. I think Joe Mauer needs to come up big here. He's going to probably get a lot of pitches away. There it is,
Chopper
down the
up
way
the
sinker.
middle. Marte over to first, but the runner does go to third. So a big run out there. Less than 2 down. The infield will be drawn in as Frosty plays the infield in with Craig Biggio at the plate.
And here we go again. Infield in, Craig Biggio up. Definitely keep an eye out, down and away. He's trying to get that ground ball here.
Oh, Craig Biggio, we have seen him do major damage with that exact pitch. Instead, it's a fly ball and foul ground, and there's 2 away. Now, you've got Willie Mays in the 9 spot. Any temptation to give the unintentional intentional walk to Corey Seager?
No, you're attacking Seager with how this game has gone. You might just only throw him in one type of spot where he can't do too much.
Well, Machado's fallen behind 3-0.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever feel comfortable walking Seager, basically.
Oh, well.
Well, you know what, Roflo? We should have listened to you, my friend. That is crushed.
A 2-run homer from Corey Seager. And just like that, Kreiner extends to a 5-1 lead here in the 6th.
You know what? Now that you say it, Roflo, I probably would have just intentional walked him and just faced Willie Mays here. No, that was a great swing. He got a pitch he could elevate. And lo and behold, Willie Mays flies out to end our inning.
Wow. So
Kreiner
a big
needed
sequence
that.
there. Yeah, Kreiner did need it. Has some more separation now as we go to the 7th. 5, 6, and 7 due up here, and look at Todd Helton. Someone, I think it was Zazzy in the chat, says this is the Todd Helton legacy game.
Yeah.
He's only given up 1 hit. One hit.
Yeah, and as someone who loved the 99 Andy Pettit, I'll tell you what, I'm sold on this Todd Helton, and this game is showing that. I will definitely be making sure to get him soon, because he is having quite the showing here versus an incredible hitter in Frosty.
Grounded to short. Once again, Frosty has been held to just 1 hit, and that 1 hit came on the leadoff homer from Tommy Edman. Now, as the pitch count starts to creep up, I believe I saw that Helton, that his energy status bar is in the yellow. There's a soft liner, and that's 2 down.
Yeah, I'm probably keeping Helton in until he gets a couple runners on where he gives up a homer. That little single, I don't worry too much about. Wasn't the best contact. He still hasn't read the ball well out of his hand. It's his first hit in 6 innings. But you definitely got to be wary here. Make sure you have your guys up here. Oh, he's going to go to Machado.
We are
going
to have a pitching change, and what a performance for Todd Helton. 6 2/3, 1 hit, 1 run. I think he walked a couple of batters, but to give up just the 1 run, I mean, that's remarkable.
Yeah, and that's going to prove to be a big decision.
Oh, Craig Biggio,
in the deep left field,
steps on that, and that's out of here. Just like that, this inning changes. Frosty a 2-run homer. It's now a 5-3 game. He's not done.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Roflo, I'm going to look back at that decision no matter what happens here, because Helton had been pitching a heck of a game, was still just in the low 90s of pitching, and this could just be because how I play the game. I would have kept him in as long as I physically could. That ball is going to get down. That's extra bases. Corbin Carroll, stand-up double, 2 down. Actually, he slid into second, but at any rate, it's a 2-out double, and here comes Tommy Edman. He's brought in Machado, and he has crushed 2 straight swings. Ozzy, 2 of his best 3 swings of this game in a row off of just Machado here, which is why I didn't like him pulling Todd Helton. Yeah, so often we see in baseball a team will make a pitching change, and offensively the lineup goes, whew, glad they got that dude out of there. Maybe that's a little bit of that happening here. As Tommy Edman, prior to this inning, was responsible for the only hit offensively for Frosty. But he now represents the tying run. Ooh, great takes. Now he's on first base, and Jackie Robinson now represents the go-ahead run here with 2 down. Pitching change, it will be Wade Boggs. Yeah, he just feels like he's got a renewed sense of confidence once he got Todd Helton out of this game. Great patience at the plate. He's taking the pitches he was grounding out on before. Now he's ahead 2-0 here. This is a big moment in this game. 5-3, first and second, 2 down. Nasty sinker fouled off by Jackie Robinson, 2-2. Now the count goes full. Runners at first and second will be on the move. Payoff pitch from Boggs. There go the runners, and he walked him. Now Boggs has to deal with the lefty slugger Babe Ruth. This is a scary at bat if you're Kreiner. Bases juiced. Babe Ruth. Ooh. That's a gutsy pitch. He locates it. It's a moot. Couldn't hold up his swing, but it's a moot point. It's in the zone. And Babe Ruth sends one. That's down the line. This game is going to be tied.
It's a game-tying double for Babe Ruth. It's 5-5 here in the top of the 7th.
It's alive.
And here we go again. Frosty with
Once
some
again.
late game rally.
And once again with 2 outs.
Yeah. Unreal.
Jeez, what a turn of events. Todd Helton was cruising along. He was an out-away scan from getting out of the 7th inning. Instead, he gets pulled. Manny Machado provided no relief, and now Wade Boggs is in trouble here.
Inside ball.
And he's followed behind 3-1 to Hank Aaron.
He's just seeing the ball so much better. Just way more patience.
Oh, wow. Hank Aaron, 3-run Jackson. It's 8-5 just like that. And all the momentum is in favor of Frosty.
And another reliever in.
Third pitcher of the inning. This time, it's Charlie Blackmon to face Jurickson Profar, the switch hitter. And that ball is lifted to center field. Pretty deep, few feet shy of the track, and that retires the side, but a 7-run, 7th inning. Frosty began the 7th inning with 1 hit and 1 run. He ends it with much more hits and much more runs. It's an 8-5 game, but Jackie Robinson against Manny Machado. Leadoff base hit to start the home half.
Yeah, here we go. We might just be getting to the absolute chaos point of this game. Big inning from Frosty, and now that pressure ticks up for Kreiner, and he's looking to do the same right back. See how aggressive he swings here. Bottom of the 7th, series on the line for Kreiner, since he needs to win these next 2.
Here's Riley Green, misses low.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Oh, good pitch at the knees, 2-2.
3-2.
Tried to go down in that general area, but missed. As it looks like we're going to get some bullpen activity. Payoff pitch from Green. Ooh, it'll do it again. Babe Ruth 2 for 3. Great speed at first. That one could be trouble. That's going to get down. This is going to score Jackie Robinson. It's going to be an 8-6 game. RBI double from Babe Ruth. Wow.
Here we go. This is something with these bullpens. Once you get to the middle to late innings and you start to tap into that bullpen, things start to get interesting. Kreiner looking to heat up. Couple great swings with Riley Green here on the mound, and scary at bat with Hank Aaron up versus a lefty.
JH asking, is it the Kreiner crew versus the Zeus Army? I didn't know that those were the nicknames, but I'm in, sure. I'm in on it. Big out number 1 there.
Kreiner's got to want that swing back. Hanging slurve that catches so much plate, but is just underneath it. You can pick it up right here with Chipper Jones, who also does damage versus lefties.
So you got Chipper Jones, and then Ernie Banks is due up after Jones. Here's the 2-1. Slow roller to short. That's out number 2. The runner will stay at second. And that'll bring up Banks. He has doubled and scored.
And Kreiner's had a tough time hitting that ball to right field and those down the way pitches with his righties. Kind of gotten a lot of ground outs to the left side of the infield because of that. I think if he's
New pitcher is Mariano Rivera.
Yeah, Mo in kind of early here yet again in the 7th, but this is where we've kind of been seeing him a lot of these games. In the later innings.
This is the Brian Kenny managerial style. Use your highest leverage pitcher or reliever in the high leverage spot. But Mariano Rivera gives up the base hit, RBI single. It's now an 8-7 game.
And if there's
Joe
anyone who's
Mauer
due,
now
it's
0
Joe
for
Mauer
3.
here. He is due.
Yep, he is 0 for 3. And he represents the go-ahead run. That misses wide. He's fallen behind 2-1.
Good.
Tried it again. He's now down 3-1 to Mauer. Walked him. Tying run in scoring position. Craig Biggio 1 for 3 with a double. That's in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Here we go. Big at bat here. There's that down the way slider.
The fastball followed up by that slider. That's in the dirt. It's 1-2. Got to go up and in here to Biggio. Do not pitch him away.
If you throw it away, you better be outside of the zone. You cannot land that in the zone.
Now the count runs full. Corey Seager on deck.
3-2, 2 outs.
Yeah. Runners at first and second will be on the move. Payoff pitch. We'll do it again.
That was the one he probably wanted.
Yep.
High in the zone.
There they go again. And we'll do it again. This time he went with a changeup. Up and in. Do not go away.
Ooh, good take.
Well, he went in, but he walked him. So now the bases are loaded. And Frosty is in the soup now. He'll bring a lefty.
Gonna look to the bench.
And there will be a pinch hitter. Roberto Clemente will pinch hit for the DH Corey Seager. Looks at ball one.
Move. Seager had a couple weird outs on away pitches in that previous
good
game.
Fastball. 1-1. Here's the 2-1. That's in there for a strike. It's 2-2.
Great cutter there.
2-2. All right, payoff pitch. The merry-go-round will begin. If you're Frosty here, you don't have to give in.
Yeah.
Oh, good pitch.
Fight.
Spoiled by Clemente. Another payoff pitch. Slow tapper up the middle. There's Robinson. And his throw is in time, and that retires aside. Good pitch there as Frosty preserves his lead, but it is down to 1. We go to the top of the 8th. Blackman facing Marte, Clemente, and Biggio here in the 8th, and Blackman is down in the count 2-0.
Yeah, now with some great pitching from Frosty there. Didn't go to that changeup too much in that at bat. Knew he had it in the 3-2 and just got Kreiner to bite, and that's some of the stuff that makes a difference in these games and that overall ERA.
Hard hit ball. Past the diving Chipper Jones. It's a leadoff hit for Ketel Marte. You know, the other element that's fascinating, Scan, is that these players, when you're as good as they are and the rarefied air that they occupy, they've played each other numerous times.
Yes, absolutely.
They are familiar with the tendencies. They are familiar. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Scan. The 50-50 Shohei Ohtani is making his appearance for the first time in this series.
Max contact and power versus righties.
Fly ball. Center field. This is going to stay in the ballpark. And Shohei Ohtani goes down. That's out number 1.
I thought he got that one. I thought that was going to be hit a long way, but he just missed it.
So Ohtani pinch hit for Roberto Clemente.
Yes, he did.
And Craig Biggio, that one is going to hang up. Wow, I thought that might get down. Instead, it's out number 2. And Corbin Carroll representing the last hope in this inning. First pitch swinging, fly ball, deep center field, going back, track, wall, out of here. 2-run homer for Corbin Carroll, and it's now 10-7 Frosty in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, I never want to see him try to bunt with Corbin Carroll again after these first 2 games. He's come up with the big hits whenever Frosty's needed them, and that's another one there to make it a 3-run lead.
That'll bring up Tommy Edman. So 2 down. 1-2 count. Edman held up. It's 2-2. The big blow. Corbin Carroll's 2-run homer. And it's now a 3-run lead for Frosty, who is on the verge of advancing to next weekend's semifinals. He won game 1. He's leading in game 2 in this best of 3. Charlie Blackmon dealing with the bottom of the order, Willie Mays, and then we go to the top and Jackie Robinson and Babe Ruth.
And that's what you want to do as a road team. Just respond every time that the home team scores. And Frosty's doing a great job of doing it. Now a 3-run lead. He needs 6 outs to make it to our semifinals.
$25,000 first place prize goes to the winner. The final, the champion, will be crowned a week from tomorrow. Ooh.
Went to that again.
Yeah, that sinker hung a little bit, and Mays was out in front. Here's the 3-2. Lazy fly ball. It's not going to get out of the infield. Profar settles underneath. That's a big out, number 1.
And Kreiner's done a good job of getting himself into some deeper at-bats. Another 3-2 count there. He has not executed in those full counts.
Oh, that ball is sent to left center field, but Corbin Carroll, so much speed, settles underneath, and there's 2 down. So now this is the matchup that I think that Frosty had circled when he brought in Blackmon. Left on left, Babe Ruth. Yes, I know this card has 125 everything, left, right, it doesn't matter, but just to make it a little bit more difficult, and wow, that perfect line out. Devastating. What a way to end the inning. So we go to the 9th.
Sting, especially when you're down 3.
Yeah, that's a controller slammer right there.
Yeah.
That is a game is cheating me moment right there. And look, Jackie Robinson, hard hit ball the other way, 100 miles per hour off the bat, gets down for a base hit.
And that's how this game goes sometimes. You just feel like the world is against you at a certain point, but if anyone's faced it enough, it's been Kreiner. And he's going to need to keep that composure for that 9th inning because he's currently down 3 and needs to find a way to keep it that way in his top half just to stay alive in this series.
All right, so Hank Aaron ahead in the count 3-0. There goes the runner. And that ball is going to get down, splits the defense. The runner will score all the way from first. It's another RBI for Babe Ruth, and Frosty can now start to taste it. Up 11-7 now. Nobody out here in the 9th. What did you make of the hit and run there on a 3-0 count?
I'm not the most shocked at that because it seems to be a part of Frosty's game. He likes to do a bit on the base paths. You don't see it the most, but it's something that he does. Oh, that's crushed
Hank
deep
Aaron.
left center field.
Hank Aaron just leans into that one. It's now a 13-7 game, and Frosty is starting to pour it on here in the 9th. Jurickson Profar dials it deep, but it's caught. That's 1 away here.
Yeah, Mariano Rivera did not get the job done this game. Now down 6. So if Kreiner needs to get going in the 9th inning, if he wants to stay in this series, he needs to find those bats quick to put up at least a 6th spot in that 9th because he's been a little cold in his last half of the game.
Over the course of MLB The Show 24, Frosty has played 753 games. And all that practice is paying off because Ketel Marte makes it a 14-7 game. Frosty leads by a touchdown in game 3.
Yeah,
Think
those
about
ones
that.
again hurt if you are a Kreiner.
753
You had that perfect out.
and 53 games.
I think that's probably the amount of ranked games I've played in my entire MLB The Show career. And that's still a stretch probably, but they do it in a year.
Oh, he went up in the zone and got that. A tomahawk. Oh, what a catch by Willie Mays.
Oh, it's off the hop.
Oh, no, he trapped it.
He's safe.
Shohei Ohtani, the 50-50 homer stolen base card that was just dropped yesterday. And as you might expect, Frosty already has it. Has a double here in the 9th. If Frosty is ultimately able to win this thing, the organizers will give him a giant check for $25,000 as well as the touch grass token. that he will. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't get the big check or the touch grass token. But Corbin Carroll, this is going to end the inning. But man, Frosty's dominance on full display in that ninth inning as he breaks it open. And now he is 3 defensive outs away. However, Kreiner says, I'm not done yet. Leadoff homer for Hank Aaron.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. We need some classic Kreiner heroics here if he wants to win this game. We've seen it before. We've seen late game situations like this where he's had big comebacks, and that's what Kreiner does. Even though he's down a lot, aggressively swinging first pitch in the inning.
Throw over to first in time. That's a big out, number 1.
And that's where the aggression hurts you. Just misses a sinker there. So you give away 1 out, and this is where the outs are really tough to give because you need to score 6 at least and only have 2 outs to give.
Stanley in the chat asking, are there any games after this? Stanley, no. Our second quarterfinals, our second day of quarterfinals will be tomorrow. 2 more series
Joe
there.
Mauer.
However, this quarterfinals not done. Joe Mauer, Oppo Thunder.
5-run deficit.
Frosty now has a 5 rate. He's not taking any chances. He's going to bring in Jose Trevino to face Craig Biggio. Starts him off with a screwball in for a strike.
Yeah, we are in showdown mode here. You got 5 runs to score with 1 out left.
And now Kreiner is down to his last strike.
Nice try, Ramon.
Got him. That's it. That's all. Frosty moves on to the semifinals thanks to a thrilling 2-game sweep of Kreiner. And look, it almost sounds a little weird to say a thrilling 2-game sweep, Scan, but congratulations to Frosty, who pulled off a late inning mercy rule win in game 1 and then has to come from behind in game 2. Scan, Frosty, when he came to the 7th inning, he was trailing and he had 1 hit. He had 1 hit going into the 7th inning, and Todd Helton was cruising, and he had 2 outs in that 7th inning, and that's when things flipped.
Yup. Absolutely. It was the theme for both games. Starting pitching got Kreiner those early leads and allowed him to hold on to it as we progressed to the middle, late part of the game. But we look back at it, it's hindsight 2020. He gave up a little dribbler of a single to Roberto Clemente with 2 outs in that inning, and he decided to aggressively manage, pull him right away. In comes the bullpen, and that's when Frosty locked it in. He got a new pitcher on the mound, and he got going offensively, and that ultimately ended up being the difference in both those games. Going to that bullpen allowed him to click at the plate, and he ran away with both of those games.
We're taking a look at some of the action here from that game 2. This was part of that 8th inning when Frosty just went absolutely bonkers. We saw Corbin Carroll go deep. We saw Ketel Marte go deep. We saw the debut of the Shohei Ohtani 50-50 card. That card got a base hit as well. And here's how the game 2 broke down. Kreiner started quickly. Actually, it was Frosty that had the leadoff home run from Tommy Edman.
Yeah.
But after that, Kreiner had control from then on through the middle innings. But that 7-run 7th inning, that was ultimately the difference.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Kreiner had his opportunities in that early part of the game. He strung together a hit or two, would get a couple runners on, but Frosty did a good job of pitching out of that trouble. We talked about Sean Manaea really built up a pitch count and how we thought he was being inefficient, but he got 5 strong out of him, and that ultimately was a difference that kept him in the game. And all he needed to do was just stay in this game versus Kreiner until he got Todd Helton out, which ultimately won him that game. And that was almost the same story in game 1 with Roy Halladay.
Yeah. So what happens now, you're asking? Okay, I'm glad you asked. So we had Wilsey with the win. Excuse me. Help me out, Scan.
No,
Who won?
No, you're correct.
Yeah, Wilsey
won that
won our
series
first
2-1.
quarterfinal today, winning in a third and deciding game. So now he advances to next weekend's semifinal. So too for Frosty. He advances to next week's semifinal. $25,000 first place prize money. Second place gets $10,000. Third and fourth get $5,000 apiece. This is what the bracket looks like now. Still to come tomorrow, Scan. What do we have for our quarterfinals? We got Ty K against Real Alex K, and then Wavy Turtle against Alex Kakil. So 2 more quarterfinals, best of 3. But man, after watching Frosty, I mean, look, the margin between all 8 of these players is razor thin. But Frosty, wow, he was very, very impressive with what he did today.
Absolutely. Showed a lot of tenacity to stay in these games, even when Griner had the offensive momentum. And then once he had that opportunity, he ran away with it both games. Truly impressive to really keep your composure and stay in these games. And we're actually going to talk to Frosty in just a second and we'll ask some of his thoughts on some of the crazy rallies that he had in those games that ultimately won him this series. Frosty, how are you feeling?
I am feeling amazing right now. That is the player that has owned me all year, and it feels amazing to finally beat him in the series. I mean, he owns me. He's owned me ever since last year. He's had my number all year. Best feeling in the world.
Frosty, I referenced that earlier in game 2 that you guys are on another level. Everyone that's playing this weekend on another level, but you guys know each other so well. How does that experience with an opponent, how does that play into strategy and how you ultimately execute during the course of a game?
Yeah, we've played each other for years. I mean, we've played each other in ranked tournaments. We know how each other hits. We know we're going to hit the ball. We just got to hope that they're on certain pitches, like when they don't. Oh, sorry, when they're not on certain pitches when they don't need to be. And I mean, he wasn't hitting that game. I wasn't hitting that game. The score might say something different, but I think that was a very low-scoring game for us that game. We had a lot of missed opportunities.
Yeah, I'm curious on what you think, because in that first part of the game, Todd Helton had your number through the first 6+ innings. And I'm curious, once Helton was out, did you have any sort of change of approach once you recognized you were in the bullpen? Or did anything change once you realized he got that starting pitcher out finally?
I think personally I'm the best hitter when it comes to like bullpen. I struggle against the starters, as you could see that whole game. I can't hit Roy Halladay. I couldn't hit Todd Helton. I mean, but as soon as the bullpen comes out, I don't know what changes, but I start timing up the ball better.
Frosty, my last question is, now that you're on to next weekend's action, what is your mindset? What are you going to be doing up until next weekend?
Well, I got to grind rank seasons. I got to get these cards parallel 5. I'm very close on all of them, actually. I don't know if you saw, I got like 7 P4 cards, and like they're really close to P5. So I got something to do for sure.
Yeah, it does not surprise me that you are going to be doing some more grinding for those cards and getting them even better. Congratulations, man. Just an unbelievable performance. You should be very proud of yourself, and good luck next weekend. Look forward to seeing you play next weekend.
Thank you, guys.
You got it. That's Frosty. Moving on to the semifinals. Scanna, it's surprising when he says that he tends to struggle against starters, and we did see that bear out there at the early part of game 2 there, because as you said and correctly pointed out, Todd Helton was cruising up until that 7th inning.
Yeah, it was like something changed, and once those relievers came in, he said it, he crushed them, and he definitely did that in both those games. And it's just very crazy to think about how he won both those games in those last half of those games against someone who has been doing esports for as long as he has, like Kreiner, who has won circuits 3 years in a row and has been literally the top of the top for as long as he did, which makes that way more impressive. And then on the other hand, we had our game with Wilsey, who also had an impressive showing in 2 of those 3 games versus Waynes, who has also been an OG esports competitor. So we have a completely different crowd of players. You know, the chase for the crown gets more competitive as these years go on, and both Wilsey and Frosty showed that today.
Well, still more quarterfinal action. It will be tomorrow right here on Twitch, right here on YouTube. Scan, are you with me tomorrow?
I believe Scuffy's with you tomorrow, Roflo.
Okay. Well, Scan, it's always a pleasure to share the virtual booth with you. Great insight as always, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And we'll talk to you very soon.
Absolutely, Roflo. Always a fun time with you, my friend. We appreciate all of you hanging out with us, watching these games today. It was a blast. Shout out to the players for playing. Shout out to all of you watching. Hopefully, you pull better than bronzes in your drops today.
Yes, that's right. The drops will be active on Sunday. That's going to do it for today's action in the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series Grand Finals. Quarterfinals continue tomorrow, and then the semifinals next weekend. For everyone behind the camera and behind the scenes, and for Scan, I'm Robert Flores. Be sure to check out Scan's stream and my streams right here on Twitch. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.